Okay. I went live under a different fucking thing, so hopefully... hopefully that'll work.
Okay, you're live. Okay, I can see your video now.
Yeah, I don't know why the fuck that was happening. Mm. Yeah, I'm live on another fucking link. That's great. Alright. I'm gonna hope that's better. Oh yeah, and it actually does fucking work. Isn't that great? For whatever reason, I don't know. But at least I have chat working now. Apparently, somehow, it just decided to fucking work on its own.
Can you direct traffic over here again?
Yeah. I'll try to get people back over here. It's because I was trying to fucking load it from a schedule and it didn't want to fucking load it. I absolutely love how brain dead. Copy link address. Alright, let me delete this one. How to redo the link. There we go. Now everything makes a little bit better sense, I guess, of the word. So now I'm officially reading chat. My apologies earlier. If your name doesn't show up, though, just know I am reading it. I do see it from my end on Streamlabs. Apologies again. I recently had to reboot my whole computer and restart a whole brand new hard drive, so I didn't have the best of time. So I literally thought I was streaming for the last fucking 5-6 hours. some amount of time, but apparently just didn't want to work, so that's always great. I'm gonna try to go in and send out different links to people because, you know, I don't know. We'll just roll with it. We'll just roll with it. So, Rudy, you ready?
Yes, sir.
Alrighty. Ah, shit. We don't want to show that one yet. We'll get to that one shortly. Or maybe not. I don't know. Why is my chat log not showing there? Let me just put that up. Or just, you know, for some reason my camera doesn't want to load. Are you fucking... There we go. I swear, dude, like I said, I swear to God, I fucking Streamlabs is just fucking unreliable half the time. And I don't do anything specific to break it. Good evening. Yeah, how you doing, man? That's not showing up. That's always great. Let's see if I can get this to come up now. Just got home, which is always good from work. Why is that not showing up? There's not that much of a delay. Fuck's sakes. And now it doesn't work again. Why is that not working? I love how my chat just stopped working, Rudy.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, it was working when I started the stream, and then it just stopped working. I always love that. I love it when chat decides to say, fuck it, I don't want to work.
Yeah, now that you got 10 people.
Let's see here. Why won't that show up? Or now it's just gonna show up fucking 20 years later with an overlap. Whatever, it works. Alright. So, I know we're all on the opposite sides here, but the one thing you said was you responded to someone in your comments saying, I don't agree with Concert Cruiser, at least it's more than 2 brain cells. Thanks for that. Wait, did I insulted you before? Someone in your comments saying I don't agree. I don't, where was it? I don't remember where this might have been at. To be honest, be dead ass honest, I don't remember. I really don't. Like, you're asking me to remember, and I'm gonna go over that video I have, the retrofitting video, and all the comments. There's a lot of nasty comments I got for that video. I'm not even kidding. I plan on going over a lot tonight. A lot. I have a lot of unscripted shit that I want to say. No, some other comment made someone. That's fucked up. But there's a couple things I wanted to make as kind of like a semi-disclaimer before I even begin or start shit talking anything. You know, I don't want to go full on this one. Okay. Well, that's always reassuring. That showed up. Let me disable that. That shouldn't even be there. So, just full disclaimer, right? I'm not really pissed with Karl Jobst. I'm really not. Like, I think the only thing I'm really pissed about him with is trying to hide what his lawsuit was. And it's clear as day that's what it was. Because he was saying that it was cheating. And he said there's 2 lawsuits and a 3rd one coming. But according to what Billy Mitchell Jr. stated, they only filed 1. Which, I'll get into that in a little bit. There's a lot I want to say and go over. But the first one's first and foremost, more than anything. I want to blame out of everything that could have went wrong for this lawsuit. I blame Cat Despira and Ursat Cats for fucking over Karl. They turned his Discord server into an equivalent of a echo chamber of complete bullshit. Karl would not have gone on to get so hyped up the way he did. He looked like the aggressor, and the judge basically shot him the fuck down immediately. Doing 22 videos of the same content, repeatedly calling somebody a con man, you're 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 a con man. Like, it just fucking went on and on. Like, I think 22 videos is a lot. Like, several's enough. Like, you know, make several good ones that are 20, 30 minutes long, good arguments, and leave it at that. It just, to me, it just looked like it went on and on and on. And I don't, we're not going to get any further. We're going to skip the disclaimer. We're going to get to the fucking points I want to make today. So the first things I want to make today. We're going to go over comments that I said on Discord to other people and people that I know. It's mostly going to be cuts of what I've said. And I want you all to look at the date and times that I've been saying these things. I even quote Rudy here. I'm here with Rudy right now. So I'm going to go over the first thing. Apologies, just cut off here. This is a DM that I did with Data God a while back. It is dated for 2024 of September 19th. So this is while the lawsuit was still ongoing. I said, side note, I'm sure Karl's lawyer is probably pissed with Ursat taking notes and posting them online to a website that is clearly against Billy. I mean, he's not filming or recording the court, but he's still publicizing fucking notes, which this dumbass was doing. You know, like, it's not the brightest. For whatever reason, chat was not showing there for a second. I don't know why. Let me go in. Show chat delay. Always show messages. Maybe it'll show back up. I don't know. Haha, some of the other comments have made fun of me. I don't know. It's just weird. But anyway, I put the Discord message ID at the bottom of every one of these messages to basically verify these are legitimate messages. These are not photoshopped in any manner. You can ask any of the people that you see on here if these are legitimate email or Discord exchanges or not. I'll blow up that photo in a minute that he got sent me. It's basically Twin Galaxy's verdict on Billy Mitchell in general. But you can see, even a while back, I didn't think highly of Ursat Cats to begin with, so it is what it is on that one. Let's go to the next one. So this was that verdict. In case there's confusion, this is Jace Hall as Twin Galaxies posting. Is Billy still banned from Twin Galaxies competition? Yes. Are Billy's world records going to go back on the main scoreboard leaderboards? No. Has the opinion of Twin Galaxies changed regarding Billy Mitchell's Donkey Kong stars? No. And they go on to talk about the professional that they brought in for that court case, which the guy was a complete fucking moron. I don't even know why he was brought in, but... Next one. Look at the date on this one. Is Casey Ross Kat's granddaughter? You're the second person to say that. Like, actually? Or is this just some random feasel? Like some fucking mole rat sounding girl able to speak up in her own videos, which that was her a lot of the time. Ursat Cats is pals with Cat. Could be worse. Or, it could be just for sure. Could be a verified TG member. They're on Call or Jobs Discord server posting. I think Ursat Cats is Cat. They write long-winded, tirade bullshit. I mean, that's what they were doing. I was saying this in 2020. Like, I already didn't trust the guy, and the reason I didn't trust the guy, and I'm going to be completely frank, alright? The reason I didn't trust Ursat Cats is because he fucked over me and Apollo's fucking, we had a server set up where it was mostly me and, Princeton. He now goes by Gaming Honor. It was me and him mostly. We formed this Discord called the ACTG, and what it basically was is we were getting together to talk about the Contra 3 dispute in a live fashion, not over a forum thread, because... You know, the Contra 3 dispute section on Twin Galaxies, it's not a live chat. There's not like a, you don't gauge with people, you don't talk. And it's kind of annoying to have to talk over a forum, where you'd be better to just talk over Discord or over Skype or whatever, but that's what the idea was. Instead, that guy turned around and leaked every single fucking thing and left and tried to go for clout and shitted on Twin Galaxies on his way out for no fucking reason whatsoever. After he was invited in because he was a Twin Galaxies member, and that was it. So honestly, fuck that guy. He's an idiot. He runs his mouth too much and doesn't realize what he's doing is wrong half the time. Because again, he's doing it for attention. Next one. Hey, Rudy. Does this look familiar? Is that your name?
Yes, that's me.
Yeah. You're good then. You just wanted to verify that's not Ursat. They're quoting that moron a lot. Scares me. 2023. Oh yeah, I mean, I don't mean to join you in live stream, blah blah blah, you know. I don't know if that's Ursat. He's usually polynamous, meaning he has many names, but I'm like, even in 2023, he's the spirit pawn. Fuck that guy. Even Apollo thought he was a joke.
Wait. Let me see. Hold on.
Are you looking for that message to verify it for me?
I'm looking for it. Yeah, that looks odd. Can you give me about a minute? I gotta look.
Just type in the word pawn and it'll come up.
Oh, okay, hold on. Let's see. Okay, let me check. Hold on.
I'm telling you, it's all there. Every message I'm about to share, every single one of them is legitimately real. In some form or another. Well, I don't know what some form or another would mean, though, but I have the Discord IDs of every single message. You verified I said that, right? In 2020.
I'm not even remember.
You'd have to go way far back, but just type in pawn, it'll come up. I'm gonna go to the next one.
I'll take your word for it. Don't worry about it.
And for anyone watching, share this around. Share this live stream link around right now to as many people as you can. I'm gonna go to this one's from Frico. This was in 2021. Ursat Cats posted a whole thing on Billy not too long ago. That's about the extent I care about any of this. Ursat Cat is Cat the Spear's friend, a guy named Walter. They're irrelevant. Their shit post was also irrelevant. Seems like a phone book of nonsense Cat came up with. You feel like voice chatting, and then it's just the rest of me and him are just shooting the shit, or trying to. And I have the Discord message ID down there. But then I was even saying, even then in 2021, I didn't trust the fucking dude.
Here's this one. 2021 again, and up to, sorry, 2023. I was asking about the stick because this was literally months into me thinking, okay, why are they posting that fam photo? Because I always thought the Florida mortgage broker photo, even me and Rudy have discussed this vigorously. I think the fact that that photo came out the way it did, and that it didn't come out when Apollo was alive, was really fucking weird. Okay, there's just really odd timing, like, you know, I don't even know. I don't know how best to describe that. But I wanted verification to know if that stick was a legitimate stick, because if we can prove that the stick existed at the very least, we can say, okay, it's not a Photoshop. We can't just, like, discredit it completely, or call it a deep fake, or whatever the fuck you would want to call it. So I told Ursat Cats, I even wrote it here, I also told Ursat Cats in my comment section to fuck off and don't come back. I said it then, and I'm gonna say it now. He can fuck off. Looks the same, except the stick, obviously. Is there any hardware benefit to using an 8-way on DK, which at the time I didn't know you can use an 8-way to control the barrels in such a manner. I don't know if anyone's saying anything in chat. I haven't read anything come up, but we'll see. But then again, like I said, I'm reading chat. I'm listening to anything you guys are saying, so feel free to chime in.
Nothing new.
Nothing, no, yeah. You could post something just to test that the chat feature's fucking working. I don't know if it is or not. But I will be going over a couple of things soon enough. Testing. Let's see if that comes up. Yeah, it's bringing up both. Okay, I fixed that. I disabled one. I'm gonna drop that. It just doesn't show the names for me. I don't know why. I just lock out. But yeah, he was trying to find images of Kong off, and he was going to explain to me some of the stuff, and, you know, that is what it is. I'm going to go to the next one. This is image 7. This is Freako talking about somebody else up at the top. But the quote, 2021, Karl reached out to me about a week ago. I probably should not have bothered talking to him, but shrug. It's basically like him to not give a fuck. I'm like, Karl? Like, which Karl? Which one are you talking about? He's like, Karl Jobst. I love how I was wording this. Fuck that guy, not worth the time. Dude is friends with Cat and Ursats. Sadly, all the info he gets is full of shit. What the fuck does he even want? Probably fishing for some video content. And he's he's irrelevant to the info he gets. He'll be used and end up like Apollo. I literally fucking worded this in 2021. Did I not?
Yes, you did.
Look at the date and fucking time. Now, he goes on to say, I'm trying to remember what the context was in the rest of this message on the top of my head. He goes on to say that Karl was reaching out to him about Richie accusing him of stealing passwords for Twin Galaxies, which wasn't true. I don't know why Richie would make up that fucking lie, but Richie's a fucking idiot. I'm gonna be completely frank with you. That guy is a moron. Alright, now this next one. This is the last Discord message I'm going to show. This is one I sent to Warfare. Now, I want you to keep in mind that for the betterment after Apollo passed, for a good year or two, I didn't even go in his server. I didn't communicate with anybody from that server. I avoided it. I didn't go into that server at all. And for further context, I just want to state that even though I'm putting some blame on the individuals I quoted and are on the thumbnail for Apollo's passing, I already know that wasn't the full one, though, but I will say it's a major contributor. And I'm going to quote a political quote real quick, okay? Similar to how, you know, the whole Ukraine-Russian war wouldn't have happened if fucking Ukraine didn't try to join NATO, because Russia in the past said, if you join NATO, we're going to invade you and we're going to fight back. It's similar to this. It's similar to where Cat basically fed Apollo and, you know, led to the thing with Billy, through Todd, Billy, and then it domino effect. So, let's go to the next one, and the final one. And I'm going to start talking about some other stuff. So, this image cuts off, so my apologies.
So this was me 10 months, maybe a year. I probably got the time wrong, but whatever. This was time after Ben's passing. These were my private thoughts. These were not public. Whereas Karl Jobst posted publicly, he stated that, Apollo's whole lawsuit was the result of Billy Mitchell, and that he died because of Billy Mitchell. That'd be the equivalent of that, but I'm saying this in private. I'm not saying specifically Billy Mitchell's the cause of this. I never said that at all. What I said is basically this. The person that led Apollo Legend to do what he did should have been responsible. And why I say that is because that person was a fucking liar in the first place. During this time, I kind of stayed away from Apollo's server, and I didn't talk much unless I was approached. In this case scenario, you will see Warfare is coming to me with Ursat Cat's bullshit. I already knew it was bullshit. I said, Cat Despira is the reason Ben is dead over her sick obsession with wanting Billy Mitchell's hand in marriage. That bitch can go to hell. And I said that. And she still wants it. She's still obsessed. She was, for context, okay? This woman was the previous writer for Twin Galaxies, and the only reason that she got involved with Ursat Cats and Karl Jobst and Apollo Legend, the only reason she did that is because she didn't get the Billy D. She didn't get the easy life to sit around on her ass, become the wife of Billy Mitchell, and do fuck all nothing. That's the 110 fucking % truth. She's bitter. She is fucking bitter. She's bitter that she didn't have a fucking easy life. It's so fucking petty that it's not even funny. But I blame the two of them for this whole lawsuit being botched because they ran their mouths too much and made a fucking echo chamber. They fucked over me and Apollo. Cat Despira, over the phone, lied to me and said that she talked to Apollo on the phone all the time and that they're just paper tigers. I shit you not, that is the fucking truth. I have her phone number. Still saved on my old phone. And the log of that conversation. She's a lying piece of shit. Across the fucking board. And to make matters worse, Ferretti didn't trust her either. Ferretti gave me the hard drive that has all the Twin Galaxies information on it from Web Insignia. So I have all this stuff. So I just wanted to put that out. We're going to jump to the next point. Since I got all my Discord messages out of the way. You might be wondering, why didn't I go to a Karl in the first place before all this happened? I was still in mourning. So when I was still in mourning over Apollo's passing. 2, I did go into Karl Jobst's Discord server a long while back. And the moment I saw Ursat and Cat Despira in there, I said, it's too late. I already knew it was too late for him. He was screwed. 3, I just felt like he didn't give a shit. So I just was like, you know what? He'll figure it out. I hope the best for him. Unfortunately, he went on to make 22 fucking videos going ham, which I think was a little overboard, as I've already said. Let's get to the next point. All right. I also want to give a special prayer to over Apollo's Discord server, Kiwi. Your house was bombed by the Russians recently, and they unfortunately killed your dogs in passing. That's very horrible. I wish your dogs a good afterlife or whatever, I guess. Whatever you would believe in, but I'm sorry that happened to you, man. That's horrible. Like, as I said, I've gotten to know these guys over time through, the many years of video game analysis and bullshit, and it sucks to see this kind of shit happen. I don't even like to see the fact that this lawsuit happened. I don't even like it at all, to be totally honest. But I'm going to start going over videos. Before I go over any video at all that's currently online, I'm going to go over a video on Isaiah Johnson. Now, the reason I'm going over this video is very fucking simple. Isaiah Johnson, for those that don't know the context here, he was the one moving plaques
in the Twin Galaxies lawsuit that affected Billy Mitchell's win. I've stated that Isaiah Johnson's a cheater. Apollo Legend was originally going to do a video on him, but instead I did it. So let's go to this video. This video I had up a while back, and I deleted it because Isaiah was threatening me. So I took it down, but it's basically proof by his own word of fucking mouth, against his own words, that he's a cheating, leeching piece of shit. And there's a bunch of other stuff. I have a video up about EmpireArcadia that's unlisted. I will maybe throw that in the description, but Rudy Chavez here, who I have with me today, him and his wife, I think his wife's still current, and he's former. Is your wife still a current member of EmpireArcadia?
She's still a member, but she's not
Active.
not active.
Okay. Are they even active? All I know is that Isaiah's been doing like bedroom cams with Niall. He hasn't really been active. He's basically been using her for stripper money.
No, they're active in actual events and stuff. I think he works in Trapwood works at some radio studio.
I don't buy it. Whatever. I'm gonna show this off. Okay. So this is a video I wrote. I don't have the exact date, but it's been a long time. I'm just gonna play the clip. My shitty old intro. Meme troll. They wrote some stuff on
leeching. That's what leeching
I also like a lot of jokes.
The purpose of this video is to kind of explain how...
So the context here is the Drifter 18. If you go on the Twin Galaxies website right now, did Kat give Apollo doctored papers regarding the bill? Yes. Yes. The King of Khan video that Apollo Legend did, where he shows the 3 pages that pop up on screen, they're doctored. There's claims where they were from Kat Despira hacking Billy Mitchell's email address. I believe they're all fake. I just firmly believe they do. Because I don't see how the fuck that kind of paperwork would even get out, and what would the context even be? Like, really? You know? How would she get a hold of paperwork like that? How could Billy just leave that out in the open in an email? Why do you not see any of the email exchanges? Why are they just the PDF files of linked documents? That doesn't make any sense to me. So, I've just always believed that's full of fucking shit. They're just photoshopped garbage, in all honesty. Apollo even thought so, too. But we're going to go over this. The Drifter 18. He went to AGDQ. And he's a professional Contra 3 player. And it's been in the Contra scene for a while. And he basically disputed Isaiah out in the open because Isaiah has his 9,999,000. How you doing, Starcry Tess? Isaiah has his 9,999,900. He's got his maxed out score. And he got it through 17 to 22 minutes of excessive leeching on the game. Currently, the dispute is closed because Isaiah tried to reach out to David Hoxett, who's the head custodian, and they tried to overturn the entire fucking dispute and call Walter Day into opposition, which was fucking pathetic of Isaiah. Starcry Tass is a fucking witness to it. He saw the whole thing go down. He was there while the whole dispute was going down.
The brain boss's
I'm gonna let this play.
HP works.
Just
so,
listen.
From what I know, and a few other people know, is that the brain boss starts at about 30,000 HP. Then every cycle, his HP gets cut in half for 7 cycles. On the 8th cycle, he stops halving his HP, and he'll be at about 234 HP. So at that point, you have to start damaging the boss to kill it. So what I'm going to show here is I'm going to go through 8 cycles, and then after the 8 cycles, I'm going to shoot the brain.
It's not playing at all?
No.
It's just a still image. Do you hear the audio?
With the laser. The laser has to make full contact to deal the full damage.
Maybe, okay,
But
I can't hear it from your end, right? I have to hear from YouTube end?
I'm playing a clip.
Okay, I could see the clip. Okay, I guess I have to turn the volume on this end.
Yeah, no, it was a still image. So let me explain how the game works. So you start on normal mode, you get less points. You clear the board. There's 2 bosses that you can leech on. Leech means non-forward progression of a final boss. You can kill its parts or adds that spawn in to get more score and just not continue
doing damage to the boss. That is what is considered leeching in Twin Galaxies global rule set. There are some games that are designed for leeching, which Rudy Chavez could even tell you that he knows of, because that's how they did things back then. But you go through normal, and you cycle into hard mode, which has more harder enemies, higher score rates, and you can only really get a certain amount of score without leeching per both normal and hard. But once you beat hard, that's it. It doesn't repeat, the game's over. So I sat down with Drifter, and he sat down with a few other people, and he proved how long it takes. We looked at hex decimals, we looked at all of it. Why are we talking about it again? Because it all goes back to how this fucker's a fraud for Walter Day and Billy Mitchell. They're all frauds. Sorry, you already know they're all frauds. It's because of the fact that fucking Jace Hall catered to this fucking idiot by not taking down his score in the first place that he even settled in the first place. He should have not had any... He should have been stripped of that fucking record. That record should have been gone. Thrown the fuck out and tossed. You joined in on the stream late. I wanted to share this because I proved him wrong. I did. Because I plan on basically throwing this out there, because I know there's going to be some other people that want video content about Karl Jobst and fucking, you know, Billy Mitchell winning and all that. But then I feel like everyone just seems to fucking forget this guy cheated clear as fucking day. Billy Mitchell's still a fucking piece of shit cheater. And it all starts back at Walter. And unfortunately, not a lot of people understand that. So I'm going to play this clip. And I'm not going to play the whole thing. I'm just going to play, like, the first few minutes. I'm quoting him right now.
Put your character to the end of
This is Isaiah Johnson.
and hold on a take fire button. There's no way for you to be able to get the eyes. You have to manually shoot the eye with the skill. You have to aim, see the eye, bam, shoot it. That's a skill.
I don't know why the
That's
fuck
a
he's
skill.
saying
You have
this.
to get the eye first. And if you do it wrong, you end up hitting something else. You hit something else, that thing can kill you, not give you enough free. And like you said, you just said it. Let me read your own statement right here. The brain starts at 30k health, and each cycle the health gets cut in half until it reaches 200 health points. So
we got it down to the hex decimal.
Because his health is decreasing. What did you say about forward progression? The boss is dying, right? Oh, that's right.
So the
That's
boss
forward
doesn't
progression.
die,
The boss
but
is dying. In your game, and you
I'm gonna jump ahead. So, of which Isaiah has constantly harassed me for, which this eye boss, this brain that's right here in the middle, has an eye. So all these orbs that are around it, if you shoot any of them, it continues the fight on infinite, but you get points for each one that you could hit. If that makes sense. And hitting the eye, the brain, is the only way to continue. After 9 hits on that eye, the game's over, you win. But this fucker, we sat down, we did the math. Drifter sits here for 30 minutes farming this boss, multiple cycles. 42 fucking cycles, and the boss never lost any health. And he's just farming XP, or score. For 30 some fucking minutes to get capped out max score. That's incredible. Like, and that was accepted. So after 8 cycles, the boss should be dead at this point. In 20 minutes, the boss should already be dead. He sits there on the final boss for an extra 30 minutes on top. So again, if anyone wants video content, sorry, I cut that off. That's what you could do right there. Go over Isaiah. I mean, I've done it before. Guy's obviously a manipulative fraud. For those that don't know, Isaiah, had a roommate referee who verified maxed out score for Contra 3. That was also Lance Eustache. He also had Todd Rogers that was on EmpireArcadia, if anyone remembers that. Todd Rogers was on EmpireArcadia. You want to know what happened? As soon as he got exposed, Isaiah took down Todd Rogers off the EmpireArcadia YouTube banner. I have the original banner. Who paid for Ursat Cats to go to Australia, Karl or Catherine? I don't know. I really don't. But you gotta wonder, he not only paid the tickets to fly out round trip, he got a hotel for over a week to go to each fucking day, to each hearing.
and, you know, had little minor expenditures, food and whatnot. So, who really did fund him to do all that? That's what's really fucking sketch. Why go out there? You know, like, what fucking involvement do you have in this? That, you know, no context. That never made any fucking sense to me whatsoever. Ever. Alright, so I'm going to go over a couple of things. Right here, I'm going to link this this one in chat. Where the fuck is it? There we go. So this YouTube video, it's now private. I put it in the live stream chat. That video link, it's private, and it is basically Billy Mitchell's video that he put up in response to Karl Jobst. He's since then privated it. I don't know why, but it's kind of weird that you'd private a video after all this shit, you know? Like, that's always been kind of weird to me, but I've saved the original link. It's right there, with a timestamp. I'm not sure why he did what he did to private that, but I always thought it was weird. But I was going through some old video links and like certain DMs, and I saw I couldn't watch it. I was like, what the fuck? Why wouldn't I? Why couldn't you let it happen? Because he holds up a paper and shows off Isaiah's DMs, which I was very curious to go back and screen cap, but it's been since removed. I don't know why. But we're gonna go over YouTube right now. We're gonna go over some YouTube links, and I'm gonna go through a bunch of shit and kind of respond to certain things I've seen other streamers and people say and whatnot, and try to answer as many questions as I possibly fucking can in the span of a few hours, because why the hell not? So the first video I got here, and I'm going to stream these videos. Copy the link first. Should have made it more easily accessible. Alright, here we go. I'm going to switch over. Here we go. That should show up, right? Right? I want to hope. Let's see here. And it doesn't want to. I thought it would, but it didn't want to. I'm trying to load Chrome up on a separate window. Have you started talking about why he lost? So, as I've already stated, in my ultimate opinion, Karl Jobst lost because of Urset Cats and Cat Despira turning his entire Discord into an echo chamber, changing his personality, making him think that he's the gigantic white knight, and essentially just turning into what that whole Discord channel has become over the last few weeks, or rather since the end of the case. But that's just my 2 cents on it. There's a few other factors. That's why I'm gonna go over a bunch of YouTube videos to somewhat go over the bits and pieces. I'm trying to get this to fucking load, if it'll even fucking load at all. It's not wanting to load the capture. I don't want to trust doing window capture, because half the time it doesn't capture the right window. What the hell? And for whatever reason, it won't capture this. I love it. I may have to run this on Opera or something. That's great. I love how this was working like 5 minutes ago, and now it doesn't want to work at all. I had this running fine. It's great. Let me do this. Try this. I just don't know why it won't grab it. Oh, here we go. That took me almost everything. His lawyer didn't do a really great job either. You know, I agree. But I would blame that one a little bit on Notch more than anything else. But I'm going to go over this video right here. It's condensed, so my apologies.
But I'm going to blow it up a little bit here. We're going to ignore all the videos that are on the side. I'm going to play this clip. This is from Gen X Gamer on YouTube. I reached out to him. I think my comments are on here somewhere. Oh. I thought they were. Maybe they are. Maybe they're buried somewhere. Who knows? Karl Jobst throws Ursa Cats under the bus. This is pretty much true. And if I hear anything out of here that is of interest to me, I'm going to quote and respond to something on here, or maybe I'll give my thoughts. You know what I mean?
Hello, humans, and welcome to another episode of Gen X Gamer. Karl Jobst does everything correct. He does nothing wrong, right? The DSP defense. And when it comes to deflection in this right here, I'm glad you guys pointed it out, right? When I made my Cats MVP video, when I said...
Oh, and one more thing I wanted to say. Cats didn't make Karl look any better attacking the judge. I'm going to be dead-ass honest with that. That's just fucking stupid. I listened to the judge video. I'm going to play that too. I thought his judgment was not so bad.
Hey, if he would have been there, he would have gotten the timelines right, and Karl wouldn't have lost as much money because, man, this guy really screwed the pooch, man. He did. When it comes to...
why the hell is he doing that? Hang on a second. My apologies.
The lawyer got the timeline wrong, and I think that cost.
It's not showing it.
Hold on. I'm not a lawyer, right? It's not. But from what was described in the trial about Cats and how he was just going out of his mind, right? Even in closing, this guy was.
I was hoping to just do
bag.
a small window and still have chat open because I don't have pop-out chat.
He would have been an asset, right? I feel, right? That's just my opinion.
There.
Right.
Good enough.
But you guys mentioned that if it wasn't for Cats, he would have never been in this mess to begin with. Right? But a lot of people make it seem like Cats is behind the scenes, pulling the strings, the puppet master, give him all this. I don't think so. I think, looking back, I think that Apollo Legend, found a golden goose, if you will, of making content on people who were not being honest about their video game scores, was making videos on this. We're getting
that was Cat Despira. That wasn't actually Ursa Cats.
Tons and tons of views, right? And a lot of people latched onto that, like when Karl Jobst, and started doing the same thing, right? Just copy and pasting something that he started. And then after he started having his troubles, they were just trying to scoop up his audience, right? There's no honor among thieves in YouTube. There isn't. And I'll show you right here, because even though
is it playing the video? Because it's not playing on either end.
It's not playing on my end. I hear it.
Yeah, it's not neither on my wires or
mine. From what I've seen.
Is this playing anything for anyone? It should. Hold on a second.
Karl Jobst, a big...
Again, you need to unmute, and it's a still image.
Biggest supporter, aside from, the Minecraft guy that gave him all kinds of buku bucks. And
okay, so let me go over this one bit, since he brought up the Minecraft Roku bucks. I don't know what the fuck he's talking about, but so Notch was originally the one that approached him offering to pay his attorney fees, and he gave him this really expensive lawyer that was basically a fucking idiot. The lawyer was not, and I'm going to be somewhat honest, was not the correct lawyer to give Karl for a defense, because that lawyer's speciality was all over the fucking place. It wasn't dedicated to one specific thing, which Karl really needed a good defamation defense attorney more than anything, and that's not what that guy specialized in at all. He specialized in, trademarking and all kinds of weird fucking shit that really shouldn't have mattered in the first place. I mean, in all dead-ass honesty, Karl would have had a better time fucking defending himself with AI or himself. Dead-ass.
That has proven to be true. I heard Lust talking about it this morning. About
the LUS. I'm going to go over a couple streams with him.
Which is, Karl Jobst just said, go ahead and spend it, man, because, we got a billionaire behind us. And we're going to win this case anyway, so go ahead. It's like when I go to Vegas. If I'm getting comp, baby, right? If I'm not paying, hey, let's get the suite.
I also think Karl was probably not a good client either. Syntopia. You know what? I could see him being argumentative with his lawyer, saying, fuck that, I want freedom of speech. But then, you also got to remember, and I even told him this, I'm like, look, you got an ongoing lawsuit. Shut the fuck up. Don't talk about it. Don't post any more videos. It's just not good. Here's the thing with that. Even if you're right, even if what you're posting is fucking right, and you're all right, and you're just repeating it, you're making your attorneys and lawyers and the fucking courts read more shit. They don't want to read more stuff. Just shut the fuck up. Just shut the fuck up. Again, it's so simple. Just shut the fuck up. You know, like, yeah, yeah.
But as soon as I have to pay, then
Yeah, you could have posted videos about other things, just like Goku
we
said.
gotta look at some coupons. We're going to Groupon, right? So you know, he overspent because of that. But let's get back to this here, and let me show you the moment that Urs Katz gets thrown under the bus.
Of Apollo legend paying Billy any money. Even though this claim did turn out to be false, I believed it to be true at the time. I had been personally told there
Video's playing, but no
I've
audio.
been personally told, and look at that.
I hear the audio.
Urs Katz, right? I find it curious
Okay,
that
this
he
problem- let
put
me see the
his
volume. Maybe
logo,
it's a
his
YouTube
name
audio.
right out there on this message exchange, right? I believed it to be true. Bam, there it is.
I
This
hear
guy
it.
told me
I hear it now.
that it was true. But in the next, whatchamacallit,
This is interesting.
text message.
I've never actually seen full bits and pieces of this, the I Lost video yet. I wonder if that's true. I'm suspecting it is, honestly. Is this the same guy who said Apollo settled earlier? Where is this? I quote well over 10K, but that's being relayed secondhand.
that
cash
he puts
settlement,
out.
which numerous others said they were told
The
as well.
guy's name isn't there. Who's this from?
Who the fuck is these people? I don't really want to drag you back into things, but I remember you mentioning the Apollo Summit did involve a cash settlement in addition to video game rights. This looks like a fucking phone text message right here. There was a cash settlement, but to the best of my knowledge, Billy took much less. What the fuck is this? Billy took a huge win. Huge win, be told by me and Casey then when they were closed. Why is the... Carlos?
Are we suspect that it's from him? He's not mentioned. There's no username, right?
So he's trying to
There
throw
is no-
Carlos Pinero under the fucking bus? Because that's from Carlos. And Apollo parents pushed Apollo to settle this issue, and that huge chunk of his earnings from his videos was collected. I will never find out because I never erased anything from that group.
Honor among thieves, let me tell you. It's not Carl's fault.
This
He
is
was
fucking
given
whack.
faulty information by
So
one Urs Katz, right? However you pronounce it, man. These names get complicated for a fool from East LA. You
so
know?
he's pinning the blame on a message
English is
from
my
Carlos
second
Pinero.
language, man.
What the
There is no
fuck?
mercy here for the tongue-tied. But this is like Dumb and Dumber
Wow.
law.
I've had nothing but good talks with
opinions
Carlos.
here,
I think he's
guys,
a swell
because
guy.
After this is done, right? This comes out.
That's
right?
news to me.
This article, which is just damn.
I don't want to read Ursat Cat shitpost. I'm not streaming that. We're harms the judge, mind you. This is the attack on the judge. The article. It fucking posts his photo in plain fucking view. The whole body photo. Most gullible man alive. What the fuck is wrong with you, man?
No way. Absolutely no way in hell that Karl Jobst is going to win an appeal with this coming out. There's not, right? There isn't anything you're going to tell any of these judges, because the way judges feel is an attack on one is an
Attack
attack
on
on
all.
all. Right? If you don't have a respect for authority for one judge,
You're not
you
getting
know,
in with another.
you don't have respect for authority. From everything that you look online from this judge, he's a well-respected man. No matter what
30
you
years
personally may think about him,
Of judging cases.
that's not his reputation out there. He and including, you know what? Including Urs Katz himself. Right? And this is a 180. Urs Katz himself said that he liked this judge. That he was, asking the right questions or something of that effect. At least I remember that. And everybody was feeling good about the judge because, he was asking the right questions. Unfortunately, they were focusing on the wrong thing. You know, these guys were always focusing on Billy is lying about scores, and he lied to Twin Galaxies, and that had nothing to do.
You got
with
Goku saying hi to you.
implications. Nothing. Right? At the end of the day, even if all those things were
I
true,
figured I'd say it. Come on, now.
and even Mudahar told you.
All right,
his
this is. Let me stop this right here. All right.
Hey, Goku, what's up?
Some ordinary gamer, Mudahara, for whatever reason, decided to start making videos about this. And I have no fucking idea why. I guess he just posts about anything these days. He used to be a good, interesting, like, video game, like, creepypasta channel that I liked. But then he's just slowly drifted towards covering YouTube drama. I don't fucking know why. It's no context. I don't know why he's even brought up here.
His friend,
I don't even know why he made a video.
Even if all those
Because he
things are
doesn't
true,
fully know what's going on.
it's not as bad as fingering somebody. for the
Nothing personal
passing of
against him.
somebody.
I just don't
It's
understand why
just
he made
not.
one.
It's in two different planets, right? And this argument that Karl still wants to make, I mean, that's the insane part. Like, a judge, right, already told him, like, this doesn't hold water, dude. You can't mix both. You can't say that this and that and the other. Like, the other thing that he was hanging on is Billy Mitchell said that he was glad that this man had passed away. That was pre their settlement, right? What is Billy going to say on appeal? He's going to say, yeah, I felt about it that way back then, before I got to know the man, before,
Which, by the way, I still find Billy a piece of shit for saying that.
we cut a deal. After we cut a deal, we were friendly. We worked things out, and that's
Fucking
what do you do
deplorable.
then? He's not denying it. He said he felt that way back then, not now.
Yeah, not
And
now,
it's
because he got
still,
exposed for it.
Not a part of why this man decided to do this, because at the end, he named two people, one of which this guy helped, and don't think they're not going to bring that up. One of which Karl Jobst helped to make a video, but I only gave him information and this and that. No. I mean, dude, this guy is nailed to the wall, screwed. But what really did it is this article right here. This article right here is not going to let him get a fair appeal.
Yeah, Ursat Cats fucked him over for appeals. Hands the fuck down. This next one is just a joke video that someone sent me, but we're gonna play it anyway.
Only a sucker does a 9 to 5. It's true.
You have to admit, this is
5 minutes. Got it.
still the best video of Isaiah Johnson on the YouTubes. Still the best video, hands the fuck. I'm being an asshole. Okay, we'll get back to topic here. We're gonna go to the video with the judge. We're gonna cave on this. I'm gonna talk a little bit. My opinions of the
When you
judge.
shop in the Acme app,
I fucking hate YouTube ads. I can't stop them. But I will say, if I ever get them, I don't shop at any of the places they offer or talk about. So I linked a timestamp for this. I'm gonna play it.
Against Twin Galaxies and a number of others.
There's a reason I'm playing this specific timestamp.
Those lawsuits was against a young man, Benjamin Smith, who is known online as Apollo Legend. I refer to him as Apollo Legend in my reasons. He published videos on YouTube about gaming, including a number in which he accused Mr. Mitchell of cheating, falsifying his Donkey Kong scores, and not using legitimate gaming hardware. Mr. Mitchell and Apollo Legend settled that proceeding on 22 August 2020. Their agreement relevantly provided that Apollo Legend would remove all of his YouTube videos and social media posts that referred to Mr. Mitchell. He would assign the copyright.
So he goes on to talking about a mountain here in the settlement, if he was held liable. Ben never told me about any settlement money, but I remember him telling me over voice chat that he's done with the whole thing and that he was at risk of losing money. Now, I never told this to Karl because I didn't know what was what, because it's a settlement. It's private shit. So just go on to listen.
Right in those YouTube videos to Mr. Mitchell, and he would permanently cease producing any oral, written, or electronic documents.
So not even talking to people about it.
or communications that in any way mentioned or referred to Mr. Mitchell or his family, apart from making an agreed statement in terms provided in the settlement agreement. Any breach by Apollo Legend of the last of these obligations would result in him being liable to Mr. Mitchell for $25,000 for
Now, if I had told Karl that would have been misinformation, because it would have gotten across wrong. Yes, he would have owed $25,000, but that's if he broke the terms of the settlement. But
each breach. Unless he committed such a breach, he did not have to pay Mr. Mitchell any money. Apollo Legend appears to have complied with that agreement. However, on 20 December 2020, he published a video on YouTube, referred to in this proceeding as his goodbye video, in which he told viewers that he was recording his final video. He said, "This is the end of my life," and he explained why. In that video, he did
Made
not
no
mention
mention of
Mr.
Billy.
Mitchell, nor the claim against him or the settlement agreement. Shortly after publishing it, he committed suicide. Defendant.
So if it was about it, he never mentioned the lawsuit in the video. I mean, it was a contributor. Small contributor. There's always a number of reasons for someone to do something like that. Alright? They're not great. They're not the best. I would say it's up there, but he also goes on to mention in a later note, a suicide note, he mentions Easy Escape, Colin, and Dark Viper. And I've talked with Karl before about Dark Viper. I don't agree with that guy either. Mostly because a while back he was accusing Apollo of fraud for ad revenue. And I went to Dark Viper, and he's just like, because I can say that. That was his reasoning for making the video. I'm like, well, why did you say this about Apollo Legend? He's like, because I can just say that. Because he is. I'm like, well, what context? He didn't answer. He's saying he was just being a fraud for ad revenue, which I honestly was fucking dumb. I guess he was running out of video content to fish for. But that was at the time, and that was one of the two names that he put on his list of reasons. I mean, the guy had multiple issues with his hands. He was in a lot of pain, doing a lot of medicine, and, on a lot of medications, rather. And he just couldn't do it anywhere.
Karl Jobst.
But he goes on to mention a couple things in here. But I find it funny that... Where is that line? I'm trying to find... There's another timestamp. Where the fuck is it? I don't have the exact timestamp. I'm trying to find it. He's also against fair use. Who's against fair use?
That judge looks like the guy from the Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory.
Come on now, we don't want to insult the judge. Dark Viper. Yeah, the one thing I had a problem with Dark Viper, the only reason Apollo Legend initially went after Dark Viper was Dark Viper, according to what I remember here, Dark Viper was paying people to do some work for him, and he never actually paid. So one of the people that he was supposed to pay went to Apollo complaining about it, and that's when they started going at it. And that's what led to their little disagreement, I guess. What I just find weird is Dark Viper is really good friends with Karl. So why is Karl taking over this whole thing? I found some things weird over YouTube, like the relations never made sense to me, or like why. For example, the one thing I wanted to quote in here, Keemstar mentioned out of nowhere, so jarring it made me laugh.
I am the last chance the public has to punish Billy, and also the last person on YouTube.
I mean, he made 22 videos about Billy Mitchell, and that's already not good enough, but that's just adding to the aggravated awards and damages, which is just you already look fucking stupid for that. And then Karl put the retraction at the end of a Dark Souls video,
which itself lasted only about 45 seconds. Even then, he wrongly said that Mr. Mitchell had not tried to contact him to clear up the error, and he insinuated that he still believed Mr. Mitchell was responsible for Apollo Legend's decision. Finally, Mr. Jobst's conduct of this litigation, together with his additional online comments about it, were aggravating features of his conduct. He seems to see himself in defending this claim as a crusader against Mr. Mitchell. He is the last of the defendants who have been sued by Mr. Mitchell.
So here's a fun fact. A little factoid, I guess. In the Twin Galaxies versus Billy Mitchell lawsuit, according to Karl, yours truly was mentioned by Billy's lawsuit, or Billy's legal team. So Junior and them. Junior and his firm, rather. Not sure which ones, or if it was Junior himself, was questioning Jace Hall about me. I don't know why. But, there's a pretty good chance that Billy's been wanting to sue me for a while. Especially considering the fact that I was the next candidate to going after him after Apollo. Not Karl. So, it would have been me next. I mean...
I don't think Billy would have sued you.
Oh, don't fucking doubt it. Don't fucking doubt it, man. I mean, he was asking Jace Hall questions about me in the largest fucking video game lawsuit in history. What do you mean he wouldn't have sued me? He's been suing people for minor ass reasons. He sued fucking David Race for the fucking phone call and lost. That fucking phone call completely discredits him, by the way. That phone call, I wish I had the original. I think I do. I watched all Karl Billy Mitchell videos and only some of the Dark Souls video. I had no idea the retraction existed. Moist Critical's been asking to be sued by him for a while, so there's him if he wants. I don't think Moist Critical really gives a fuck, I'm going to be honest. Again, that's just another drama channel that's clout chasing. Same with Keemstar. Okay, let me give some context on Keemstar. If any of you remember a guy named RS Glory... no, what the fuck? RS Glory Tony. I think that was his name. RS Glory Tony. There's an old guy that Keemstar doxed a long fucking time ago, made the guy cry in tears, was accusing him of being a pedophile and all this fucked up shit. And he almost took his life over it. And then you had him getting involved with fucking Boogie and making him shoot a fucking gun and ended up shooting towards a fucking church. You know, like, that guy acts neutral and incites drama that gets way too much attention, and that's his only fucking gimmick. That's most of these drama channels. That's not what I want to talk about. Like, most of these people are fucking, you know, most drama channels anyway, most of them are fucking critically insane, should be in a federal fucking prison, or locked the fuck up, in my opinion.
Maris, my wife wanted you to know if you know about Street Pass Princeton.
Gaming Otter, what about him?
Okay, you know some shit has happened to him in the past, right?
Oh, I know. I've been talking to him. He was the one who opened the ACTG. You remember him?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, he just he's gone clean. Like he's gone legit again.
Cool.
Yeah, so I don't. What was the context there? He's not much of a drama cider.
No, it's just that he's a victim of blasphemy as well.
Oh yeah, I know. Fucking Isaiah Johnson went after him in the past. That's no fucking surprise because he owes a bunch of fucking people money. But I'm also gonna say this at Syntopia. Yeah, I didn't know about the retraction until it was cited in court. It was clearly misled since it was at the end of an unrelated Billy Mitchell video. I mean, he shouldn't have done that. I will agree, and the retraction doesn't even cover most of what he should have been saying in the first place. It's very clear that from that retraction that he was ignoring his fucking lawyers to begin with. That much is very clear. Very clear. He told me in the beginning when I first started talking to him after my initial bout with him, that he would show all his court records and everything would be transparent right off the bat. And he showed me a couple documents, and I just didn't buy any of it for some reason. I just kind of went along with it, and I just told him the whole backstory. I'm like, you know what? You want to know everything? Here's everything on a silver platter. Here's the people that are in your Discord server that I don't fucking clearly trust, and this is what's going to happen. I hope your lawsuit goes well. I hope you're the best. I hope your family the best. And that's how I left it. I mean, of course, we had an exchange and whatnot. I mean, I don't have anything ill against Karl Jobst, his family. Like, there's a lot of people on Twitter right now that are attacking his wife.
and kid, which I think is really fucked up. Even though he lied about the lawsuit, I still don't know what the 2 lawsuits he was talking about that Junior put out. Well, let's jump to that. Let's go to a different video. I got a bunch linked. All right, let's go to this one. Next one.
Not really big into.
Fucking Jesus Christ, help me God. And I'm not even Christian. Please, let me go. So this video, this is LUS. So that right there is an image of Notch. For those that don't know, Notch is the creator of Minecraft, before he sold it off to Microsoft, and he regretted it ever since. He was the one who was funding Karl for the first few months. I'm trying to find the exact timestamp because it didn't save. Go over the top comment. So I wanted to go over the top comment, apparently. So it was this one right here. The rumor was that Notch paid some lawyers, and they told Karl not to go after this. So he sacked them, and then Notch stopped helping him. Seems like the information you have provided is not true. I have no idea if this information is true or not. From what Karl told me, and this is Cytopia, which is kind of funny. You already came here. This is what Karl had told me. His lawyer was provided by my Notch, and Notch just suddenly stopped. That was it. Nothing about sacking the lawyer, nothing about changing legal teams. Didn't really get into that one. The information he provided has Karl as the source. The guy scammed people. He's not trustworthy. The video is just guesswork. Keep in mind that Karl Jobst has an unreliable narrator at this point. You know, just going through some of these comments. I think this one sums it up, this summary right here. Karl Jobst hired an expensive law firm, assuming that Notch, the creator of Minecraft, would cover his legal expenses, which that's exactly what happened. Notch initially funded Karl's legal bills for 3 months, allowing him to hire a top-tier lawyer. Okay, I remember him citing that. It was about 3 months. After 3 months, Notch just stopped supporting Karl's legal fees, leaving him in the escalating costs. Karl raised money through GoFundMe to help cover the rising legal costs, which eventually exceeded $600,000. Notch returned in 2024 to express willingness to pay some of Karl's legal fees, though the amount is unclear. Karl's decision to hire the most expensive lawyer backfired as the legal team failed to deliver successful results. Okay, this is true. If you pay someone $1 million to protect you, a bodyguard, what's to say that it wouldn't be any different if I paid a guy $1,000 to fucking protect me, and he brings on like a team of several people in a fucking minivan, all armed with AK-47s or something, compared to the guy I'm paying $1 million to do fuck all nothing. He could just sit in his house and do nothing. Like, you gotta check if they do the work. You know, you gotta check the quality of the work and how, like, what their portfolio is and the law, you know, what's their portfolio with the bar association? Like, what do they specialize in? What do they actually do? What work have they done in the past? How many cases have they taken care of? How many have they won? How many have they lost? You know, most lawyers and law firms, they'll have that information right on their website to get trustworthy people to actually trust them and get clients. It's pretty basic, really. You'll never be able to know how many negative reviews a law firm usually gets unless you look really hard, but if you find a shitty law firm, it's kind of obvious don't go with them, even if you pay them a lot of money. Karl's decision to hire the most expensive lawyer backfired. There is uncertainty regarding whether Karl should refund the GoFundMe donations depending on how much Notch paid. The situation highlights Karl's lack of transparency and mismanagement in handling his legal case and finances. Yeah. I'm going to read Goku's recent post here. Yeah, I didn't know about the retraction until it was cited in the court. It was clearly misled, especially since it was the end of the unrelated Billy Mitchell video. Yeah. It was the Dark Souls video. I don't even know which video that was. I think it was this one. Fucking ads, I swear to God, I'm gonna kill myself. Not for real though. Don't take that out of context. Don't report me on that one. I think it was
I
just
thought
back
his
here.
advertisement was a Florida advertisement. How weird.
I made the claim that Apollo Legend paid money to Billy Mitchell as part of their settlement. I would never make such a claim unless I had very good evidence to support my position. In response to this, Billy Mitchell released a video accusing me of lying and claimed that no money was exchanged. He didn't provide any evidence to back up.
Billy is shaped like a fucking alien in this shot. I'm gonna be dead ass honest.
You know what, Maris? My wife thought it was weird that his head was too big, right? Remember you told
His
me
body looks fucking disfigured. Like,
No, I'm not talking bad about Billy. What does it look like? His head is the wrong one.
yeah, that is it. Yeah, this is the retraction, by the way.
This claim, nor did he attempt to get in contact with me to clear up any misinformation I may have had. However, I did investigate further as I would never want to provide false information to my viewers. I reached out to a member of Apollo's family who graciously agreed to clarify some details. According to them, despite Mitchell's best efforts, Apollo Legend would not pay any money, and in the final version of the settlement, there was no clause indicating that he was required to do so. Therefore, the statement I made
yeah, I
in
know.
that
It
video
still
was
says it's
almost
Lord Ascender.
certainly incorrect. I
The
sincerely
boss from Elden Ring. Is it muted? No. That's cool.
Hello, you absolute.
That was weird. Is this audio muted?
The one to do it. Elden Ring, the next FromSoft game. I will report any misinformation. I apologize for providing false information.
Yeah, there's some
and
parts
no
of the
matter
video
what kind
were
of
cut.
relationship
Maybe,
I
I
have
don't
with
know.
Mitchell, I do not believe that
It
is
should have been
ever
its own video.
justified to lie or mislead. Mitchell also claimed that I was accusing him of murder. This is certainly not the case. I do have my opinion regarding the impact of the settlement on Apollo's decision, but ultimately, it was no one's responsibility but his own. The only reason I mentioned it in that video was because I felt like it was important to let you know what happened, as
I mean, I heard the original video clip. He outright says it led to the death of Apollo. Like,
I know many of you enjoyed his videos. As always, thank you so much for...
yeah. That's rough. There's another thing I want to quote. This is a very recent, much more recent video, and has an email from Junior from a week ago.
Again, obviously this is not...
So this is LUS. Thank you, Tony. This is Billy's son, not Billy. My father filed and served one lawsuit on the Karl. My father may publish a public statement in a week or two, which all Billy Mitchell's been doing on fucking Twitter is calling his fan base an absolute virgins and shit like that. You know what? The fucking lawyers sided with you. Don't be an asshole. Don't be an asshole. We already know you're a cheating fraud. Don't be an asshole. Yeah, I get it. I get it. Billy, I get it. You're fucking... Your thong has got all the way up to your fucking crotch. And Donkey Kong has been raping you in the asshole with a banana the whole time. I understand that you're pissed. But, fuck off. Just shut up. I don't want to speak for him. I just want to provide you the correct information. Thanks.
Billy Mitchell himself, but this is someone very involved in this. And did they attempt to
why
sue
you hate
me?
Billy so much? He didn't do nothing to you yet.
Did they want me to take down
He
the
cheated in
video?
the video game
Did they want me
scene
to, like, edit? I
and
don't
changed
know how to
history
do it,
by cheating.
the
With
video
Walter
was
Day
wrong.
being the puppet master of everything.
Just copied and pasted. So, hey,
Yeah, but he didn't do nothing to you.
Doesn't matter. I respect the video game scene enough for clarity and transparency. Why would I allow someone to be... Why would anyone be okay with someone getting thousands of dollars to go to events and they didn't even do the achievement that they actually fucking claimed to have done? I got Billy on audio recording, Chavez. Fucking... Literally claiming to David Race that he'd forged the third recording. Forge his third score. And that it would suddenly exist. Do I have to play that? Do you want me to find that clip? I'll play it. I'll play the what Billy Mitchell sued David Race for. I'll play that audio clip right now. I don't care. Because it's already been proven that it's acceptable. It's okay.
Let me grab that real quick. Let me see if I can find it. Let's see. Find a conversation. I think I sent it to Data God a long while back. Let's see if I can find it.
Every gamer has cheated once in their life.
Not to go on record. To play around and, let's say, you know, put in some cheat codes on a PlayStation game for shits and giggles, or, you know, a Namco game just to have fun. But when you're doing a world record and you're basing your entire fandom on it, that's fraud. That's straight up fraud. You can't tell me it's not. See if I can find it. Maybe I sent it to you. Did I send it to you at one point?
Yes, you did.
Oh, I did. Oh, here we go.
No!
You want me to play it?
No, don't play it.
I plan on doing it. I'm going to take the tape and I'm going to have it sent to Jay Paul. When I say have it sent, I'm going to have it sent to New Hampshire, which is where I think it last was. I'm going to FedEx it to New Hampshire, and somebody in New Hampshire is going to FedEx it to Jace. Just like Dwayne's tapes suddenly showed up at Jace's doorstep, yes, this tape will suddenly show up. And the news will be, we found the 1,062 tape. And it's nothing except a silent tape. There's not my voice, my face, nothing, just like the others. Yeah. And I want Jace to look at it, put it online. I think he will. And many people, maybe Jace too, are going to pick it apart, how rotten it is.
He's literally admitting to forging a recording of his Boomer score from the Boomers arcade. The score that he claims that he did July 31st, 2010. For the total of 1,062,800 points. The famous board swap video.
How evil it is, how maim it is, how corrupt it is, this and that. Oh my God, a third tape.
This is what David Race got sued for.
And all that. Okay.
Because if this had gotten out to Twin Galaxies, he would have been fucked. That's him admitting to forging a recording to prove that he did the score. That already looks bad. He's a cheater. It's plain and fucking simple. You can't make it any friendlier than that. There's no ifs, ands, buts, nothing. That's it. That's sunk. That's it. Let me read some of these over. Billy did not lose the court case against David Race. The complaint is still open. Oh, it is? I was told it was done. Unless Billy goes to the Supreme Court. I was told it was done. I thought David Race had already won. Because they couldn't figure it out. Lost? Unless Billy appeals to the U.S. Supreme Court that the case had lost. Oh. No, it's not. That's still ongoing. Well, it doesn't matter. It's all over fucking the internet anyway. It's been on, like, public forums and shit. That exact post. So anyone can find that. The fact that it's on a public forum shouldn't even fucking matter at this point. I don't care if I'm not supposed to fucking play it or not, or if it's under question or not. The fact that it exists, it's him admitting to cheating. To admitting to forging a recording of a score that he should not have done. Plain and simple. It's not ongoing because Billy Mitchell lost in the Florida. Okay, yeah, that's what I thought. He lost in the Florida Supreme Court, as the only other court he could go to is the U.S. Supreme Court. So yes, David Race did win. Thank you for the clarification there. But from my memory, I recall that he didn't win. So this is the one court case, the one thing that we can actually sit here and play on the channel. That I can say firmly that it wouldn't fucking matter in the long run of things. But this is what's really confusing to me. Okay? Threw it back to the lower court? Well, whatever happened... Here's my thought, though. My final thought. If it's on a public forum, and it hasn't been removed off that forum, Billy should be suing that forum to have it removed or taken down. And if it's still up, it's still public record, unfortunately. I honestly wouldn't care either way. I mean, it's over a phone call, you're admitting to it. When you're talking to somebody over the phone, you got to take some credibility for what you're saying. You can't just go on the phone and tell your best friend, "Oh, I committed a murder. I killed Donald Trump," and then hang up the phone and expect them not to fucking record that. You know, like, oh, like, I farted in Kamala Harris's face. Sorry. And then just hang up the phone and tell that to my friend. You know, like, you gotta take some credibility for what you're saying in private. At some point in your fucking life. But, let's go back on track here. I'm done with the jokes. My father filed and served only one lawsuit to Karl, but Karl said there was two. He said there was two plus a third incoming. Where is this other lawsuit? And what was the other one filed? And this is what LUS was asking, and Junior never got into that. So, unless Karl said this in the I Lost video, where's this second lawsuit at? Is this, directly... When Karl said there's a second lawsuit, was he quoting the fact that he was involved with the TG lawsuit? Or, like what? So, I don't know. That just... There was no second lawsuit. He was threatening to sue him with sending him another concerns notice. So why would he say he's threatened with two lawsuits? Whatever. It's fucking wild. Absolutely fucking wild. This whole thing is a shit show. Let's go to the next one. This is LUS's recent video. I tried to reach out to him over email, and I even talked to him, as you all remember. I wanted to do an interview with him. The judge in Australia rejected Karl Jobst and his attorney's argument about the phone call. You have the judge's stream saying it. They rejected it? Okay. I would definitely say... The judge in Australia... Where in that... I gotta go back to that video clip. Hold on. I want to go back to that. Got it. I don't give a fuck. Cool story. I'm gonna find this real quick. Where at in this video does it talk about that video clip from David Race? Investigates and edits video. He still said he was a cheater and that it was substantially true. I mean, we already knew that. We didn't need a judge saying that. We already knew he was a fucking cheating idiot. David Race got him literally caught in 4K quote meme. Got him down to the number. I'm gonna look through here. Another guy who should be in federal prison. Didn't he fuck a dildo in public at a park? Why would you post it online?
He then reinstated the original version of the video on his YouTube channel. It was not until 13 June 2021 that Apollo Legend's brother informed money to settle the defamation claim. Third, Mr. Mitchell had hounded to coerce others to...
I'm trying to find that line where he talks about the David Race.
And to refrain from identifying him as a person who had been found to have cheated at video arcade games. And third, that he would ostracize anyone he considered a threat to his world records in Donkey Kong. As to his alleged pre-existing bad reputation, I have found that Mr. Mitchell did have a reputation as a cheat in Donkey Kong, and a reputation for suing people who alleged that he was a cheat.
I'm hearing that now.
He did not have a reputation for ostracizing anyone he considered a threat to his achievements. Mr. Job's other...
I'll disagree with him on that. He has tried to go after people. He uses fucking Isaiah Johnson all the time. He used Isaiah Johnson to literally go after fucking Apollo Legend. So that's like untrue right there. That's one thing I'll disagree with the judge on. It might not be him directly, but it's him through third party.
Each of which was substantially true, and as a result of which, the imputations about which Mr. Mitchell complains did not cause any greater harm to him or his reputation. Those imputations, which are referred to in defamation law in Queensland as contextual imputations, were, first, Mr. Mitchell was publicly exposed as having cheated to achieve his record scores in Donkey Kong. Second, Mr. Mitchell was banned from submitting scores to Twin Galaxies for cheating. Third, Mr. Mitchell had planned to create a video that he could use fraudulently as evidence that he had achieved the score of 1,062,800 in Donkey Kong. Fourth, Mr. Mitchell had callously expressed joy at the thought of Apollo Legend's death. And fifth, Mr. Mitchell used litigation to force third parties to recognize his achievements in video gaming. I have found that all of those contextual imputations were made in the video. All but one of them were substantially true. It was not true that he had planned to produce a fraudulent video.
Is this judge on meth or something? Like, the David Race audio clip is there. He literally admitted to forging the tape, or wanting to forge one.
To be clear, I was not required to decide, nor would
I didn't look at the court documents at all. See, the thing is, you got the Twin Galaxies lawsuit that I've not read through, and you got this one. I didn't want to read through either one of them, because I'd be livid. But this is just fucking monotony. Why would he think that the David Race recording is not substantial? That's like saying, yo, I committed a murder, come get me, to the cops. And they don't come get you.
Mr. Jobst did not attempt to prove that that finding by Twin Galaxies was correct. Notwithstanding these findings, I have concluded that the defamatory imputations made by Mr. Jobst that are the subject of Mr. Mitchell's claim have caused substantial additional damage to Mr. Mitchell's reputation and have caused him considerable
I'm about to say this is really low, my apologies.
Therefore, Mr. Jobst is liable to pay damages to Mr. Mitchell for those defamatory imputations. I shall come shortly to the amount of those damages. Mr. Mitchell also asserted that Mr. Jobst's conduct in publishing the video...
Maybe because it's hearsay, I guess. I'm not a lawyer, so I wouldn't know. I mean, you can't... So hearsay would be like secondhand talk, but if you're in a one-on-one call with one another, and you are the source of the problem, or the person in question, and you're getting recorded, it's your own words. I can't really say that's hearsay. That would be like... Hearsay is like a rumor. You can't get a rumor from the source if you have a recording of the source. That's just... Yeah.
And after doing so, was unjustifiable and caused additional personal hurt to Mr. Mitchell and harm to his reputation, which justifies the court awarding additional damages known as aggravated damages. This conduct, alleged by Mr. Mitchell, included, first, making the allegations recklessly and without checking their truth. Secondly, publishing the video twice. Thirdly, holding malice and pursuing a vendetta against Mr. Mitchell. Fourthly, mocking Mr. Mitchell's complaint about the video and his legal action. Fifthly, persisting in his contention that Mr. Mitchell's action against Apollo Legend had contributed to his decision to commit suicide. And sixthly, failing to apologize and to withdraw the allegation. I have found that Mr. Jobst was reckless in making the allegations. His assertions were based on a fallacy, namely that Apollo Legend had paid Mr. Mitchell a large sum of money. That was simply wrong, and he had no reasonable basis for asserting it. Yet even after finding out the truth, he has continued to assert that the settlement had a negative financial impact on Apollo Legend, and that he still believes that the settlement was a contributing factor to his decision to commit suicide. Mr. Jobst was also reckless and vindictive in publishing the full video twice. At the time he republished it, he had been told by Mr. Mitchell via his response video, by their mutual acquaintance Keemstar, and by Mr. Mitchell's lawyers that what he had said about the payment was not true. He told Keemstar that he would not republish that part of the video unless he received concrete evidence that it was true. But by the time he republished it, he had not heard from Apollo Legend's brother, whom he had asked for information about the settlement, so he did not know any more than he had earlier, but he nevertheless decided to republish the...
I really gotta know, why the fuck is Keemstar involved in this? Dead ass honest, why is that fucking cybercriminal involved and not locked up in a federal penitentiary? I will never know. You know, as wild. As wild. Hey, Chavez. You want to watch Van Buren's recent video together?
If I've watched it, or are we gonna watch it? You mean?
I'm gonna play it on the stream because I believe he was the one who told Karl about that his information was incorrect. See, the thing is, I've never trusted that guy. Dead ass honest. He came into my Discord server once and threatened to post petty docs on me for no fucking reason. The guy's got way too much of a criminal background to me. Like, he incites way too many problems for attention. Like, it's a drama channel, but he takes it out of context, and ultimately his only viewership because of that lacks all self-image. I don't have respect for a person like that. So, the recording happened 8 years ago after the actual boomer. I could see it. I definitely can see that. I'm gonna go to Van Buren's channel. And a lot of people, you know, initially shit on him for the whole thing. For being a Billy Mitchell supporter, you know, getting a card, you know. He blocked Billy Mitchell on phone and everything. Like, I gotta respect the guy for, you know, looking into it and being honest with himself. I mean, he's lost a lot of weight. He's doing better for himself. I mean, dude's pretty nice.
Well, can I state my opinion over him?
What?
Well, I'm not gonna judge him for what he is or anything, but it's like, he just seems like he could be your friend and then he could backstab you later on. You know what I mean? It just looks like that to me. Because, I mean, you know, it was Billy Mitchell's friend, and then it was Karl Jobs' friend, and then you see what I mean, right? The patterns.
You know,
yeah, he my wife says he shifts too much.
I don't. Did you even know what led up to that? It was a popcorn comment. So it's like, it was just. I will agree with Karl was kind of like an insensitive thing for him to say and do. I saw the conversation, the DMs, like, you know, VB acknowledged it, but then I've yet to watch this video. I want to watch this video. VB only believed Billy because he saw him play live. He never was a fan of Todd Rogers. All right, let's play this whole video. I've never watched this video from Van Buren yet. I saw the other one. I didn't see this one.
I know I said I was not going to talk about this again, but I've been getting a lot of comments on my last video. People reaching out to me saying that Karl, you know, they know Karl reached out to me. They want to know what happened and stuff like that. So I am going to respond and show you guys the messages, because Karl did go ahead and reach out to me. And I'm going to be
good. He's going to show the DMs.
Show you guys what
I've been saying about this last video.
Very civil conversation that we had. I do know Karl.
Unfortunately, I did a 1-hour video, and it tiraded on about Ferretti and Royce Schultz and the retrofitting, but I wanted to get that point across that, how do I best put this? I want to say that Apollo did the better video analysis over Karl in the long-term run of things, but I feel like a lot of people were missing a lot of the correct stuff to go after, and a lot of research was skipped over for Karl Jobst. I will say, out of all the videos Karl's ever done, the best work he's done, and I stand by this, is his video on the video game rating. Fuck grading companies. I hate them. I really do. But let me go back to the video.
Just uploaded his response video to the lawsuit that everyone's been waiting for, and I'm going to give you guys my thoughts and opinions on that as well.
Which was delayed.
I want to be very transparent with you guys. I'm not hiding anything. So Karl did reach out to me about you know, my video and stuff like that. So here he goes. He says, I said, you really kicked me out of your Discord for just giving my opinion, bro. I know you're going through a lot right now, but damn. Now, he left me on red for quite a while, but then once people started talking about my video, he responded. He said, I did not kick you out for giving your opinion. It was your insensitive response. I just lost a $400,000 lawsuit. I have many people claiming I scammed them, etc., and I have a wife and child who I'm the sole supporter of, and I need to worry about that. I'm sorry if I effing got upset and banned you. The fact that you went and made a video about it is such a disgusting thing to do, in my opinion. I haven't even watched it yet. If it's not that bad, fine, but your insensitivity has really shocked me. So he's upset that I made the video. Obviously, he can't believe I did it. And I said, dude, you were an asshole to me for simply saying my opinion, that an appeal would not be a good idea. You risk losing more money with legal fees is all I was trying to say, and you freaked out on me. Like, what the F, man? I wish you the best, but you need to calm down, take a deep breath, and really think about what you say to people and not let your emotions get to you. I know you're going through a lot right now, but the way you're going about everything is just crazy. Karl says, I'm sorry for being an asshole.
Now, I want to pause for a second. Marion McManus, I'm sorry if I'm mispronouncing your name. Nobody can prove Billy Mitchell played anything. This goes back to the whole referee verification system with Twin Galaxies that was crooked. Walter Day appointed any Twin Galaxies person a fucking referee. You could point their grandmother to be a fucking referee. And the problem with that system is you had a lot of people that were very manipulative with being a referee. Patrick Scott Patterson, as a referee, inserted stuff into the database when he wasn't supposed to. He also came forward and told me about how Isaiah bribed some of the fucking referees in order to accept the score and hold certain score tapes that were higher scores. So, in one description that Isaiah gave out, like a complete bum and a moron, was that he would give out 3 tapes for a score. He'd give them and tell them, yo, put the lowest one up, but hold the other 2 that are even higher, so if they ever get beaten, just upload them automatically for me. And they would tip the ref. Meanwhile, Todd Rogers and Lance Eustache were in EmpireArcadia, which is run by Isaiah Johnson, who is constantly sucking up to Walter Day. All throughout those years. Same with Billy. It's a shit show. The referee verification system on Twin Galaxies, I've said this before and I'll say it again, and I hope that God Jace Hall will finally fucking listen to me. He needs to throw out all the old referee verification fucking scores. Make people show the proof that they did the fucking runs. Like, put them on like a decaying timestamp of like 1 year. Give them 1 full year to go back and do every record that's referee verified, and if they can't show a video, toss the fucking score. Wouldn't even care. Give them a full year to recreate what they did. Because the referee verification's hearsay. I mean, you had Lance Eustache living with Isaiah Johnson, who could upload anything, mind you. Just like Todd Rogers uploaded his own fake scores. That's what I wanted to get my point across. If Billy was so good, then why didn't he beat Tim Sherby's score back in 2000? Because he couldn't. There's scores that are on Twin Galaxies right now that are even fucking higher than that. I can't... I am trying to remember. I can't get on Twin Galaxies scoreboard without a login. Fuck it. Well, that's not happening. Let's go back to playing the video.
My emotions get to me is correct, but I'm not a robot, dude, and I'm going through an extreme situation at the moment. I say, I know I couldn't even imagine going through it, but it's going to be worse if you don't take a minute and relax and collect your thoughts. I know it's easier said than done, but the last thing you want to do is start turning everyone against you. He replies and says, you are right, thank you. I'm sorry for what it's worth, and I unbanned you. Thanks for the advice. And then I say one more thing. Some more advice. Stay off Discord, man. People are taking screenshots of every little thing you say. And he says, yeah, so there's that. That's the whole conversation that I've had with Karl. We haven't spoken since. I thought it was a very nice, civil conversation.
Taking a screenshot showing it on his video.
He did.
I'm sorry, what?
No, the irony is that people are taking a screenshot, and then he's the one taking a screenshot showing it to the public.
Yeah.
Apologize, and like I said, so that people have been leaving comments on my video saying Karl is saying you guys are bros again. Are you guys made up and stuff? So there's the full conversation in detail. I wouldn't say we're bros again. We were never honestly bros. I mean, we were acquaintances. We've talked a few.
SS Goku. The Patriots were a great team, but that doesn't mean that they couldn't do something against the rules that gave them an advantage.
Times about the Billy Mitchell case, and that's kind of where it ends. But I did watch his newest video, and I'm going to be honest. And again, I know I said I wasn't going to get involved, but this is just my opinion. And people have been reaching out to me asking for my opinion, so here it is. I think the video wasn't good at all. I don't think he should have uploaded it. I feel like he was doubling down, sometimes even tripling down. And the whole 30-minute video is him just going over everything that everyone already pretty much knows, and just kind of trying to justify everything that he did. The video that people were looking for was him just being very apologetic, saying, "Hey, look, I messed up. You know, no one's perfect. Everyone's human, and he made a mistake. I mean, he did. No matter what he says, people feel misled. And even in the GoFundMe, in the description, it doesn't say nothing.
I'm already liking this video, Van Buren.
About the Apollo Legend.
It's a good video.
And he even acknowledges this in the video and says,
I know right now,
well,
Van Buren, you're at work right now. When you get off work and you look at this, this is a good video you did.
It at the time. Well, the description of a GoFundMe is pretty
No,
important.
man,
That's what people are reading.
Shut the fuck
That's
up,
what
Rudy.
they're donating. So to say that, well, you didn't really think about it at the time, kind of a crazy answer. I don't know. I don't think there was a lot of thought in this video. I know he's under
How's
a
Van
lot
Buren a hypocrite? Hey, look. I said it before and I'll say it again. Anybody who hates Robertson Talon is a fan of mine, right off the bat. That guy is a fucking nut job that should be in fucking straps. In the loony bin.
pressure right now. I can't even imagine what he's going through, so I don't know. He seems like he's really flustered. So I feel bad for him in a sense, like, I couldn't really put myself in that situation. I don't know what I would do because, like I said, he is the only person providing for his family, what he says. So he really relies on his YouTube channel. And right now that's in jeopardy. People are really, really questioning his credibility now. So I don't know, guys. Leave a comment below. Let me know, what do you think about his video. I thought it was in poor taste. I didn't agree with it. Karl, you might hate me for this video, but I'm just giving you my opinion here. And I know you don't really care for my opinion, but here it is. You didn't really take my opinion to begin with because in your video you say you were in the middle of trying to appeal the court's decision, and I told you not to do that. I don't think it's a good look. I think you should just take the L, man.
I think he cared about your opinion enough because he kicked you out of the server in the first place. You know what I mean? Regardless of popcorn insult or what, he was still listening to what you had to say.
And just take the loss. You're not going to win. You're just going to put you and your family in a more difficult situation, and you're going to spend more money in legal fees. I mean, you messed up, man. You just got to man up and admit that you messed up.
I'm 50-50 on Karl appealing. I feel like that judge did have a little bit of a bias. Listening to certain parts of that whole fucking, I didn't listen to the entirety of the summary from the judge right there. But there are certain pieces that I feel like he was completely oblivious on. I wouldn't say gullible. I wouldn't attack the judge directly. But I definitely feel like in a very relaxed, neutral, let's fucking send an entire hate group after this guy. I'm saying in a really relaxed, droned out fucking voice, I feel like there's a slight bias to the judge.
Maris, I sent you a screenshot.
I think the judge was a little excessive on the money because he did imply that if Billy asked for approachable damages more than $50,000, that he would have been given him more. What did you send me?
Yeah, over what Van Burden said. I'll let you do the honors on that.
Rudy, really?
A real nice guy, right? A real nice guy.
Rudy, I would say the same fucking thing, okay? Do you want me to read that out loud?
Yeah.
You want me to share that instead? Like, you want me to put that image up? I don't give a fuck. All right.
Up to you.
This is in my own Discord server. That I'm live in the voice channel right now. Anyone can hop in here. I'm basically, I'm going to quote something Van Buren said in my own Discord server. This was from, sorry, I'm looking at it, September 8th of 2023. I'm convinced Triforce would let me fuck his wife for a small donation or at least a McDonald's Happy Meal. And all I said was, oh my fucking god.
Mind you, this is a friend of Triforce at the time.
I mean, did you see what he was doing for the fucking last couple of years? Just, you know, I don't know. I don't even need to say more than that. Isaiah's just a scumbag, like, as a person. He fucked over Mewtwo King, dude. Like, how do you fuck over Mewtwo King? The guy's nice. The guy's like one of the nicest Smash players I've ever met. And ever played against.
Yeah, but what friend talks about someone's woman like that?
It's all fun and games, dude, but like, look. The fact is, he has multiple wives and multiple women.
Yeah, but that was very disrespectful.
Dude, I have a fucking Photoshop of Isaiah as Stinkmeaner from fucking Boondocks. I do. Do you want to see it later? I'll show it to you again. I'm pretty sure I sent it to you once.
I don't remember.
I've made it before. It exists. It's real. Let me hop off this video because I don't want, like, and again, if I'll point this out, any of the videos that I have streamed over this stream, if any of you have a problem with it or you don't want me streaming your videos or, you know, making comments about it, if you have an issue with this stream, just email me and I'll take it off. You know, no need to follow fucking DMCA or fair use or get into a fight. You know, I'm very, very casual with this. We're gonna go to my studio. Well, I don't know if it's gonna let me into this. Actually, let me try doing this. I'm gonna try.
I can't wait for my parents to meet you tomorrow.
That's not what I'm trying to do. I'm gonna try to snag this video URL. Because I currently am not in my channel on this.
Hi, my name is Maris.
So this is my video that I unlisted after a shit ton of hatred. Now, mind you, the dislikes on this, there is 1,000 and about 200 to 300 dislikes on this. 75% dislike approval. And I gotta tell you, some of the savage comments in here are fucking horrible. I didn't even read half of them. I read maybe like a dozen and stopped because of the amount of hatred I saw in here from less than a year ago from all these Karl fans. You guys are not gonna look really great if I start streaming these. I'm just gonna go on, but I want to show these because this is what Karl was trying to stop after a while. Once Karl realized that, and I'm gonna blow this up a little bit more. My apologies. It's showing all the fucking side recommendations. When Karl realized that I was pals with Apollo and I was in the server, and he was like, "Wait a minute. Oh, he's not against me. He's been for me the whole time." And unfortunately, it was too late at that point. But I egged him on to test him, really. But let me. What a stupid point of view. I don't look so stupid anymore now, do I? It's red. Red, I tell you. I'm going to go through some of the dumbest comments I've ever seen. I'm going to go through these because I want to. I want to. And some of these get fucking stupid. That's not what a deep fake is. So you're going to tell me what a deep fake is? Really? From the Absolute Nobody channel, who probably liked himself a couple of times? Whatever. So at this point, I'm just being an asshole. Anyone finds it funny how Billy Mitchell just drops a Apollo Legend settlement on the floor and the guy has final boss syndrome? What the fuck he's talking about? Enjoy the attention while it lasts. I never heard of you or knew you existed until I saw Karl's video. Okay. Not to sound harsh, but I better just delete the video, bro. Why would I delete the video?
Guys, please, how can you tell this dude is not just baiting? It's obvious. I mean, I was baiting. Just not you guys. Marion McMahon is Tim Sherby. He stalks all the YouTube videos creating questions regarding himself. Oh. Well, I mean, if Tim Sherby wants to, he can. I don't really mind. Let's see what we got here. Why would it matter? It's only a relevant fact that Billy has started... he wouldn't play on a cabinet with a different color joystick. Well, he did. He did. So the argument about the possibility of a red stick being possible are null and void. Not really. Billy's contested games were staged for the documentary. Billy never played anything. That's true. King of Con was completely staged. Let me reiterate my previous statement. Billy himself, under deposition, said that he wouldn't play on a red stick. Yes, he said this. He said he would not play on a red stick. This whole video is set. So he says under deposition he didn't do it, and then he's in front of a fucking cabinet with a red stick with Todd Rogers at an event. An event that's not an arcade. There's only one cabinet, and it's about a fucking housing. It's a housing convention. Okay. There's no other cabinet there. What did he play on? The thing behind him, right? That had a red stick. I don't know where that guy was going with that. Billy said he would not play on a red stick. That is all you need to know. Did the photo just not happen? These people, I swear to God, didn't know what they were saying. People. Maris is a memer and a troll. He's just pulling your legs. I mean, there's no way that a human being is breathing oxygen could be this dense, right? I don't know. Two shadows. He's looking at the black circle where the joystick comes out of the machine, calling it a drawn-on shadow. What the fuck? Dude, this is the first time I've actually read any of these comments. These are gonna get fucking stupid as we go. Bahaha, and clown emojis. Go fuck yourself, I don't care. Mitchell drives your friend to suicide. And you keep defending him. Banning me will only prove my point. I hope you can sleep well at night. You're fucking disgusting, dude. Okay, but now we're not even talking about MAME anymore. Do you still have the red joystick video up? Or are you just have it as... It's unlisted. Anyone can see this video. The link is right up top. Or, sorry, it's over there. It's right here. It cuts off my finger on the camera, but it's right there. If you copy that exact link right now, right there, you can go on the video and look at the comment section yourself. I'm going through every comment. Every fucking one. Because this is every hateful comment I got from Karl's followers. Every single one of them. All these people that thought they knew everything. These sheeple. That I just want to point out we're the biggest of idiots that probably donated to the GoFundMe. Which, I have another video I want to share about the GoFundMe. I'm going to go over that too. And we're just going to go over, maybe not all of them. I'll go through a good half of them. This must be pretty embarrassing. How's it embarrassing, huh? Harassing one of Apollo Legends researchers after his passing is funny to you? Karl Jobst is in my Discord server. In my Discord server. Join me if you doubt me. Embarrassing extremely for you. You should have just owned up to it like a man. What the fuck is this guy on? What the fuck is this guy on? Like... Okay. You could not be anywhere wrong. Surprised you haven't deleted the video yet. Why would I delete the video? How come you are such a failure? Okay, yep. That's it. How do you feel so bad that it makes all your videos you make a complete waste of time? What a joke. I don't know. A lot of the videos I did are still standing, have nothing to do with this, and yet they're still doing okay. Does the color even matter? It's just a piece of plastic. So, the color of that stick does matter for OEM purposes, but what I've always wondered is the conversion kits. Now, the one arcade, Chavez, you said you went out to the arcade, right?
Yeah.
What was the name of that arcade? Do you remember?
The arcade place, I don't remember the name, but I went there and did my investigation, and I went back to you on it.
Yeah, you were there. You called me. You passed the phone to the arcade owners. I spoke to both of them. I don't remember the name of the arcade or their names off the top of my head, but they claimed that there was no conversion kit for radar scope to turn into DK. I still think there is, but it really wouldn't matter because retrofitting was something that was acceptable to Twin Galaxies, and you had Todd Rogers there. But the reason I wanted to know everything about that red stick is very simple and very clear. If the off chance that Karl Jobst was given a fake photo or something that was photoshopped, and the red stick didn't exist at all, there's no model number, nothing that attaches it to anything, nothing at all. If we couldn't find something that would replicate that image, then it was photoshopped. And it would be proof that Karl was handed fake information. And then posting it online as if it was new evidence. Because I thought it was fucking weird that this photo never existed and only came to light during the Twin Galaxies lawsuit. Not when Apollo was alive, during this moment. Never made sense to me. Way too fucking suspicious. Yeah, it's aftermarket. Probably.
It's a Superman hat joystick.
Yeah. No, it's not an aftermarket. It's a Superman joystick. At least to what we know. Just nobody was looking for them at the time, and that was the problem. No one tried to look for the model number of that stick. I wanted to know if that image was real. That was the point of this video, was to ask the world, hey, you know, I feel like it's wrong that Billy Mitchell's fucking doctors are not seeing him anymore because of Karl's videos, but like, you know, not defending any of that, but is this photo real? Like, can you prove to me how this is non-OEM and like what's the model number of the stick? That same model joystick also came in black as well. Yeah, I mean, it would have been nice to know because retrofitting was allowed it. Roy Schiltz, Missile Command, and Tony Temple, they both had different trackball settings. The scores were put on the same fucking track. By Walter Day's own word of fucking mouth, no less. Wait, let me find that real quick.
Hi, my name is Maris.
Yeah, hi to me too. Let me pull something up.
With Wawa's 2-4.
I'm gonna fucking shoot somebody, I swear to God. These fucking ads are horrible.
The step on aggressive back.
We don't know a lot. We don't know what that is from the LA convention of 2008.
So that's just tradition after all they're in the same ranking. And you can choose whichever one you want. But I intend to have everybody who plays football.
But on the website right now, even on the individual
Just
scores,
do
it doesn't say what it was play on.
But then there's a note thing that doesn't come up. The reason it doesn't come up is when Brian finished programming the thing. This note box just doesn't publish on the front page, but it's known by me which ones are on and which ones are off. And if I have my way, we'd have that changed so that people can see whether it's on or off. I don't mind it.
So you don't have it now?
We don't have it published that way, but we have.
Well, why are you? So you plan on publishing it that way? Is that what you're saying?
Well, they're only going to be in one standing.
They're only gonna be in one standing and only in one track, with a hidden on-off feature. This is proof Walter Day accepted retrofitted scores under one track. Under the guise of favoritism towards Tony Temple. And the fact that he just didn't like Roy. That's slam dunk. Let's go back to this. I'm gonna piss too. I might walk off stream to take a piss and let you talk for a good minute. Do you want to do that? Do you want to give your opinions for like a good few minutes while I go take a leak?
Sure.
Yeah. Before that though, I want to read off a couple more comments before I do. The replacement arcade sticks weren't that uncommon since we had some of those at the time. Time Zone Arcade here, where we had lived back in the 90s. They were just like bulk replacement sticks. I don't think we should just jump to the Photoshop, since you could say the same thing about the whole trial or any specific point in the trial being Photoshop. The main issue here is the insurmountable mountain of evidence leading up to the red joystick picture of all the cheating, maim, lying, conflicts of interest. I'm going to agree with him on this one. Even now, everything that's happening, the final logical conclusion of all that, back in the day, they got away with it easily, but as technology got better, we can scrutinize more what actually happened. They didn't just think that far ahead. They were already finding it really easy and risk-free to profit from the cheating and lies at the time. That's fucking true. I really did like that comment. Why does no one find Todd Rogers being a referee a massive red flag? Not sure, considering FAM wasn't an arcade or a major event of any kind, just a themed trade show. I'd say it's strange that it just seems like a photo op. Oh my god, a fake picture. This is back when I was mass posting this to people that were just fucking hating me. Get your facts straight about me for sending hate and calling me a Billy Mitchell supporter. Why would I support Billy Mitchell if Apollo Legend was my friend? Like, I had people calling me a Billy Mitchell shill. It's fucking wild. I have a video from 2018 that I deleted about the Southern Fried Gaming event, shitting on Billy Mitchell and his son. I still have a copy of that video. I took it down for alternative reasons, though. Had nothing to do with lawsuits, nothing about that. It's because I quoted someone I don't like in it. I'm not giving that person any recognition whatsoever. Oh my god, fake picture. This is just too much. What a load of nonsense. And then it's just like, yo, no. Go take a look. You don't seem to fully appreciate the situation. It doesn't matter if the red ball top is okay or not. What is important is under the legal deposition, he stated that a red ball top was not legit and that he would never play on a machine unless it had a black ball top. This matters because it proves that he is a liar and could doubt anything. That part's true. Look, Billy Mitchell was the best. But he couldn't handle being couldn't handle being number one, so he cheated. Clearly cheated. That cost him all his scores. He could have lost his top spot gracefully with respect. Instead, his entire reputation is in tatters. Years from now, he won't even be remembered for his greatness, just remembered as the Donkey Kong cheat. It's sad. Okay, that one's true. The radar scope parts, I don't know why I said radar. It's supposed to be radar scope. Oh, this is actually Goku. Fuck, I thought this was me. Yeah, that typo here. You put radar scope, it's radar scope. I would have made the same fucking mistype, but hey, it's funny. Because I've been Final Fantasy rating a lot. The parts were from a Nintendo machine, which had the joystick. Yeah, you know, there's just a lot of people that were pissed here, man. I suppose if you have well over 1 million people watching and keeping up with the Billy case, you're bound to get a couple outliers. Or outliers? Who have lived in a delusional bubble. Fucking wild. I'm hoping you try to debunk Billy himself. You're smart disabling the comments on your reaction video. I'm gonna be dead ass honest here. I never disabled comments on any of my videos. Unless I uploaded a video directly where it was just already disabled on default and I didn't want to put up with anything. That's the only time I ever do that. All these videos, I don't recall ever uploading a comment block. If anyone's comments were removed, it was probably through YouTube's filter. Like, if, let's say, for example, like Goku sent a link the other day to LUS, or I think it was to, it was GamerGen, right? I think you sent it to GamerGen. You sent a link to my previous video that was an hour long. That probably went through the filter. It has to be approved. They probably won't see it until they go into their fucking creator tools, and it's fucking stupid how YouTube works like that. I don't like that. But it's 5 times more cringy than Billy because you can't just admit you were wrong. How am I admitting that I'm wrong? Just be honest. Just be an honest beta and make a short follow-up video and move on. The longer you make excuses, the worse it is. Like, this is all super Karl fans that donated to him and now look like fucking idiots because they can't do their own research on things before they start throwing money at it. Anyone can throw money at something and feel justified for it. Like, I could sit here and say, hey guys, I'm opening up a GoFundMe because I'm doing research on cancer. I found the cure for cancer. Here, donate me $500,000 right now, and I'll start releasing the cure to cancer to the Jefferson hospitals. It's like, who the fuck's gonna believe you? They'll blindly do it because you're trying to find the cure for cancer. You're doing a nice thing, you know? You're being the white knight. I swear to God, GoFundMe and Patreon, unless you're a game developer and you're using Patreon for funds, or an artist, that's the only time I could ever see those platforms being okay. Other than that, they're heavily fucking abused, and like, funerals, like, the cost for funerals when people open up a Patreon or a GoFundMe for those, maybe not Patreon, but, you know, GoFundMe or whatever, I would never donate to that, unless it was family. Hey, dude, I'm watching your stream, and I never knew this bullshit. Former Karl fan myself. I found out recently, and I avoided him like the plague. How you doing, Danny? So, Karl, a few years back, when I egged him on to give you a short summary, he egged on me and Van Buren. He egged on Van Buren because he was a huge Billy Mitchell supporter, but I wasn't, and he thought I was, because I was against him. Pretty plain and simple, but the only reason I was against him is because I wanted him to get his information correct. I'm somebody who worked with Apollo Legend. I went after Isaiah Johnson. That was Apollo's next target. Apollo had a list that was like this. He started off with Todd Rogers and some of the people in Twin Galaxies that were known pedophiles, and he started going over those people. His next target was Billy because of Cat Despera. His next target after that would have been Isaiah Johnson. Instead, I did the video on Isaiah Johnson. I have a video of EmpireArcadia. It still exists. It still exists. I'm going to have to find it. I'm going to go look for it real quick so I can stream that. I'm going to pull it up. This video I never removed. I only hid it from view. I privated it for a long while, and then I unlisted it. And I just, ever since then, I have allowed it to stay up. And what I'm going to do, what I think is right, I'm probably going to unlist it and put it public. Because, you know, in all honesty, Isaiah deserves the backlash. Oh, never mind, it's been public. Oh, look at that. Oh, man. Oh, this is going to be great. Let's watch that video. I'm going to put that video up.
Marinus, you're being an evil white man.
I'm being an evil white man? Tell that to Walter Day, who fucking scammed millions of people and allowed it retrofitting scores and made a bunch of fake celebrities. Well, let's go back to this video.
Like, I've told people, like, I'm impartial to the situation. I actually want to know what the situation.
Are you sure about that?
I love that scene.
Meme troll. They wrote some stuff on the frickin' TV. I have no idea why.
I was trying to do a Newgrounds bit.
Feedback from multiple people from the sources I used in my Billy Mitchell SFGE video.
You saw the video. Let me go back to that, because this is the one instance that exists of me going against Billy Mitchell. Southern Fried Gaming, 2018.
Feedback from multiple
Downfall of Billy Mitchell. 2018. July 1st. I was against Billy Mitchell the whole fucking time, even before Karl ever made a goddamn video. That's proof. This video right here in front of you is fucking proof of that.
Sources I used in my Billy Mitchell SFGE video, I learned of some new facts and information that I want to discuss. For legal disclosure, this is not defamation or hate content.
Defamation. I must have been fucking tired when I recorded this.
Originally, Apollo Legends went after Todd Rogers with collected facts and evidence against his records for the sake of the Twin Galaxies database. Then we as a gaming community have all tried to keep up with that fiasco that was SFGE 2018. Today, I suspect someone entirely new that has relations to both Todd Rogers and Billy Mitchell.
I want you to look at his shirt. Look at Todd Rogers' shirt very closely. You see the word Empire? It's an EmpireArcadia shirt.
I give you EmpireArcadia, a group of gamers that are known to have plenty of high scores that self-promote themselves. While it's unknown if Billy was a part of EmpireArcadia, it's worth noting they've had a history through Todd. As information came to me, I learned of someone ambiguously named Triforce Johnson.
By the
For
way,
this
Todd Rogers
video,
is not
I
a cheater.
willingly refuse to call him such a high video games.
What was that?
Todd Rogers is not a cheater. He's innocent.
No, he is.
Symbol. I will be calling him Square Johns for short, and respectively so.
Rudy, you give me proof that he didn't cheat in Dragster, and I'll take your word for it. Old Twin Galaxies was basically a criminal organization. You could not be any more wrong about that. White Spy. The craziest thing is that you weren't on anybody's side. You were just stating the facts, and he went mental because it went against him. What have I been trying to say this whole fucking time? I'm not siding with anyone. I'm just giving my opinion. Like, am I not allowed to have my own opinion and not side with anyone? Like, that's what my whole, video was about. Mostly, anyway. Same here, due to suing Cartoon Network for making an episode on the regular show that was tied up. I remember that.
So that Nintendo won't bother to sue either one of us.
I'm gonna let this whole thing play. Do you want me to let this video play while I go use the bathroom and you talk, Rudy? Or what do you want to do? Because I really need to take a leak.
Yeah, I'll talk. You're gonna play.
You want me to just let it play and you just talk over it?
Yeah.
Alright. I'm gonna let this play. You're gonna be left with Rudy Chavez. Chavez, you can reply to the comment section and have fun. You're not wrong. I'll be right back. I've been drinking nothing but Mountain Dew and this shit has passed right the fuck through me. I don't have the same bladder anymore. But I'm gonna let this video play. Listen to what I have to say from fucking years back. Karl never knew about this video. If anything, if Karl wants more video game content to go over, you should definitely go after Isaiah. Then use this as the base.
That is something I won't be doing and believe Shigeru Miyamoto simply allows for overall public respect. But I believe deep down that he may view that as the branding should anything happen to besmirch the name of something copyrighted from the material of The Legend of Zelda, which happens to be my personal favorite series. Square Johns has multiple records on Twin Galaxies, but first, I want to go over the current Twin Galaxies owner, Jace Hall. Jace became the new owner of Twin Galaxies in 2014 and fixed up the website the following month. Furthermore, as a respectable Hollywood man and creationalist himself, he was the one who had authorized the removal of Billy Mitchell and Todd Rogers records after being shown the dispute. I do have a few complaints, however, about the current TG database. Almost all video submission records can't be seen with the exception of the recent ones that are archived in
let
the
you guys
forums,
know I am
which
good
we now
friends
go
with,
back
Billy
to Square
Mitchell
Johns,
and Todd
being
Rogers
friends with two known
Isaiah
cheaters, one of them being
Johnson.
Todd Rogers, who was a ref. The fact you can't view any footage of his referee records from the Twin Galaxy database is very sketchy. In fact, because of that, even video submissions sent to Twin Galaxies could be bogus, as if you mailed a VHS tape and a fraudulent employee like Todd Rogers could have took any score from the people that were shown favoritism or even bribed. This basically makes even the video submissions to TG
with
pointless,
Todd
with
Rogers,
the exception of their
we
TG
believe
ASAP, where anyone can view your run,
the
and
original
it should
score
be
he
obvious
did
if a
was
gamer completed a
different
record feat,
variation
that they
of a
should have a
part,
copy for their
but
sake
we don't
showing
know
they
the
have the
whole
ability to
details
do
over
it,
it.
as well as to show if the run was spliced or not, and that is more important. Which goes back to video records that were submitted to TG, but cannot be found anywhere
Now
online
with
currently.
Billy Mitchell,
We are all
I
well
wasn't
aware
too
that
happy
VHS
that
tapes
he,
were the standard back in the day, and
that he
around
sued
2000
Carl
to
Jobst because Carl
2005
Jobst has a
DVD took
family,
over.
and I
Let
think
me
that was
ask
just
you the
wrong of
viewer
Billy to do
question.
him. So I'm like,
I'm back.
a little disappointed with Billy, but because he shouldn't have sued him because he has a family, and I just really wish he didn't sue Carl Jobst, for that.
Was there anybody good in the old Twin Galaxies in terms of not being a douchebag or a cheater? Rudy Ferretti. Bit of an eccentric. I mean, there's plenty of other people, though, but I'm just naming one off the top of my head. Karl going after Johnson? Why not? He interfered with the Twin Galaxies lawsuit. He is a known cheat. He had a live-in referee. He had one referee on his fucking team that was literally Todd Rogers.
If you recorded a world record, wouldn't you make a copy of it for yourself? I would. If you said no, would you not be worried if it got damaged while being mailed out? Which goes to my investigation. Recently, it was Square John's birthday, and I asked a simple question on his stream to see if he even knew of his own world record scores. Here was his live response.
These stories when I'm playing Fortnite.
What the fuck was
Where
that,
can
man?
I find video of your Streets of Rage 2 run? I don't have a video of Streets of Rage 2. I played it before on Poldrin's stream. You can check his stream and see if it did.
It's in there somewhere.
Yeah, it's in there somewhere. What do you mean by Streets of Rage 2 run? You mean my world record?
This was my first actual encounter with him.
Maris memes. So this is okay. All right, I understand the question now. That was a random question, but then now it all makes sense. The one for Twin Galaxies. So Maris, let me ask you a question. How you know whether or not I did a run for it? Here we go, boys. How you know I did a run for? Streets of Rage?
Maris, how did you know you did a run for Streets of Rage?
Because it's on the Twin Galaxies database.
Cause I saw it.
Referee
That's
and video.
Impossible because I never did a video run of it. So
And
how
yet
did
it's
you
right
see it?
there.
The cells be.
It's
you hear this,
publicly
guys?
listed on
The
his goddamn Twin
cells.
Galaxies page.
You guys got to work on better ways of infiltrating.
It's the cells.
You can't come in
Maris,
here
the cells.
lying, guys. Like, come on, man. It doesn't work that way. Tell Rion to join the Discord chat. Yeah,
You can
Maris,
hear him panicking.
Seen it on Twin Galaxies. You couldn't have seen it on Twin Galaxies because that record that I did was a decade ago. This is even before Jace Hall, and I didn't make a video for it. I did it in front of a ref.
Man, how are they gonna do this on your birthday? That's fucked.
They're spies.
Now this is called cells. He didn't even do his homework. If he had went on Twin Galaxies, he would have looked. He would have saw it.
And they were trying to
literally
dox me
says
that day too on his
refereed.
birthday.
So when he sat there and says they saw it
They're
on
trying to
Twin
find out who I
Galaxies,
was.
means he lied because he didn't double check. So he didn't do his homework. Number two, his name, Maris Memes, gave away says video. Really?
What if I love
Does?
memes?
I don't remember me making a.
I love memes.
video
Everyone loves memes.
Of Streets of Rage. And if I did, then Streets of Rage should. No, then if I did, hey, let's say I did, then Twin Galaxies has the video. I don't have it. Back then, you had to submit videos by VCR tape. So if I did do it, it would be by a VCR
Which,
tape.
mind
from
you,
Twin Galaxies.
let me pause this for a second. If you go on Twin Galaxies right now, make an account and log in to the actual website, which I don't think Karl Jobst has ever done once, because a couple times he said that he's never gone on the website, at least to my knowledge. If you go and you look up Fallout 3, you'll find my world record on there, and there's another person that ran called Anthony Walsh. He has a 55-hour DVD submission. And there's no recording of it. Jace Hall doesn't even have a copy of the recording. So they have records that are video verified or DVD verified with nothing.
Wasn't it verified?
His Streets of Rage, he has 2 different records for the game under 2 different categories. One for video and one referee verified. So there was one video clip that was verified. He said he never did a video, but he did one. He just doesn't remember it. 55 hours on one DVD. Go look up Fallout 3. Actually, I'll do better. Give me a second. I have my my plaque. Give me one second. I have my plaque right here. This is my official plaque in my hand. So this is what a Twin Galaxies plaque looks like. I'm going to show that. Maris Memes. I don't know how well I can get that to the camera, but Fallout 3 Xbox 360. Minimalist completion. Take it back. Very hard, fastest time. 1 hour, 43 minutes.
Did you pay for that?
I paid for this. I paid for this record. Oh, my camera's all blurry now. Give it a minute. I don't know why it does this. If it'll refocus on me, I don't know. Maybe it will, maybe it won't. It's like that one meme where the hand's reaching at you. Maybe if I get up and go away, maybe it'll defade or whatever, defocus. I don't know. Maybe it'll autofocus back. But yeah. Like, now it's just being stupid and pissing me off. Whatever. Let me try doing this. No? Configure video. Let me go back in and try to fix the camera because I broke the camera.
Can you zoom in and zoom out?
There we go. I fixed it. Gotta love that. Wasn't his referee verified? Okay, so Dalton Outslander. Wow, nice. Oh, is that Dalton? Oh, how you doing, man? Yeah, the memes. Oh, yeah, nice, dude. 55 hours on one DVD. So, it was on multiple DVDs, apparently. And what's really suspicious is the score ended in 55 hours, 0 minutes, 0 seconds. 0 milliseconds. They didn't even bother to check the recordings. They just said fucking uploaded it. There's no way the time ended in 0-0. No fucking shot. So, you have these records that there's no actual proof that they were actually cleared. What are the odds of 0-0? Like, that would be like me, I mean, that's like at exactly 55-0-0. To hit end run or end it right there on a note would be like, especially for doing it as fast as, it's a speed run. To do it as fast as you can. So even if you wanted to, let's say if you did it in 54 minutes and 48 seconds, or 55 hours and 54 minutes. You know, 54 hours and 48 minutes or whatever. Would you really wait another 12 minutes for it to go to a perfect 0? Wouldn't you want to just finish the run and be done? I did that shit in under 2 hours. It's like, okay, I have this stopwatch, right? It's playing. You're expecting me to stop the timer at exactly 0-0. I couldn't even do that. Like, I tried to hit it at exactly 0 as it went over to 60. You know how difficult and the rare chance that would be? They didn't check those DVDs. Okay, let me give you an average. A DVD back then would hold anywhere from 2 to 6 hours of footage, I believe. You're looking at minimum a dozen fucking DVDs. Unless they were like double-sided, which probably they used. So, yeah, probably a dozen double-sideds. I don't even know if that was even a thing back then. Who the fuck would know?
Goku, are you talking about Ron Korokran?
Wasn't his referee the one that verified him was arrested for being a pedophile? I think he's referring to him. I don't know anything about that guy. I know Apollo quoted him in the video a long while back. I need to look into who verified most of any scores, or what scores he verified in general. Because the way Twin Galaxies operated is they had certain referees verify certain categories of games. So, like, some would do stuff for Xbox, some would do stuff for the Atari, some would do some for the fucking Neo Geo. I mean, they had referees for different categories. And that was it. I think there was the same for a couple of them. I think PSP did, obviously, PlayStation Portable. And some of the PlayStation categories, and I think Xbox. Regular Xbox. But I could be wrong on that one. I'm trying to remember who else verified for what. Like, I'd have to go back and look at my own fucking notes for that stuff, though. But let me go back to the video. I stopped the video. Apologies.
I don't have it. So either way. Number 3. Why ask? No. Lord Triforce, chill. Leave him alone. I want to ask him a question. Why are you asking me about my Streets of Rage world record? Is it because it's the max out score in the game?
That's funny as fuck.
And you're wondering if it's possible to max out the score in the game? And whether or not Triforce may have leached, although there's no way to leech in Streets of Rage because there's time in the game. So, just whatever. No, I just wanted to put that out there. So I'm trying to figure out what's his point of view. Like, I don't get it. All right, guys.
Notice I said nothing about cheating, by the way. When I first asked him about it, I said nothing about cheating. Whoa, that looks fun. Ugh, that looked like a clusterfuck there for a minute. Somebody's not happy.
Superhero. Let's go to the superhero place. Lonely Mansion.
The superhero place.
Yeah, Maris. I don't get it, man. So there's a video of me playing Streets of Rage where I max out the score. So my question to you is, what makes you have an interest in it? Wow, he says I did a video. It says video. That's crazy. I don't remember me doing a video.
What makes you have an interest
As you
in it?
saw,
You're always
I did
picking
not
on
troll.
black people.
I did not say anything offensive. What you saw in chat on the right was all I said. I asked if he has video for Streets of Rage 2, simply asking if he has a recording of it. There's nothing wrong with me looking up someone's records and viewing their accomplishments to see if I can learn from their skills. I was aware that he had 2 records, 1 referee, and 1 video for that game on 2 different versions. Now, being a man that takes a lot of pride over at Twin Galaxies, I don't
You know
see
what's
it being
funny?
a
In another video, he says, fuck Twin Galaxies, which got him all these to begin with.
problem to just respectfully ask to view a recording of his gameplay, as I've played Streets of Rage 2 before when I was a kid at a friend's house, and I myself was curious on how to achieve a score like that, but as you saw, he was quick to harass me for some odd reason even though we've never met. This is my first contact with him, and to be harassed by someone with many video game records that runs an esports group, I don't see it as professional like how his Twin Galaxies profile states it's his goal to make esports a real sport. I'm not sure why he started questioning me, but after that recording you saw, he ranted about me for a while even though we've never met. I also know about what he is like in person, as well as details of...
Oh, so the thing is, the Guinness Book of World Records got all the records from Twin Galaxies. If he's ever kicked off of Twin Galaxies, he'll lose all the things he has for Guinness.
Serious accusations that
It's kind of
he's made.
funny.
Well, there's no public proof of his Streets of Rage 2 records, and TG may or may not even have a video, and the ref verified score might have been fake, which brings me to my second constructive feedback for Jay Saul, the lack of name of the referee on the records. I believe that having a referee is hearsay.
favoritism. Trust
How
me
does
on
anyone
that.
know if Square
It
Jones
is
even did
favoritism.
that record? I can't see it. What about the countless records by referee in your database? I think it should be public.
They brought back Billy's records on the Legacy database, not the official. They don't even give a fuck to have them on. Nobody even looks at the Legacy.
What referee accepted which records, and if that's not known, it only hurts the TG database. You may be better off removing all referee confirmed records that lack footage, as well as it could just as easily be hearsay. This is the digital age, and we're moving forward into a new age. It would be good for business, as look who is the new King of Kong. Tim Sherby. Give him some publicity. He deserves it more than Billy Mitchell, who got a sad 600k and couldn't even hit the kill screen on Richie Knuckles' Twitch stream after not streaming on his own Twitch account. Back to Square Johns. I went over all of his records. He has a total of 43 on Twin Galaxies, more than half for referee, which in the case of Todd Rogers, could have easily been fraudulently inserted into the database without evidence of the record. In addition,
That's true.
after searching the internet for hours on both Google and YouTube, if you try to search Square John's records, nothing comes up. Gee, I wonder why. Why can't I find these records he's so proud of? He's active on his YouTube account. You could easily ask TG for his records back and upload them there. First off, his Nintendo PlayChoice 10-point record of 1,262,800 is sketchy because the arcade cabinet only gives the player a fixed amount of time to play, and getting that score in time would be hard if even possible. Gamester81 made a review which details the many versions of the cabinet, and his informational video on the cabinet helped me find out the default time for the cabinet gives the player only 5 minutes. How did Square Johns get a 1,262,800 score on a game that can only be played for 5 minutes before shutting off? Tampering with the default time, perhaps? The default time the player would have is 300 seconds, and he gets 1.2 mil? Even if one performed the infinite lives trick as early as possible to take advantage of score leeching a coup at the very start, one could only...
So he got a
reach
1 million point
that
score in 5 minutes.
Focus. The most absurd score yet for Tetris Party on Wii single-player marathon endless points with a score
100 million score.
691,388.
You know, I still wonder to this day. Does Tetris Party even go to a 9-digit value?
Verified by referee. The other 5 entries all submitted DVD and video proof. Can you show us that you can do this? Want to know something even more strange? The ref who verified this score was none other than Todd Rogers. EmpireArcadia actually had 2 known referees for Twin Galaxies in their group.
And the other ones are right
being
there.
Lance Eustache,
who verified the other previously mentioned record. Furthermore, a former TG staff member, Patrick Patterson at the time, asked Square Johns to perform this record in public, and he refused. This sparked debates between both Patrick Patterson and David Nelson. David Nelson was another referee in TG and was involved with protecting Todd Rogers' legacy as well, but he was very high up in Twin Galaxies, even becoming the chief referee at the time. The debates these two had about Square Johns was mostly if he can even do these records. Lastly, OmniGamer gave me his insight on that score, and this was his technical response. Now, these were just his rough calculations offhand, and I think they're quite accurate. My assumption was 25 hours, but 18 hours seems more accurate. The score was verified by Todd Rogers. I really don't believe that he could have watched somebody play for 18 hours, and I believe Lance may have had a hand in this as well. So this record is bogus. I'll get back to Patrick Patterson in a bit, but first, what about his Tetris DS Endless Marathon record? 2 months after Victor, who submitted his record of over 3 million by DVD, which seems very legit, more legit than Square John's capped 99 million score, which was verified by either Todd or Lance most likely. This score is also bogus. Another one of his records for Contra 3 on Virtual Console.
Mind you, no one's
At one
ever
point,
seen
he
him play.
lost the record and got it back instantly the next day.
To a max
referee
score.
verified without video, which
Ever.
Patrick told me about. Basically, his score of 4.4 mil is likely fake, especially without video, and it's more than double Ben Greenman's 1.9 mil score, not only done before him, but video verified. Patrick actually told me something very interesting about Square Johns. Square Johns actually paid referees money to hold on to record tapes of even higher scores should his scores ever be
Karl never
beaten.
knew this video existed.
Not only further immortalizing his records, but even taking advantage of the database to give gamers a false sense of achievement, and because of that, this record is bogus. How about something recent? His Contra 3 Super Nintendo record was open for dispute on Twin Galaxies recently for suspected leeching. Leeching is a method to obtain score outside normal gameplay by repeating something over and over, or bug abuse. Said score was also referee verified. All previous record holders even support the fact that it is not possible to do this score, and I'm inclined to believe them. Here's a post in the dispute by senior member DataGod, which sums up yet another problem with the TG database.
Same
The fact that
DataGod I
Square
quoted
Jones
earlier.
probably told his EmpireArcadia buddies to vote no on the dispute in his
Oh
Discord
yeah,
group.
I forgot about
Now,
that.
Those were
He during the Contra 3 dispute, DataGod got a photo and he handed it to me. And it was Isaiah in his own server asking all of his EmpireArcadia buddies over Discord to log into Twin Galaxies, vote on a bunch of submissions, vote yes or no to these submissions, which that's manipulating the voting system on there to his own advantage, and then use those accounts to vote yes to his score to allow him to close the dispute. It's kind of scummy.
These were just a few examples. I will be posting what I found on the rest of his records soon, but first I want to go over something much darker. The behavior of Isaiah Square Johnson. Before I continue, pause and read this disclaimer before I begin or give it a quick skim. This is the second disclaimer, and I'm completely neutral in this. The only reason why I'm bringing up his behavior is it would reflect if he's a cheater or
damn
not.
it.
Well, let's just search him up on Google and see what we find, huh? A simple search of his name brings up mass Reddit threads calling him a scammer. Wow, I just wanted to make a note here. I'm not trying to defame him. I just found this
Oh, hey,
from
Freako.
typing his name in Google.
Hey, it's Freako. How you doing, buddy?
Oh my lord. Oh, okay.
Welcome, Freako.
Before I do anything, where is that image? Hang on a second. Where the fuck is it? 1 second. Where is it? This? Not that one. No, where is it? Sorry, I'm trying to find the one. Maybe Freako can remember this. I want someone to verify. No, that's not it. Which one was it? This one, maybe? I think it was this one. These aren't marked, unfortunately. There we go. Freako, can you confirm that this was an actual chat log from her DMs? This basically, it's me asking you, can you confirm that I was shitting on Ursat cats that many years ago? Then again, you might just say, I don't give a fuck, which sounds just like you in nature, but it is what it is. I'm gonna sit here and eat a lemon wafer. I'm gonna go back to play the video, but I wanted to show this because I've told Freako in the past, I've never trusted Ursat cats. The guy's a fucking idiot.
I wasn't wrong.
Oh.
See that address bar? That's all I searched. I'm not even kidding. That's all I searched.
Well, this thread has tons of complaints about Square Johns. Let's go over the first one regarding Smash player Mewtwo King.
A lot of these players who have left, let's bring up the names.
Freako, all I want you to do is say yes or no if you actually see that. Because I want people to know that the messages that I'm showing, none of them are photoshopped in any manner. We actually did say those things. Because I know people will go out and say, oh, well, maybe it's photoshopped. Maybe. That's why I have message ID at the bottom.
Mewtwo King.
But that's it.
Knuckle Dude.
I mean, I already know I said it, so it doesn't matter.
I'll just use those three. They're all in better positions than me.
Yeah.
Mewtwo King, who's also on the team, and they get to travel all around the world, salaries paid, sponsorships out the wazoo.
Dude, fucking Mewtwo King got stranded multiple times at a fucking bus stop.
All of this stuff. Congratulations. I'm genuinely happy for those guys. For a team, right, via like KDZ, or they move.
Jason Zimmerman is Mewtwo King, one of the Smash gods. Simon, that wasn't me, that was Triforce using my account. I found out he deleted the tweet Markman made on my wall because Markman was trying to get me to another sponsor if I left EMP.
Move on to another team, and it gives them a better opportunity. Good. I have no problems with them. I'm happy for them.
I just want to note, it's been a dream of mine to play against him and Ally. Even if it was
I eventually
fun as
did.
a Mario main. But anyway, says here, M2K left EmpireArcadia due to multiple things, like not paying travel or lodging for his events. M2K went public on Reddit trying to avoid slandering EmpireArcadia, but in private, he disliked them hard for money owed and travel expenses. I mean, look at M2K's face. The grin on his face says it all. I mean, hell, I could turn this into a meme. Hell, I'll do it right now. Alright, enough of that. The rest of the thread goes on with the stress he endured
Man,
going
younger
between
me is funny.
tournaments with the travel struggles to the point where he had to take a bus mid-trip coming from Shuffle, which was another tournament, to go to Canada for his next tournament. Agitated from the lack of sleep in that van they rented, I bet the stress also affected his ability to play at both tournaments, which is kind of a big deal. What else did Square Johns do?
Debt I have with the eviscerated one isn't a debt.
Oh, this is Princeton.
I pay him back whenever I can. Whenever I can. I currently can't. No. This is what he wants me to do. He wants me to take the money that I made for the Jamaica cause and go pay him.
Pass.
No, I'm not. I'd rather default before I pay him first. He will get paid when I make profit.
He'd rather get fucked. He'd rather use Nile, his own wife, posing near ass naked on YouTube, doing booty streams, and taking booty money, and give that up.
That's when he'll get paid. And if anyone says, "Oh, that's wrong, Triforce," okay, so I'll own up and be wrong. I'll be
Same guy who
He
ran
went
out
to
and
Call of
dined and
Duty
dashed.
tournament to have the winnings by breaking up other teams and attempting to take their best players. Really? It's a good thing your team lost. It's not a game if you rig it to win.
I had to pay
Just
for my
goes to
own
show
food
how
too.
sketchy Square Johns is, and the facts are all here. I wonder,
I'm gonna let this
though,
play, but I'm gonna
how
walk
many
off for a second.
friendships
Hang on a second,
between
hang on a second.
teammates he might have ruined just to try to rig and win that.
even with the situation.
I still have this, hang on.
Stupid dine and dash. Oh, Triforce dine and dash, and I never said I didn't dine and dash. The man said he's gonna pay for my food, invited me to come eat. I said, yeah, order something. I ordered something, and then when the bill came, said I'm not paying for you. So what people was like, what Triforce was supposed to do was to be the bigger man and pay for it. No, Triforce is going to follow principle. That's it. Forget this bigger man foolishness. You said you're gonna pay for it. You're gonna pay for it. I got up and I left.
Oh yeah, I
wasn't
remember
there alone.
that.
It's not like
You
he
still
said-
got
she
it.
said story.
I still got it.
And Jerome was like, yo, you said you was gonna pay for it, bro. Now you're gonna go online and say Triforce just left, I didn't pay for it. You said you was gonna pay for it. Why you did that for? But that's Knuckle Doo being Knuckle Doo. Knuckle Doo's a jerk like that at times. He is. Anyone who knows about Knuckle Doo, you know he does stuff to kind of get under people's skin. That's what he does. I invited him to come on stream with me, Justin, Flo, and Jerron, who was with us, to talk about it. He was like, no. But everyone denies the fact that he didn't want to come on stream to face up to what actually happened. I never said I didn't get up and left. I said I did get up and leave because he said he was going to pay for it, and then he tried to stick me with the bill, and I was like, no, I'm not going to do that. So I dined and dashed. You want to end? Well, the end is here now. I would have slapped him across the table, robbed him for his money, and then left him to pay the bill after I just robbed him. That's what people from Brooklyn do, and we was in Brooklyn. So for all you New York heads, y'all know.
I want to make a
what
racist
happened.
statement, but I can't. What's this? A dine and dash of one of his own players? What the heck?
How racist is it?
A previous player by the name of Dudang had ate food with Square Johns and he stuck him with the bill and ran out on him. Square even went on his YouTube stream to defend himself. What does he think he is on his stream? Fox News? So a dine and dash, rigging tournaments for money, breaking up players, and perhaps fucking their friendships with their teams, and a lot of money owed. There can't be anything else, right? Please don't tell me there is. Oh no. Sexual allegations involving a young gamer. You've got to be kidding me, right? I don't even know if I should cover this, but I've gone over something interesting, and I just want to say this now as a disclaimer. I do not know the banking and financial details. By fact, with evidence of what I'm about to say, I am absolutely neutral. I found YouTuber Street Past Princeton. Some of you may be asking, who the heck
He
is
looks a
that?
lot different now.
Well, he is a YouTuber who is still around even today, who simply goes to panels and conventions like PAX and just films. What Princeton...
I also want to congratulate him for getting the first Switch 2 in line. He just went over on Twitter about that today. So he got the first ever Switch 2. He's the first one in line to get it, and I mean, I'm not much of a Switch person, but, you know, good for him.
And told me in private was absolutely shocking. Isaiah, Square Johnson, and Etika met Princeton at the Switch launch at Times Square. Isaiah supposedly owed him money, and he simply asked about what's owed. The reason this money was
What's funny is you got Etika here, and earlier on in the stream, we had the judge talking about Keemstar messaging fucking Billy and Karl. And a lot of people blame Keem for Etika's death.
Was Princeton and Square made a deal in private.
It's kind of like a web of bullshit. Like I said before early on in a few other Discord servers, I said that this is like the wacky races of like fucking YouTubing bullshit. Like this was just to overview, and I'm shitting you not, this was just to overview legitimacy of video games and video game records as an analysis. And it's just a spiral of dog shit people.
2 plane tickets. One for Square Johns to come from Paris, France, back to the US because he was stuck there, as well as another plane ticket for one of his pro players on his team. And with the promise of payback, in exchange, Square said that he would offer connections to Nintendo to help Princeton further his PAX panels by giving to others. Well, sad to say, Isaiah Square Johns spoke behind Princeton's back at this event to Etika. They used their popularity, mostly Etika's, which I have no issue with him, to make false accusations to Princeton. They even went as far as to pay some little kid to come on their stream to say that they were stalked and sexually harassed by Princeton. Except there's one major thing. There was no evidence of this. Furthermore, that little kid that was on that stream admitted to lying to Princeton over Twitter. And he apologized for it.
I'm not paying that scumbag lying.
Yeah.
You guys talk. People accuse me of being pedo.
I've personally met Nick.
Okay, how old are you?
I'm 13. Take me somewhere. Like.
What? What?
He got me to follow him.
Where was your parents?
They were with me.
They asked you to come with him somewhere away from your parents?
Yes. Yeah.
You're being 100% honest. You're being totally truthful here.
So Isaiah and Etika's claim was Princeton was following this kid around by camera acting like a creeper. Here's my personal response to both Etika and Isaiah. It was a public event. The guy was filming for his YouTube channel. And after you streamed that kid, you made all your subscribers go on a witch hunt using your stream as hate speech.
7,904. That number better be half by the morning time. Follow suit, everybody. Right? He is done. Delete this fool. Remove him from all social media. Do not empower him. Don't.
Frico. I never bothered to expose them, but I have it on my back pocket that I went there personally when I owned TG and watched them rig tournaments. I kept asking KDZ, do you know who I am? Phil Atkinson, I think, is the little prick's name.
Text him, don't make no memes, nothing.
Holy hell. That is just toxic. Anyway, Princeton gave me this audio clip to present about Isaiah Square John's behavior. This is the last thing, and before I play it, I personally don't care who couldn't pay their events. The deal was manipulated by Square Johns, and it turned horribly sour, and I believe it after uncovering everything that I have. Anyway, onto the audio clip. Just remember what I said. I'm neutral, but I'm semi-supportive of this, at the very least.
I met Triforce back in 2011 at New York City Comic Con. He seemed like someone who knows a lot of people within the video game community. He made a lot of promises to me about bridging connections within the video game community and networking. He asked me to pay for 2 plane flights for him, one for a pro player of his in EmpireArcadia, and one for him to get out of Paris, France. He promised
the name Square Johns is something I came up with because I refused to call him the T word.
To pay me back, and he promised to give me all these connections that fell through. He lied about everything. I confronted him on the Switchline launch. He played it off that
if there's any way you ever want to piss off Isaiah Johnson, just call him Square Johns.
Didn't owe me anything because of how the situation that he was in. Then after the Switch launch, he bribed a little kid to go on a live stream and tell people how inappropriate I was, but it was all a lie, to basically make me look bad. And that is Triforce, aka Square, a sociopath of who he is.
You know, I'm personally thankful that this guy didn't actually kill himself in the false accusations. Accusing someone of being a pedophile and creating a witch hunt is outright slander. This says a lot about Isaiah Square John's personality. So let me ask you, the viewer, one final question. With his behavior and past actions of being manipulative, do you now believe Isaiah Square Johns cheated some of his records? After all this, I believe it, and his behavior towards his records cements it. Hopefully someone can send this to Jace Hall. That way, Twin Galaxies can put his records under examination as well. Anyway, thanks for watching, and make sure you share this video to help spread the word. Have a good day.
Can you imagine what it feels like being white if you're not white? So this question is not to white people. This is a question to people who are not.
I'm white. I'm white. You got a problem with white people, bud? In the event that he wants to come after me,
motherfuckers.
Listen. In the event that he wants to come after me and call me a racist for any reason, I think I quoted this.
Can you imagine how it feels being white and you're not racist, but you see a white racist person afterwards? I'm gonna expose you. Expose me with what? That you were stuck in France, where I'm like, the Nintendo community is coming to support me. They hate it. They're calling me an e-beggar. Oh, Triforce is online begging on whatever. We had a guy in this room who was questioning, why don't I get a job while I YouTube? I'm like, you can't YouTube as a career and have a job at the same time. And everyone skips over.
Hold on. You know exactly what video I'm about to play. Hold on, we're going somewhere.
Only a sucker does a 9 to 5. It's true.
Got it.
Only a sucker does 9 to 5.
For that, yeah, but Triforce is still owe him.
I'm such an asshole sometimes.
Okay, if we're gonna go by principle, the man said pay him when I can. Well, I can't right now, so you can't hold me to anything, because I can't right now. But let me not say that. Trolls, cells, all of these other people, listen.
Pay your debts, you lazy bum.
Because it requires you guys to listen. You're not gonna stop me. I've lived in poor conditions in the condition I'm living in now. So you're not gonna
hates
stop me.
black people.
And you're not man enough to come see me. You're just not.
So you can see,
6 years ago, in 2018. Before anything. Before anything. Before anything. Let's go to his Twitter. I'm gonna go to the comment section down here. Oh my god, the bright mode is disgusting. I am so sorry. I am so fucking sorry. Like, actually. Let me size this up a little better. We are gonna go look at something. We're gonna go look at something important. In his comment section. Where did, did he delete his tweets? I don't see his, I don't see his tweets. His recent tweets gone. Hold on a second. Did he delete his Twitter posts today? Hold on a second. Hold the fuck on. What the fuck? No, I found it. Why can't I see it, though? Like, it's not public. Here we go. And it won't let me view it unless I... Really? Fine. Here's what I'll do. I'm gonna change the window. Hang on. Not Karl Jobst. Karl delete. No. Let me change this window. Hang on a second. Maybe it'll let me do it. Hopefully. That's if it's gonna let me. In all honesty, it probably won't. Yeah, it's not. I swear, attaching Chrome to fucking to Streamlabs is sometimes a pain in the ass. That's not what I was trying to do. Here we go. Ignore all my shit up at the top. Oh god, it's using some really old shit. Let me just do this. Okay, that's a little too big. We don't need the sponsors. Do it up here. Just trying to size this in such a way that it doesn't show, like, all that stupid shit at the top, but yeah. Most of it's just web coding stuff, and yeah, don't worry about it. So I'm going through here for a reason. There are particular comments in here that they're pretty fucked up. I donated to your GoFundMe with legal costs. I've been unfairly sued before in my life, and it was a horrible time for me as your favorite content creator and fellow Aussie. I didn't want something like that to happen to you. I'm grateful I won my case and never looked back, but your behavior, actions, and ego-fueled delusions about yourself have led you to where you are now. You misled everyone. You couldn't stop talking about Billy Mitchell and kept making videos on him. Yeah, that's rough. I'm trying to find the Kiwi Farms posts. Because those are, like... I don't even know if there's a way to verify half of that shit that it was on Kiwi Farms. This post I find disgusting. I really do. This guy is a piece of shit. Oh, husband, you refused to stop and spend our last dollars on a peel. Now I must go back to massage parlor. Like, dude, if you're gonna insult the guy, leave his fucking wife out of it. The wife did nothing. I'm not gonna play that, or any of these. I'm looking for... Fuck, I might just type in Kiwi Farms. Should I just type that in? Let me see if I can find a Kiwi Farms post. Or better yet... Hold on. Yeah, he has me followed. I don't have him followed, but I have his posts muted. And the reason I have his posts muted is because I don't really like to see drama a whole lot, so... Let me go through here. This post is from an account you have muted. I didn't realize it was him. Let's see, what do we got? I'm trying to find the people that were posting Kiwi Farm shit. These aren't real, right? AI never lies. AI can make mistakes because all AI does is copy people. I wouldn't rely on it. AI is like the court of public opinion. It could literally draw anything it comes to mind. And its own conclusions. Let's be real here. I do sponsors for my family. I don't say to myself, you know what? This video needs a sponsor to make the video better. I'm gonna do that. I don't even know what the hell that's about. Probable spam. I'm trying to find the fucking goddamn, parody accounts. Where's the video? Like, I think he deleted them. I think those tweets are gone, or maybe he muted them, or I don't know. But there was some of Kiwi Farms posted. I don't see him anywhere. Which, if you're deleting them, there's a good chance they're probably true. Check this. I'm gonna try to find these comments unless they got deleted. Who knows? It was Simhurt. I don't want to, like, go on Kiwi Farms on this Chrome window. I really don't.
Mary wants to know what is Kiwi Farms.
Kiwi Farms is probably the most disturbing website out there, next to 4chan, which 4chan is tame in comparison. They give you a nice showmanship of, like, an example of what Kiwi Farms is like, okay? How do I best describe it? At one point or another... My camera's fading the fuck out and all blurry. I don't know why the fuck it's... Oh, it's because I'm zoomed the fuck in. It don't matter. Look, so Kiwi Farms, in simplicity... I'm going to switch back. I'm going to give you an example of what they did with me. At one point in time, they were betting against me committing suicide at a certain day. For money. In a poll. In a forum poll. I'm not even kidding you.
They make bets on people dying, doxing, you name it, they do it. It's fucking disgusting. It is. I mean, in all honesty, I'm not surprised the FBI hasn't shut the fucking website down. But it is what it is. That's why I'm hesitant of going there. So hold on. I'm gonna try to go there on another thing. I guess Karl deleted this post, but it's not there anymore. But, here we go. We're gonna try to go in there. Now, again, I don't trust this website, period. I really don't. But we're going there. DDoS retarding byte. Reloading page. Is it actually gonna load? Down for maintenance tonight on custom mods. Go buy a Switch 2 or something. Fucking screwed up, I swear to God. Let me see if I can get a... Like, is there like a cache version of this that I could like look at? Like, this was calculated.
On the 1st of April, I lost my law.
And nothing's coming up. Of course, the one time I plan to go to Kiwi Farms, it's under fucking maintenance, right? Oh my god. Hold on, there might be another way. I'm gonna try to go there through archive. I don't know, maybe? Anything? Ugh. Yeah, that's great. I can't even get on it. Let me, instead... Let me try this. There we go. I'm gonna do images. Maybe something will come up. I'm trying to see if it was posted anywhere else. Maybe it would come up. No. Nothing. Yeah, I can't even, there's nothing that's coming up. I figured something would come up, but nothing at all. I figured something would, but I guess not. I think I sent a copy of something. I'm gonna check. I think I sent a copy to Van Buren a while back. Ah, here we go. I have the original tweet copied and the post itself right here in my hands, and I'm gonna make it an image. Alright. Just save it as an image and load it up on the Streamlabs manually as a source. There we go. Image. There we go. Sim threats. There we go. So, I can't find this post anywhere. This Twitter conversation. Let's read this over. That's RY Goose. They're talking about Child Dungeons. That is Ocarina of Time, where you play as Child Link, so Child Dungeons world record. And Sim Threat is supposed to be Karl. Mind you, this was in 2013, so you're gonna have to roll back a few years. So if my assumption, Karl's in his 30s, is about as old as I am. So this was like maybe when he was like 20 something. I'd assume. I mean, I don't know what his actual age was at the time, but I mean, look what they wrote. I mean, if this is actually him, I mean, this was talking about this in 2013. It's like, what? But yeah, I mean, there's a lot of other stuff that he needs to really answer for, and this is just one of those things that unfortunately got out. I'm not sure the authenticity of that, but you know. Trying to get the fucking source page. Where is it? There. Let's move this over. Let's go through some of all those hateful comments I got though a while back on the Robert Childs video. Just to end it on a fun note. Let's go over every bad thing I got because of this. You know, why not? Because, you know, it'd be funny. All that dick riding just to be wrong. Pretty embarrassing. Least schizophrenic Billy Mitchell fan. Yeah, I'm totally schizophrenic. I'm confused. You said in the description of the stream you turned comments off of that you didn't defend Billy Mitchell. I never turn comments off. These people just assume I do it. Like, okay. I never turn comments off. It's hilarious how you block comments on defending Billy Mitchell. You're acting like you're the Intellivision Amico cultists who claim not to defend Tommy Tellerico, but clearly simp for him. People are threatening you? Nice playing the victim to get off your back. Typical for simps who backed the wrong thing. This guy didn't even know what the fuck he was talking about. It's just amazing to see this many fucking dumb people online that just don't bother to look for themselves and take the due diligence of 5 fucking seconds of their time to look something over. Like, I understand not looking over a lawsuit and all the papers in detail, but then there is being a spectator and commenting on something as if you fucking know everything about it. I got a comment up top that said they're claiming I'm a fucking CSI specialist. I'm not a fucking crime scene investigator, you fucking moron. Like, holy shit, some people are dumb. I don't know how I got to these videos, but I'm here. I feel like you're an underdog, don't like authority, and have always rooted for others. You're being clamped. You've latched onto this to liberate Billy because you want to be liberated. This is much bigger than games for you. This is fighting for somebody to take care. What the fuck? What? The internet is full of dumb people. No, you're not wrong. You are not fucking wrong at all. Go change your name to a real man's name. Maris is the Greek god of mythology. It's a baby god. It's a male. And I just choose that name. I don't know why. It's the god of mystery in Greek mythology. Go look it up. A lot of people like to assume that Maris is a female name. It's not.
Also, it's time for you to get your grilling by your community for defending that creepo. Then again, it looks like you've already been seed. What it looks like, you know, what I really want to say is, for every negative comment from a Karl supporter I got on this video, I want to see them get now grilled. That's what I'm doing right now. I'm grilling these people for being that fucking sheeped. Okay? For being that sheeped. I almost want to reply to every one of these. I really do. And I probably will later. Later tomorrow, I'm going to reply to every one of these with my own special message to each one of them. And they can watch this stream for the response. I might just link the stream instead. It'll be interesting to see how this channel continues going into the future. I'll be fine, don't worry. Made. Okay. So this is Karl still wrong after all this? Also, in your latest stream, I was never defending Billy. Bullshit. Well, in my previous video, I was attacking Billy in 2018 before Karl ever did. Congratulations, you guys are winning the fucking biggest idiot award. Cretin, sorry, credibility over. Pest. Fake and gay. It's as scathing as a YouTube comment in fucking 2019. Or, I'm sorry, in 2009. I like how in the description of your latest stream you say people are threatening you. That's not the case, they're just laughing at you. No, I had people sending me death threats over this. That's true. The stick is definitely not OG Nintendo. It is a Superman 64 stick, so a Taito, but technically, I'm not sure if... Chavez, the Superman Taito machine, that was a Nintendo machine, right? Produced? Or was it just Taito?
You're talking about... No, that was an upright arcade title, yeah, but it's... So it's an arcade game. Is that what your question is?
Well, I mean, is it OG Nintendo?
No, it's not from Nintendo.
Well,
no, it's not from Nintendo.
The tall ass red stick is definitely different than the OG short black 4-way. 4 totally different feelings in playing sticks. The 8-way can be used to cheat, but even if it were a 4-way, it would not be as it was created for the short simple black stick. Radar Skirt was a Nintendo game that was a financial failure, and the joysticks were repurposed for Donkey Kong arcade machines for the replacement parts, which means, yes, a red joystick that size would be, in fact, an official since it was certified by the company, but of course, you're not actually doing the research on the facts. You're also against Billy Mitchell, who you believe is a narcissistic liar when he says that the red joysticks wouldn't be official. When did that mean, by your own logic, that he's lying about you, right? Holy shit, this guy has more logic than the whole conversation, and guess who that is? It's Goku.
Mary, are you sure about that? You say that they made an 8-way for that?
They made an 8-way stick identical to the 4-way. They probably did. Another YouTube scholar. The ability to speak does not make you intelligent. Guess it doesn't make you intelligent either. Todd Rogers' son. Do you even know what Todd Rogers even looks like? Well, with Karl's new video release, you pretty much got destroyed, Lamo. This is a year later, so I'm going to respond to this now. Are you sure about that? I don't think I'm getting destroyed anymore. 100% positive. Let's see here. So when is the video coming out where you tell us you were wrong about Karl Jobst is actually right? In the interview, it was clearly stated that a red stick is counterfeit and Billy would never play on such a thing. Just because Billy said it in a lawsuit doesn't mean anything. I can go on a lawsuit and say I think a yellow stick is amazing, okay? A yellow stick is the only thing that's OEM. It's the only thing I'll ever play on. Sorry, guys. It's not official.
I see, Mary.
I'm being facetious, of course. Why do all the Billy Mitchell defenders look like people who took part in January... Go fuck yourself. Go fuck yourself on that one. You don't talk about the fucking, you don't talk about January 6th like that. That's not right. Miss feel pretty stupid now. No, I don't. Clown emoji. I clown back. Next one. Take the L and move on. What L?
Mary said, are you seeing the chat? What Mary said?
Oh, yeah. You cannot tell the directional capability simply by looking at them from an outward appearance. And you're right. I can physically prove this. I mean, you can't see what the directional controller is underneath the actual top panel. Underneath the marquee.
So when the stick is sticking out of it, all you're seeing is the stick. You don't know if it's controlled differently. And that top marquee part, it has the, what the fuck do they call it? It has like the slotted hole for the directionals. So if it's 4 direction, it'll show like a cardinal plus sign and a hole. And if it's, 8-way, it would just be a circle. That's in the top part of the marquee. And ultimately, that'd be one way to tell whether or not it's a 4 or an 8-way, but you could also put a 4 into a circle. It would just be awkward and jank as fuck to use, but it's one of those things. I don't know, but anyway, let me keep reading these. If anyone have anything to say, do feel free to chime in. But I want to read these off because it's amazing to see how fucking ignorant some people have been on YouTube over these years, just following this blindly like a bunch of fucking muppets. All right. I'm coming from your latest video about the response and commenting here since you've disabled comments on the other video. Again, I never disabled comments. When you end a stream, which was what that was, on YouTube, comments get automatically disabled. It only allows you to replay the live chat. I had nothing to do with it. Out of all the other things that baffled me about, I'm limiting myself to these. How can you say you're not defending Billy here? You repeat it over and over and immediately double down on your arguments against the claims of the arcade being modified. At no point was I saying that I'm against the idea or arguing that it's been modified. I'm asking for information about the stick. Plain and fucking simple. That's the whole video. The whole thing. All I said was, what's the model of the stick? How does it exist? Can someone find it and tell me? Yes, you may be in reference of a very specific point. The photos of how much you believe or don't believe in either Billy or Karl is irrelevant to the affirmation of this video defends Billy, and it's frustrating to hear you say otherwise, let alone this video does nothing to defend but Billy and speak ill of Karl. Like, do you hear yourself? You're saying that in one case scenario, I'm not biased toward either one of them, and that neither are you, but then here you are, literally, the next sentence or two later, defend Billy and speak ill of Karl. Right here. Do you use your fucking brain? Not to be offensive now, but like a year ago, did you actually use your fucking brain and actually look around? I wasn't defending Billy. Would be totally meaningless too. Yet it is clear you're offending him. You're offended by. It's clearly a claim you're offended by. Yeah, I'm offended by the fact that people think that I'm defending Billy Mitchell. Why wouldn't I? The dude's a cheater. The response starts with you saying you haven't watched his recent video. Yeah, because I haven't. At the time, I didn't. I'm not even gonna read the rest of it. This is just fucking stupidity. I've read fucking textbooks more fucking inventive. This is what stupid looks like. Yeah, I'm looking at stupid right now. No idea why you were trying so hard to defend this cheater. Well, it's actually pathetic, dude. At no point did I defend him again. People from fucking Karl's server that were fucking brain dead with brain rot that probably donated to his 200K. Which, hold on, there was one more. Where's that video? It's this one. Let me pull this.
Donald Trump's chaos is driving up prices.
Oh, this is perfect.
Josh Gottheimer will stand.
Oh, this is perfect.
Trump fighting to
We got an anti-Donald Trump video. This first thing that pops the fuck up. By the way, fuck that guy. Even as somebody who lives in Jersey, I think that guy's a scumbag. Fucking hate ads. Skip it.
We're going to take a look at this email that was sent to me and talk about it. Karl Jobst, class action. Hello, Tony. I am not soliciting official legal advice with this, but I am gathering legal evidence to file a class action lawsuit towards Karl Jobst. I wanted to know if you think there are enough people who would be interested.
So I just want to go over this from a legal standpoint. The way GoFundMe works is because of the donation, you can't get your money back.
but I feel like GoFundMe and Patreon, if there's ever something that seems very unfit or like lucrative like this or misleading, that something should not be allowed and a class action should be engaged if the amount is 6 figures like this. So I wouldn't be surprised if the class action was launched against Karl Jobst.
In this, as I do not have a platform to find out. I only gave $100, but I am willing to throw significant funding towards this. So there are people who are very, very upset at Karl Jobst for potentially misleading. And I do think there is an argument to be made, because if a large portion of the people who donated feel like they've been misled, there must be a root cause for this. Karl, in his response video, does allude to
the root cause should be in the description down below. And if it's misleading to what's actually being donated. And here, we're going to look at the title and examine it from the top. Karl Jobst Legal Defense Fund. That's the title. So it could be used for anything for his defenses.
Video where he says he could have been more clear.
That's quote number 1. But let's look at the description. My name is Karl Jobst. I'm a YouTuber who often reports on video game cheaters. Last year, Billy Mitchell, star of King of Kong, proven video game cheater, sued me for defamation, claiming damages of $450K. See, I'm fucking tired. I'm fucking tired, all right? Don't jump me on this one, okay? I've been streaming for almost 3.5 hours. In the past year alone, this lawsuit has cost me almost $200K to defend and will cost at least another $100K before it's over. The situation is crazy, but since it's gotten much worse, Billy Mitchell has sent me another defamation suit for another $450,000. So he says here another lawsuit for another $450,000. What was the first one? So that would mean I need to defend 2 lawsuits at the same time, both being extremely expensive, but then it gets even worse because Billy's threatening me with even more. These lawsuits are unhinged, and it's likely Billy will ultimately lose, but until we go there, lots of money. But at no point in this does he say he's suing me for the statement of accusation of murder. Proven video game cheater has sued me for defamation, claiming damages. Now, there's 50-50 on this. Because he's stating, and this is not in defense of Karl, and this is completely unbiased, and I say this as somebody with a little bit of paralegal background. All right. He's stating, sued me for defamation, claiming damages of $450K in the past year alone. That one statement right there. The title of the thing was for the defense. It was for the defense. So anyone who funded him was for a defense. All it is claiming is defamation. Billy's lawsuit was defamation. It was defamation of character. Not the cheating character, but the accusation of murder. So, even though he didn't say that, it is that. There is a little bit of mislead there. That's why I say 50-50. Because he didn't explain in full transparency, even over Discord. He didn't explain it over me. He's like, after the lawsuit, I'll be completely transparent about it. And in the one Minecraft video, he says, I'm going to hold all my cards to my chest and not reveal anything yet, which automatically threw me off, because it's like, if I was getting sued by Billy Mitchell, I think I'd show the paperwork right on screen right now.
Description. Now, I've been very...
After, hold on. After I spoke to my own attorneys and lawyers at the time, if I felt like that was necessary. Although I'd probably do it anyway to make sure I was okay to do that.
Nowhere in the description does it say it's Apollo Legend. Nowhere in the description does it talk about cheaters. Now, what Karl mentioned was that at the time that he was asking for these donations, he had been sent a legal notice. Not a lawsuit, but a legal notice indicating that there was the ability, Billy Mitchell was threatening to sue him over cheating. Now, that legal notice never actually became a lawsuit, and that's why he then used this money to go ahead and fund his pending or his ongoing lawsuit, which was the only lawsuit happening at the time, and it's the Apollo Legend one. So that's why the majority of, unless you were updated and you understood and you could read between the lines, the majority of the people who donated to Karl's GoFundMe probably had no idea what was going on, because it was very, and Karl would even say himself he could have done a better job with the description. The other thing Karl mentioned was it was an ongoing lawsuit, so he didn't actually want to talk about Apollo Legend.
Which means all the funds go to
which
help
would
in
make
the existing
sense
lawsuit.
as well. So you talk
But
about
he
the
had this
cheating,
opportunity right here in this update to update which lawsuit was for what. And he didn't do that. So, the first part, if we were reading it from the title to the description, the first one, it starts at 100% because it's a defense fee. Okay, but that's what you donate it for. The middle, in court of public opinion, because it wasn't described, is 50-50. Now that we're going down to the updates, it's now down to 1. Now, and because in this update, he doesn't go on to explain it, which one's for which, now you're under 50. You're at like 25.
Not being sued for cheating.
You're at a quarter
You
of
don't talk about
acceptance.
Apollo Legend because you're being sued for Apollo Legend. Now, can people actually sue? Can somebody who donated money to GoFundMe actually sue if it turns out later on that they donated under a false pretense? And the answer, I think, is very difficult. I do not think you can win, only because of the terms of service. Now, the terms of service on GoFundMe are very extensive. I'm positive they have very expensive lawyers on their side who are basically trying to make sure that they are bulletproof. So when you donate to GoFundMe, that money's gone. That's a
donation.
That money is gone, right? Even if you felt like you were misled, it is GoFundMe's call the majority of the time. Now, you could sue GoFundMe, but they have arbitration clauses. They fully realize, and this is true not just for Karl Jobst' GoFundMe, this is true for every GoFundMe, they fully realize that yes, indeed, there will be people trying to sue us if we had bad actors on our GoFundMe. Not the first time at the rodeo for GoFundMe. Clearly, their entire business model is based on this, so
Yeah.
there's acceptance of the terms. They talk about Australia, GoFundMe Australia. Quick note on arbitration: if you're using GoFundMe in the United States, Australia, Canada, you need to know.
And you know, Mary, that was something, or Tim, that was something I was trying to get across for a while with the retrofitting, and that people didn't fucking understand back in the day. You had people fitting these cabinets just to get them to fucking work. And if Walter Day ran up to the cabinet and he wanted to do a score right then and there, it didn't fucking matter if it had a goddamn banana on the top of the fucking stick or not. Like, you'd still fucking play the thing. If the thing fucking worked, and you could get it to work with the right settings, or close to it, it didn't fucking matter. They just take it. I must have had about 200 different Nintendo sticks laying around when Richie and I were in business together running the arcade. All the DK controllers had 4-way controllers that we were all had to call off.
About our arbitration agreement, so you can't even go to court. By using our services, you're agreeing that if there's a disagreement or legal issue,
I think as an individual, if you were to sue GoFundMe for your money back, A, it would need to be a substantial amount. And B, it would need to be in class action, not by yourself. You can't just sue alone. I think you would have a hard time winning.
GoFundMe, it will be resolved through binding arbitration, not in court. Suit or to have class action against GoFundMe, you will not be able to sue GoFundMe. Could you sue Karl Jobst? It would be, again, very difficult because, I don't know too much about Australian law, but assuming it's the same in America, it's a very expensive process, even as a class action where you're going to hopefully split costs with other plaintiffs. It's just not going to be worth it. When money is given, it is gone. Like, you just light that money on fire. In your mind, when you make a donation to GoFundMe or Kickstarter and that money has been released...
This is why I don't donate money to anything anymore.
Back. No matter what, you could have multiple lines of information via class action lawsuit.
I knew that ad was going to come up. I was just skipping ahead to get the fucking ad to get it out of the way. I knew it was coming. YouTube's fucking policy is just out of fucking control lately on these ads.
I said, it's one of these things that even if you're angry at Karl Jobst, there's nothing you can do. The money has been spent. It is gone, and you cannot. It's almost like it actually is a charity. Like, for all intents and purposes, you can pretty much assume that it is a charity. A charity where if you give the money away, they could misuse the money, but it was considered a donation. And even if they told you, hey, I'm going to use the money to fix the chairs in church, and then they decide to use the money to buy a new sound speaker, it's impossible to get the money back, and you can't really sue either. You would lose. You would lose. And when you have
user responsibilities and obligations being that one of their main terms would be the
obligations
hardest one to fight.
Organizers, as an organizer, you represent and warrant that all information you provide, whether directly or through an agent or using artificial intelligence, about your fundraiser is accurate, complete, and clear. You are responsible for describing your fundraiser, how funds will be used, and ensuring the funds raised are only used for
That would probably be the
purpose.
only loophole for a
You
class
may
action
post
right there,
updates to your
because
fundraiser on the donors.
he was responsible for being
Maintaining
updating
accurate information.
his
Again, you have to maintain
entire
accurate
post
information.
on GoFundMe.
You agreed to cooperate. When you organize a fundraiser on GoFundMe, you agreed to fully cooperate with any request for evidence that we deem necessary to verify your compliance with the term of service, a relationship with GoFundMe. And GoFundMe specifically makes it very, very difficult, if not impossible, to have a class action lawsuit against them. So if you
I'm curious at any point he thinks a class action would be viable.
I get it, and then you hear about Knots. He was going to pay for it. Like, that would be the one question. Again, Knots deserves his privacy, of course. Is did Knots pay the entire amount, or did Knots pay a large amount of it? Even like if Knots paid, let's say the whole cost was $600,000. I'm just hypothetically making a number. The entire cost was $600,000, and Knots paid $500,000 of it. Then, technically speaking, there was $200,000, and $100,000 went to pay the $600,000, and $100,000 left. The main question I would have to Karl, and maybe Knots or somebody who would know, is out of the well over $600,000 of legal fees that Karl is saying, what amount did Knots pay, and is that amount, does that leave room for Karl to keep the $200,000 for personal use? That amount is that's unknown, right? So in my previous video, I showed you a video, or I read you a transcript on the video interview with Camelot, where
Karl told me
Karl
himself,
Jobst
and I'm gonna
said,
quote
"Not
myself right now. Karl told me himself in DMs, when this whole thing is over, when this whole case is over, he's gonna be 100% transparent about everything. It's now over, and I'm not trying to like be a dick to him or anything, but it's like, you know, it is what it is. Let me go up and scrolling through my conversation, my DMs with him. Jesus, I had a long conversation with him. These logs go farther back than I thought. So I'm going to read something he said to me. This was back in 2023. Australia is different in that if Billy loses, he has to pay back most of my costs by default, and he honestly has no chance of winning. Also, everything I say about Billy has no effect on the current lawsuit. It would only matter if I talked about what he is suing me for specifically. Otherwise, he has to start an entirely new lawsuit, and he just doesn't have the money to do it. I could explain the second lawsuit thing, by the way. That wasn't my fault. That was Billy's fault. He actually sent me a second lawsuit, and his lawyer literally said they had instructions to file it against me, and then for some reason they never did. but he sent it to me and said it was going to be filed, so I don't know if he was just trying to intimidate or he ran out of money or something, but Billy lying, saying that I was lying about it. Doesn't matter, though. All that money I got is going to the original lawsuit. It's currently at $270K. So, the documents I got from him, I'm not sure if these are even public record or what, but can I blow this up like better? Because this is like hard as shit to read. Mitchell v. Jobs, publication 10 April 2022, entitled Disgraced Gamer, Billy Mitchell Accused of Extortion. We refer to our correspondence in 20 April 2022 with the attached concern of notice sent to your client in respect to his publication entitled Disgraced Gamer, Billy Mitchell Accused of Extortion. We are attaching a draft statement of claim which have instructions to file at the expiration of the 28-day period following concern notice in the event that we offer to make amends as acceptable terms is not received within that period. Yours faithfully, Miller Bio, signing your lawyers, Robert Miller. And this was to Mills Oakley from Robert Miller, which I'm assuming at the time was their, what was their fucking lawyers, I guess. If they changed them, I don't know. And then I have another document here. It's the second one. This is the one that's up there. This claim was in the proceeding is made in relevance to the facts. The plaintiff is and was at relevant times a natural person residing in Western Florida and United States of America, well known in Queensland, Australia, and elsewhere as a competitive video game player, recognized by the Guinness Book of World Records for having achieved certain video game records. This one is filed on the behalf of the plaintiff, again from Miller Boyo Samar. Trying to find which lawsuit this is. This is the one that they went to court for. But the first one was nonsensical. And that he just didn't... I don't know what the fuck it even was. Like... that's the best I can describe it. Yeah, that's... I can't even describe it any better. I said it's years. It feels like Karl needed to shut up about the case, but what do I know? Like, I mean, me and you both said it, Frico. We always thought that he should have just kept his mouth like quiet. Like, 22 videos to talk about someone cheating repeatedly over and over. Like, okay. I said this early on, either in this stream or my workup preview, like where I was like practicing a little bit, like what I would say before the stream, because this is all unscripted, right? To do 22 videos at all, in any context, repeatedly going after someone, repeatedly using their name and image and likeness, everything, every single time, be it good or bad, at all. Let's say you're in a lawsuit right now. For every time you post a video, be it good or bad, regardless, you have to have your lawyers look over it, the other guy's lawyers look over it, and then the judges gotta look over it. Every new fucking video and every single new thing, they have to look at it. Even though it may not be part of that case, even though it may not matter, it will matter to their opinion because they have to cater to the fucking court of public opinion in the long run. You know, it's like, what if you slip up and release something and now they gotta look up over a whole new fucking video? You're giving them extra work and shit they don't want to look over. That's why lawyers will tell you to shut the fuck up. During an ongoing litigation, like, I think out of 22 videos after, I'm gonna say what, several? It kept going. Like, you know, if I had to do the math, he was making like what, a little over 100K a year off of YouTube. I'm not gonna say he's gonna pay that off easily, but like, on top of the 200K and that, and possibly whatever the fuck Notch supported, like, you know what I mean? Y'all know what I mean? I think it's crazier that, I mean, Freddy got this shit all right back in the day. Like, I gotta pull a video from him. I spelled his name completely wrong on the fly. Ignore me. Sensitivity. Whoa. Let me see if I can find this video. I'm gonna let this play.
There was something wrong with the resolution or something. Conclusion. He's been in Walter's pants for years, and Walter's been in his pants. They've been, together since day one. They've scammed people out of money. They've scammed people out of fame.
I don't know why it's
glory,
doing that.
everything, you name it. The problem with the Hall of Fame was the first year of inductees were people that got on their hands and knees for Walter and Billy, carried boxes for them and whatnot, and did nothing but garbage accomplishments. And when I say garbage accomplishments, I'm not talking about me playing Home Alone on the Nintendo. I'm talking about people like Brian Cady, who's a nobody in gaming, who did 97,000 points. 97,000 points on a lousy game of extreme settings of Tempest. Not only is he on the board of directors and board of the Hall of Fame, but he's also in
Let me
Hall of
move
Fame
something though, but
as
just
a Hall
listen.
of Famer. How the fuck do you put somebody in the Hall of Fame that's not even somebody that's done something in gaming? Do you realize if you look at the whole entire thing, and forget about inducting me, I've been nominated now 2 years in a row by other people, including Robert Merzick, who was supposed to be part of this podcast tonight, but has
There we
decided
go.
to do it alone.
That might be a
so
little
I
bit
just
better
had
to read
enough of
over.
Bullshit. International Video Game Hall of Fame out of Ottumwa, Iowa should be burned and dismantled to the ground. And when I say burned, that doesn't mean I'm saying somebody should go arson it, so now Walter could be like, oh, did you hear what he said? No. Burn to the ground for you little liberals out there.
You can barely hear it? Really? Let me turn it up. Turn it way up now.
Should be dismantled, destroyed.
But then again, his mic
legally.
sucked.
Get rid of it. Throw it in the garbage can because everybody on there is an absolute joke. And let's just go through the list. Aside of John McAllister, who is a great gamer, great arcade player, blah, 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 the fucking problem is you have Billy Mitchell inducted into the Hall of Fame. First year, handpicked by Walter Day, is also on the board. You had Grace Snoke that was running. And where the fuck is the senator, Mary Gaskell, or whatever the fuck her name is? I've never been able to get a phone call from her. She never returns my phone calls. She never returned my emails. She never returned my Facebook concerns. I had told her a bunch of times that this was ridiculous. It's not even about me being in the Hall of Fame. We already know I'm more than deserving in the Hall of Fame. Thank you, by the way, whoever you are. We know I'm more than deserving of being in the Hall of Fame. We know I've done more accomplishments than the whole entire list of all 3 years of inductees combined. We know that. That's not even the question. Here's the problem. They're inducting people because of favoritism, okay? You've got a whole bunch of Xbox creators in there the first year. Rowan Bushnell, okay, maybe. Founder of Atari, right? John McAllister, great arcade player, great gamer, very deserving. I don't know about first year, but definitely deserving. Todd Rogers, found to be a scammer, not a real true player, a liar, a cheater, exposed. Why hasn't he not been removed from the Hall of Fame? And I'm going to get to that here in a minute. It's funny I get nominated.
If this man was still alive, I mean, right now, Freddy's got to be rolling in his fucking grave with this whole thing.
For the Walter Day Lifetime Achievement Award, and the world will be so much better when Walter Day is gone off the face of
You know, I gotta wonder what Freddy's opinion of Van Buren would have been. I really do. Because he would say some crazy shit.
Earth. He's an evil man.
I miss the man.
He is the opposite of Moses and God and Jesus. He is evil. And evil must see itself. And when it sees itself, you know what happens. It self-destructs. You know, kind of like, right away, Chief, I'm always on duty. Oh, I always hate when I put up with him. Anyways, the fucking problem is here. Here is what it is. Number one, you got a bunch of people on the board that are
my
all
wife and I
everybody in
think
bed
that
with.
Van Burden and him they'll crash out. They will be against each other.
That's the joke. I wanted to see that happen. I expected it. I would have seen it. I would have laughed about it for a little bit. I went there in 2012 and I was not impressed. Walter avoided me all 3 days. Yeah.
With each other. It's disgusting. Now you got Todd fucking...
Because he's very articulate of the people he's around. He only trusts the people near him, so he avoids everyone else.
Friedman, brown-nosing Walter and Billy Mitchell, okay? All of a sudden, 17 of you lowlives got hush money or were promised hush money from Walter and Billy to shut your mouths about the Hall of Fame, and all of a sudden this magical code of ethics that was never out there before suddenly appeared on the website a week ago or 2 weeks ago when Robert Merzick nominated me for the second year in a row for the very much deserving Walter Day Lifetime Achievement Award, which it shouldn't even be fucking called that. I don't care if I get the award. We know that I'm more than worthy. I'll go out and make my own trophy. I'll go out and make my own plaque and my own Hall of Fame. I mean, people should be making their own Hall of Fames. Ivgoff is a sham. Number one, Ivgoff, the name was created by Josh Houselander. It has nothing to do with Ottumwa, Iowa. They are not a nonprofit organization because they beg for donations. And they say if you don't donate or don't show up, you're never going to get into the Hall of Fame. They want you to come to the event. They want you to pay. They want you to donate articles. Anything you can do to help them. Carry boxes or whatever. I mean, as you can see, Walter Day puts everybody on a fucking card. I mean,
Van
the
Buren.
cards are worthless. The cards are worthless because Walter Day puts everybody on a fucking card. You know what I mean?
Let me read what Frico had to say here. I really wish the diss track I made of Tim McVeigh when I was filming the Nibbler scene was worth the document. It would still existed. That was some of my best off the stuff.
And I'm not angry, and I don't want to hear, well, he must be angry because he's saying he's not angry. No, let me explain what it is. I'm angry because of how they do things. It's not about Rudy J. Ferretti being in the Hall of Fame, being Console Player of the Century. It's not about that at all. Forget me. What about the real gamers also besides myself that are not getting inducted because they don't brown-nose Walter and Billy? Billy has been caught with legal scandals. So is Walter. Todd as well. Now, what about this? Ken House, a person who has legal troubles with his ex-wife, girlfriend, stepson, serious legal issues, including threatening to kill himself on several occasions, also on social media, with razor blades around his neck. I've seen the pictures, by the way. They're not fake and they're not photoshopped. Wouldn't that violate a code of ethics? That so-called, whatever the fuck his name is, oh my god, I don't even know his goddamn name. What was his name? Todd whatever. Not Todd Rogers.
I have
Todd Friedman.
a copy of the photo.
Who's Todd Friedman? What has Todd Friedman ever done? Why is he even part of the Hall of Fame board? Once again, that's also a conflict of interest. Walter Day should not be on the board. It's a conflict of interest. I don't want to hear he created Twin Galaxies and all this shit. That's the other thing. His name should have been removed. His face should have been removed from the certificates that Walter and his booty buddy, Data God, did. And, of course, the money that was involved exchanged for him to have power of Twin Galaxies. That's why I was banned in the first place. I didn't do anything wrong. I came back. I did everything right. I did everything by the book. The reason I got banned was because there was a third-party message to him about his garbage mother that never should have given you-know-what to him, and he got upset about it, and he reported it, and I got banned. And then I called friggin' Jace to ask him why the fuck I got banned. It didn't matter, and I had scores removed because of shit like that, and I didn't care about that either, I'm glad scores were removed. Honestly, I'm telling Twin Galaxies right now, take all of my scores down off the website. You don't own the scores. You don't own the games. It doesn't matter. You never gave me the proper recognition. Take them down, please. Take my name off of Twin Galaxies.
Also to note, it's my ass that's getting zoomed in on the Nibbler. Oh my fucking god. Stop reminding me of that, for fuck's sakes. Fine. You want me to pull that up? I don't remember if this is the right one. Why? I typed in the... Bro.
It's there and points.
What timestamp is it at?
Racking up the points. This video game that long.
Are you talking about Tim McVeigh?
No, fucking. I'm trying to find Frico where they zoom in on his ass cheeks. It's not in the
terrible record that occurred.
I thought this was the whole fucking thing, to be dead ass honest. They didn't even put you in the fucking trailer. I fucking care right now. Look, let's huddle back to this. I'm not gonna play the entirety of, you know, I'm not gonna play the entirety of the Freddy thing, but like y'all can look that up yourselves. The Video Game Hall of Fame is a fucking sham. Hands the fuck down. Always has been, always will be. But we're gonna go over some of these really shitty and fucking dumbass people, because now I could sit here and say with certainty that I was in the right the whole fucking time, and now I get the shit on the the 1,300 fucking dislikes that I got on this one video because of Karl. All these fucking sheeple that kind of blindly followed without any research at all, and now I get to. No idea why you try to hard defend this cheater. It's actually pathetic. I remember seeing DK with a red stick and a red neck, and now it's gone to the end, and I can't prove I ever saw it. Okay, buddy, keep sucking the... You're a fucking idiot anyway. Impressive run, my man. You should submit it to the absolute asshat at any percent leaderboard. Go fuck yourself. Is OP an idiot? Oh, looks like I'm smarter than you. You followed the wrong idiot. Probably donate it. It's genuinely sad seeing people like you vehemently defend... At no point do I defend Billy in the video. I'm sorry to say that. The only section in the retrofit video that I defended Billy was I felt bad about the whole thing with his doctor. If the thing with the doctor was true, where his doctor refused to see him anymore because of the lawsuit, then I felt genuinely bad. I don't think a person should ever be denied health services over a fucking lawsuit. That's just my opinion. Wow, the amount of mental gymnastics that you are definitely a gold medalist. Why shill for a known liar? Why donate to a person who didn't tell you the truth? How's that one? Man up and make a new video, admit you are wrong. I don't have to. I was right. Clown emojis. I clown back. How does it feel to be so wrong? Well, it feels pretty right. How does it feel? How does what feel? I swear to God, I gotta read the dumbest comments in the fucking world, don't I? So, Billy sent Maris, how do you like Karl's new video? He's saying sorry. And that he lost. Right? Is that what the current video is? I don't think I'm in the trailer. It might not be in the trailer, Frico. You may not be. Okay, but, you know what? Frico, hop the fuck in this VC right now. I want to hear your opinions of these fucking stupid people, because I know you'll have some witty fucking shit to say. Get your ass in here. Get in here. I want to hear you, like, troll these people live on my fucking channel, because why not? Get in here. I want to hear this shit. Oh my fuck. Okay, but the other Billy Mitchell defenders all said he was the one who turned over the photos of the arcade. So in other words...
Alright, is this thing on? Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Now you get the shit on everyone that ever fucked with me in the past that decided to say, hey, you're a Billy shill.
Oh,
now
they're full of shit. Like, if anybody was a Billy shill, it would have been me, because... Fuck, I was part of the ownership group of Twin Galaxies, so I had to be. You know, not that I believe a single fucking thing about him, because even at the first Kong-off, he played like shit, and I'm like, how the hell can this guy score 1,000,000 points? He looked like a fucking beginner compared to everybody else that was there. You gotta remember, that was in my arcade. You know, Richie had his name on it, but it was my money that was keeping it afloat. So, I mean, you know, whoopee-doo.
I love it when people try to defend absolute rat of a human, then Rat himself explains why he actually cheated. Funniest part is, these dummies will never admit to being wrong. This guy sounds like he would bring the topic up to a date if he would have one. Try to explain how Billy Mitchell's right. What? I'm married, dude. Why would I need a fucking date? Since you took down comments on your live stream... Okay, I never took down comments on my live stream. It auto-disables when you end the stream.
It's just how it works.
You know, people will figure that one out eventually.
Never. They're too fucking stupid. The moment I read that, I'm just gonna pass on that comment. They're fucking dumb. Your hero proved you wrong. I didn't have to prove anything to Karl. But joke's on you, right?
Oh, Karl, you know, had a good long conversation with me a couple years ago because I guess he was looking for the drama of Richie, Billy, the whole lot of it, and it's, you know, I'm not bound by having a reputation, so it's like I can just tell the truth, because what does it matter to me if I turn around and say something that doesn't hold somebody in a very good light? Nothing. You know, Richie still owes me to this very day, 13 years later, $500. Am I ever going to see it? No, but
oh, I love
he
this
still
comment
owes me
here.
$500.
This aged well. Self-ownage world record. I cannot wait to respond to some of these messages tomorrow. Tomorrow in the morning, I'm going to log in and I'm going to go fucking ham in the comment section here. In before delete. I'm not deleting shit. Bro ended his YouTube career before even starting it. It's still going, bud. But your fanboy, his career kind of ended, right? Get a grip, Lamau. This aged like eggnog. Oh, yeah, it did. Definitely. Billy lied, people died. Are you mocking Apollo on this one? Some of these are just getting fucking stupid. Watch him as he retrospectively excuses himself. Just see how cocky he wants to act.
I'm going to play devil's advocate here, because who really knows what happened with Apollo? You know, a lot of that is the common denominator of like, oh, well, Apollo took his own life because Billy went after him, or whatever the bullshit is. You know, the urban legend, shall we call it.
And then there's the note that goes over Easyscape and fucking Dark Viper, and then there's the thing with his hands, the medications, the depression, the lawsuit, family, his taxes. Like there's so much shit that pressured that man to do that. So I wouldn't have just put it all on fucking Billy. Like I could sit there and say I think Cat Despair was responsible, which that's my opinion.
Well, I've said it from the start that, and my opinion has changed a little bit over the time with a bit of reflection, in that Walter Day is the puppet master, Billy, Cat, and just about everybody else, they're all, you know, puppets in his game. You know, Billy's the propped up superstar, and Cat's the media mogul. I use that term lightly, of course, because I think she's relevant to exactly 0% of the world right now.
Look at this. So you turn on comments in your new video? I never did. I never turn off comments on a new video. I'll post here and say there's a horrible takes. I've watched the videos against Billy, and he's obviously a con. Save your dignity and drop Billy. Like, at no point in the video did I defend Billy besides the fucking thing with the doctor. Like, I don't think these people even watched what I posted. I think they saw a quote from Karl. Karl linked a video. They went to the video, and then they just spammed hate comments and immediately dipped off without actually, like, giving anything a full read. Because they see their reliable source, White Knight Hero, and don't think that that person can't make fucking errors. Because these fucking sheeple Muppet fucking people don't bother to actually take 2 cents of their time, pull their dick out of their goddamn fucking eye sockets, and actually look for 1 minute. That's the truth.
That doesn't shock me at all.
I mean, it took Karl slapping Van Buren to finally fucking realize that, hey, maybe I shouldn't be following fucking Billy and getting a fucking free card, Walter Day trading card bullshit. I can make my own trading cards. I'm gonna call them the Maris Means trading cards.
Well, they'd be about as useful or, you know, valuable.
But probably not.
This hasn't aged very well. No fault of your own. You've been manipulated and lied to about Billy. By Billy. I never... This is crazy. This person thinks I spoke to Billy Mitchell. The only communication ever with Billy Mitchell, and it was very recent. It wasn't even direct. It was over LUS's stream. All he was doing was posting emojis and it was trying to talk to me, never responded. Other than that, I've never had a legitimate conversation with him. Ever. And these fucking people are out here saying, oh, you talked to him. Are you fucking stupid? Like...
Well, I've talked to Billy, but then, so what?
You got accidentally dumped on by Karl.
Actual movie stars.
Billy T.
all
loses
the
his
same.
lawsuit. I almost want to say something back to these fucking people. I really do. Almost immediately. Don't defend Billy Mitchell. I never did. Do I have to re-quote my previous video? Hang on a second. Where the fuck is the video I had? Right here. I'm gonna pull this back up.
That one comment, the one before that you highlighted, just before that one.
Like,
I don't have to even do that. I could just do this. Right here.
It goes to show how...
Right there. 2018. Sorry, it's over here. 2018, look down there. Right there. I don't have to do shit. It's right there. I had that video up at one point. The only reason I took it down was in that video, I quoted someone on YouTube I don't fucking like. And I don't do anything with anymore. Because the guy is a fucked up pedophile. Let's go back to these, though. Always great to see Billy Mitchell fans embarrassing themselves. At no point did I say I was a fan. All I see is some dude trying to desperately to be relevant. Go fuck yourself. Did you change your mind or you still believe Karl Jobst is wrong? I still believe his statements are wrong. For him to entirely put the fucking suicide responsibility on one person is fucking gross. Regardless of who it is or what the context is or side, it's kind of fucked whichever way you look at it.
Well, the court saw it that way too and held, Karl liable. I'm assuming that was, a civil matter and not criminal, so...
So, the GoFundMe where he updates and doesn't fucking state what the current lawsuit is, and it just says that it's for defense purposes, really, he really held it from his community. They didn't know if it was for cheating or for the comment. Because all it said was defamation. Which is exactly what he was getting sued for, but not for the same type of defamation.
Well, see, the best defense against defamation is telling the truth. And
Karl didn't
if I had a video that proved that you're, let's say, theoretical situation, just so nobody turns around and tries to twist what I say. Theoretical situation. Just walk through the logic with me. Let's say I looked at your Fallout record and noticed that there was something, like you skipped through a wall or whatever. At that point, I could prove what you did was outside of the rules. Does that make you a cheater?
When Billy confirmed he played on a cabinet shown in the picture, he said the stick was only black. In the lawsuit for TG, didn't it say it was red?
That would have to go back to his defamation thing.
Yeah.
I've purposely stayed away from that lawsuit because it's just like, why do I care? I don't.
You were incorrect. The stick being red means that the official hardware was modified.
That's
What
not
terms?
true.
What terms? Every cabinet comes with a black joystick. Well, apparently this one does.
That is not true. I can tell you 100% that is false.
Billy Mitchell used a red multi-directional joystick. Multi-directional, so you're saying it was 4 directions or 8? That hardware is modified and not OEM. You were wrong. Billy himself even admitted that the stick was red. So now it's red this time. These comments don't pick the fucking color right even. Like, these people are fucking... From a year ago? Didn't use their fucking brain. They didn't use that thing like 5 feet above their fucking head to realize, hey, maybe I should go fucking read. Like...
Rico, I have a question. So there was never, so there was a red joystick on the Donkey Kong arcade machines?
Now, I'm going to preface what I say by, when we collected Donkey Kong cabinets about 6 months before we had ever done the Kong off, this was 2011, maybe early 2010. Late 2010, early 2011, when we got the idea in our head and started reaching out to people. Most of the cabinets had either a metallic shaft with a red lollipop, or it was black with a red lollipop. I don't know if people painted them, took them apart, performed maintenance on it. I would think after, at that point, 20 years, 25, almost 30, that a joystick would need some level of maintenance to it. I mean, you get official Nintendo parts. Do they match? I couldn't answer that question because I don't have, the parts book right in front of me for all their arcade stuff.
Oh, I see. Because what happened was, the reason I say this because Karl recommended me to go to this place to check up a mock-up of a Donkey Kong over the red joystick, and I talked to the owner when I got there, and I even got that owner to talk with Maris on the phone, and he confirmed me that he believes that a Superman joystick was used, and he said, because he tried to mock the same arcade machine. You see what I mean?
This guy is saying, I saw the video before it got deleted. What video? The video's still here.
I mean, there's someone in the chat, Mary, is saying that they did make an 8-way Nintendo stick that was in almost every way identical to the 4-way. And since it's been 15 years since I've looked at either one of them, I couldn't tell you, but I know we had both. And I had to make sure that when I was putting the joysticks into the cabinet that I used a 4-way stick because it was supposed to be an official competition. I don't remember my timeline from 15 plus years ago, but that was around the time where we had basically confirmed that we were taking over Twin Galaxies at that point, and that was one of the first tournaments that we did. I believe the Tron-Off was actually the first tournament that we did before we took over, because Dave Nelson was there in an official Twin Galaxies capacity, not only myself.
I'm going to let you two talk, though. I'll be right back. But continue to talk about Kong Off, though. Be right back.
And I think Tron Off, let's see. Tron Legacy was November 2011, I think. Correct me if I'm wrong. But I'm almost certain that that movie and our Tron Off event, because I remember watching Tron Legacy in the movies and then going to the arcade later that night to watch over stuff in the arcade that wasn't directly related to the Tron Off. I was David Ruiz, I believe his name was. No, David Cruz. Again, it's 15 years. I'm forgetting names a little bit. He was part of the Tron-off, but I believe his machine malfunctioned. We had 3 machines there. I can't for the life of me remember who brought the 3rd machine, but they had a run, and around 2 million in, I think they died off. Dave's machine just malfunctioned, and he couldn't manufacture a run, and someone else made about 17 million. I can remember the face, but I can't remember the name of who did it. He was on our team for the King of the Arcades when we did it against Ken Cade, and we did those competitions. I can't remember his name, though. But he held the Tron world record at the end of the Tron-off. He was a good player, too.
Rico, I sent a picture for you to see. So this one has a red controller on it on this Donkey Kong. So you're saying some of them might have just had them because of, like you said, maintenance situation?
Where'd you send it?
It's on the chat right here.
Okay, I see it.
Wow, this is the most hateful thing I've seen. Hope you're following his trail all the way to his grave. Wow.
Honestly, I don't recall there being that many buttons on the layout of that picture, and I'm almost certain they were orange and not red and blue. But again, I'm 15 years removed, well, 16 almost, really, from ever looking at a Donkey Kong cabinet and trying to suss out, you know, what is and what isn't legitimate. But then, are we really going to get bent out of shape if a button was replaced? You know, that was a lot of the problem that I had, even when we ran Twin Galaxies. I remember Roy Schilt sent us.
This guy doesn't even know how to spell the word school.
Oh, well, he tried.
Continue. Don't let me interrupt. I'm just gonna be fucking looking at this dumb shit as I listen.
You know, because there was 2 different versions of Missile Command. One had a smaller trackball that moved the cursor quicker on the screen, and I believe the cabinet that Roy had a larger trackball. I could be wrong in getting them backwards because, again, it's been 15 years, and truthfully, if I could forget, like, if I found a way to just forget everything that happened in, like, say, 2012, I'd probably take that and just, you know, erase my memory, and, you know, Twin Galaxies and my involvement just never happened. But he sent a video, and at the end, he spent about 30 minutes going through the video and just shitting on Richie, shitting on me, shitting on Twin Galaxies as a whole. But at the end of the day, everything on his submission was legitimate. So, of course, what would we do except, you know, make a whole new category and cater to the name? Which is what the current Twin Galaxies is doing. If you have enough points or whatever, you can just create a category. And, oh, look, I have a world record. Yay, look at me. I'm world record holder. You know, the only one to submit for this obscure title and these obscure rules. The whole thing just means nothing now.
I love this one. This guy is a paid spokesperson for Billy Mitchell. I have the proof. All right, where's the proof? Show the receipts. When did I get paid? When did I get paid? Well, when did I get paid by a guy I never spoke to until literally, I wouldn't even say spoke to. It's more like I tried to communicate with him, and that was the other day.
Well, if it wasn't 2 o'clock in the morning, I could call him up and talk to him right now, but, you know.
Yeah.
I never even got paid by Billy. Oh boy. I'm envious that
Karl
you got
wins.
paid by Billy.
Karl wins.
Yeah, how'd that work out? I don't think so.
Your entire video is total fail. Billy, under deposition, admits he wouldn't play anything other than a black stick. If he said this, I wouldn't be surprised, but again, we don't fucking remember what he actually said to the fucking courts, but it wouldn't fucking matter because they allowed it retrofitting and they had Todd Rogers as the verification. So, triple whammy, you dumbasses. I thought he was trolling. No, I'm telling the truth.
Well, even in 2012, everybody got bent. Excuse me. Everybody got bent out of shape because I was going to go after scores that I knew were not legitimate. And even at the time, I had a whole hit list of scores that I was going to turn around and say, all right, this isn't possible. Rodrigo Lopes
Do you
posted
remember if in Karl's initial video if he called the stick an 8-way? I think he did, didn't he?
I wouldn't be able to tell you one way or the other.
Hey, bitch ass, what now, huh? I really want to start responding to these people. Should I just do it live? Just start fucking with them?
No. Because it's like...
Nah, I don't want to shame these people.
Just like I tell you about, like, you know, Kat Despira. Just... What has she done to be, like, in any way relevant? It's just like...
What the
you know, Beetlejuice. You just don't say the name 3 times and speak it into existence.
Hi, my name is Maris Memes. For those of you that know my
Shut the fuck up. Shut up. I don't want to hear myself.
I don't want to hear myself either, but, you know.
Yeah, no, I'm the type of person that doesn't like hearing their own voice.
No, neither do I, honestly.
It scares me sometimes. This guy is no CSI. I never claimed to be a fucking CSI. That's the thing, bro. Like, I don't know you. You don't know me. Why would I want to be a fucking CSI? Where the fuck is this post? He edited it out and said, when's Karl's suicide? I'm like, what the fuck? Somebody actually went back and edited their post from a year ago to say that. I can't believe I just saw that.
Well, the whole thing is like, now Karl gets to appeal, waste more money on that whole process. Even if he gets things set aside, oh boy, you know, Billy's gonna have his hot sauce no matter what. And I think 3 people in the world might actually buy it, but, you know, I don't see it on store shelves near me, so it doesn't matter. I gotta kind of hold back what I want to say because I don't want to, ooh, that guy on your stream, he said something naughty.
I don't
Get
give
the
a fuck.
lawyers all,
Go to
in
town.
a.
Go to town. Go to town. I mean, I'm already putting Ursat Cats and Cat the Spear on fucking full blast. I personally, to me, I feel like they're responsible for fucking over Apollo in the long run of things, and they fucked over Karl. They cost Karl $600,000, if not more, in my opinion. And now the appeal too, like especially with Ursat Cats, fucking that guy's a fucking dumbass. I said it before years back. I showed the comments. I've been saying to other people and you guys both. I've said it before. I think the guy was a fucking idiot. Like, on all honesty, it was completely fucking stupid.
Maris, can you show those two pictures to Mary? The one with the bottom showing the bottom of the joystick and the top of the joystick. I sent you two pictures. Can you show that to Mary?
Yeah, it's in the live stream chat.
Yeah, Maris could put it up if he wants to.
Yeah, this was from the actual. That was from the arcade, right?
That's from the mock-up. That's my own video. I want to go do the investigation. That's why I wanted you to. If it was a way you could show it to Mary, that, and just to verify it, because he said, said that the red joystick was something like this, but this is a HAP controller with micro switch. They look like cherry micro switch, not the leaf type.
Hang on. I'm gonna make it as a separate source, but it shouldn't be that much of a problem to do. Because it was like...
Honestly, I think it's all bullshit because at the end of the day, you replace a button and somebody will, oh, that's not the right button. You replace the joystick and, oh, that's not the right joystick. And,
if it works, it works. That's how it fucking was back then.
Yeah.
Like, alright, well, if it's not original, oh fucking well. Like, and this is a fact. My Ocarina of Time runs that I did on Speed Gaming, speedrun.com a long time ago, the controllers have a GameCube stick hack. As the GameCube stick, analog stick mod on my controllers. It doesn't use the N64 OEM stick. Uh-oh, I'm gonna get removed because I have a fucking more smooth fucking control stick where the stick doesn't have a fucking drift. I mean, here's the next example. Look at the stick drift. I'm barely pressing this. I'm not actually moving this. Look at this control stick shift. That's kind of like the N64 controllers. Like,
show that person the two pictures, please.
Oh yeah, second. I'm saving it right now to load it. Search.
Well, I know that an 8-way stick on the arcade Donkey Kong does offer an advantage because you get to manipulate the barrels and the way they come down because the game thinks you're pressing both up and left at the same time as opposed to up or
Right here.
left.
Yeah, there you go. Can you see that, Mary?
Again, not to devil's advocate anyone, but what was the game that Donkey Kong got the conversion from? It was like Seawolf or something like that?
Radar scope?
Radar scope?
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
Like, most of this stuff I just don't care about, and it's like a giant pile of who gives a shit. But if people are going to get, their panties all in a bunch, especially with, when I ran Twin Galaxies, I made it clear on the forums, I'm like, I'm going to look at scores that I'm certain are not real and, look at removing them. And one vacation later to upstate New York, you know, everybody's like, oh, well, let's, you know, contest, you know, our ownership and stuff like that. And then it's like, oh, well, now it reverts back to, you know, somebody else so they could eventually sell it to Jace Hall. But they were so afraid, because this goes back to like the International Hall of Fame, the Video Game Hall of Fame, where Walter literally never talked to me. He avoided me 100% of the time. I think I got one sentence in because I was talking to Richie at the time, and Walter needed to be, you know, had to be like in the same area, and then he just disappeared into the ether. Like the whole lot of us go out to dinner, Walter wasn't there. Probably because I was there, and I had questions to ask him. Fast forward to 2019, the Gen Con convention. Billy Mitchell was doing a play, or someone was doing a play that was about his whole Donkey Kong thing. I didn't watch the play, but I was able to hang out with Billy Mitchell and Robbie Lakeman for the better part of 6-7 hours, and all we talked about was just the most random stuff. Billy's wife was there too, but you know, she looked about as interested in everything as the common fan, you know, a common person. If I, you know, woke up at 10 o'clock in the morning and asked somebody who's Billy Mitchell, they'll go, huh? Who?
Yeah, I can't, like I said earlier, I can't wait to go through this whole comment section and start ripping on people. I really can't. I'm wondering now if Kiwi Farms is open, so let me go check that. If it's under maintenance, like if it's done. Ah, here we go. Now we can go to this shit show of a fucking website.
Oh boy.
Y'all are gonna see some horrid stuff that not many people are going over, because Karl completely deleted the comments off his Twitter, which, not surprising, because who would want anyone to know about this? Like, I don't know how true any of this shit is, but to see our White Goose involvement, it's not a good sign. So as I said, this is... Let me get rid of this for a second. I'm gonna try to make this larger. It's a fucking pain in the ass to grab this source. Oh my god, let me grab it. Thank you. Good enough for me. Whatever. So, Kiwi Farms is like a shitty doxing type platform. It's not really the greatest. It really goes over the bad side of things. There's a lot of drama, shit show. Trying to find sim hack stuff. Contributed to the Easy Kit video. I didn't know he actually did that. I'm trying to find some of the other stuff. Ew, what the fuck?
I have specifically created this website to help men who want more dates, relationships, and sex in their life.
Okay, the editing on this is peak. Even, you know, not as like something mean to him, but just even as a joke, like,
Just to take that in context and put the fucking music on there. It's perfect.
On the 1st of April.
I don't know, he released that. He's got a bunch of other videos. Here's some other stuff from his Discord. Speedrunning has a very high trans percentage. Probably because trans people have huge... Yeah, I mean, this is things he's saying in his Discord. I'm gonna come, probably gonna come, from next vid, pretend to come. Like, what? Oh, and this. Sim threat. This is what the one thing I was trying to pull up that's on Kiwi Farms. This post when he's talking his sim threat. I don't bash or hate new people. I bash and hate Fs. AKA Jimbo and Plum. When I see all the vids, I'm gonna rape the times like a... Like... This is Karl. I think you're a genius. You're trying to mock me and end up agreeing with me. I can't even read whatever the fuck that word's trying to be. It's too long with a bunch of insults. Fag big fag all over the place and trying to locate her. The fag, the cop and put the inside of the man in the document. I can't, dude. That looks like a bunch of mumbo jumbo. Jesus Christ. I do make the.
Yeah, well, sometimes you just need to, engage zero brain cell mode and call it a day.
I just think that some of these things that he was saying are fucked. This one's really fucked. This is from 2001. So this is 24 years ago. Karl's what? How old now? How old's Karl Jobst again? Like 33? 34? 36? Does anyone know his age?
No idea.
I'm trying to remember how old he is, but anyway, going back 24, this is like when he's a kid still. So he's a kid posting this. My stepdad found porn on the computer. I have no idea how it got there, but in any case, he took the internet away. I have no idea when I'm getting it back. I think they're looking into getting a porn site blocker or something, even though it won't do any good because I got all my porn from DL programs like iMesh and Morpheus. Yeah, well, in the meantime, I'm writing a Perfect Dark FAQ walkthrough. It's gonna be fucking own all the other fucking FAQs. I'm gonna be all over a Meg probably when it's finished. So yeah, keep me busy the next few months, years. During this time, I'll not play GoldenEye, maybe. Like, almost every day I get several microlinks. What the fuck? Odds of this chick being decent is 17,546 to 1. I'm not gonna read the rest of that. Can I see that pic again? The previous one? Right there. This is Karl Jobst saying this. This is a post he deleted that someone made on Twitter. I screen capped the post in case it got deleted. I can't find it now. But I was very curious as to why this was getting shared. And I started looking at it. It was posts from Kiwi Farms. Looking at over, how all this is being typed, I could see Karl saying this stuff as a younger kid, though. But the times are, like, weird. Like, you got one from 2017 and then one from, like, 2002 and 2001. Here's him saying this in 2013. So this was 12 years ago. So at the time, if you go back 12 years, he's got to be at least early 20s. And as I said earlier, you got RY Goose here. Time to go after some Child Dungeons world record then. Child Dungeons being Ocarina of Time Child Dungeon sections, because if you've played Ocarina of Time before, the first 3 dungeons are as a child Link, so you do like a child world record. So they have categories where they do the first 3 dungeons and that's it. And they try to do them as fast as possible without cheating or anything. So, and some with glitches and exploits. But the follow-up comment was him adding the word rape in the middle.
I mean, there's some stupid shit here. I don't know if these were fucking screen capped or not, because for Discord, you could literally Photoshop any fucking message. Anything. So I don't know if any of these are exact or true. Some of them are, some of them aren't. All I would have to do is ask, I guess, the people that are, you know, being quoted. He has a Pornhub account listed as sim threat. What? What? I swear to God, this has got to be fake, right? There's no way. There's no fucking way. Is there a join date on your last login 2 months ago? I got nothing. Let's go back to that. But yeah, you can't find that post anywhere. It's gone. I made a copy of it before it disappeared, though. And I was good. Here's another one where at the end of all, if he loses everything else, you can always play whatever the fuck this is. Just bouncing a ball on his head. And he punches his couch. I don't know why. What the hell is this? No, I'm not gonna bother watching that. Yeah, here's one that seems like a legitimate thing. Kiwi farms don't go after famous people. I didn't have a problem with them if they went after public figures, figure locales. So himself, but they went after my wife and stalked her social media accounts. Yeah. This has got a lot of pages already. That's a shit show. Yeah, they're... Yeah, Kiwi Farms is accessible. Just plain and simple. They are... What the fuck? See, we be sending his VHS in that they were conventions, that the cabinet he owned was modified and then just passed their level of scrutiny. The response of that claim is that the reason Twin Galaxies scrutinized the arcade cabinet so heavily that it was assembled by a Billy Mitchell diffractor called Mr. Awesome, who made it his life's goal to get retribution over his discredited missile command scores. Therefore, TG wanted Steve to use more credible hardware, such as live verification on a machine in an arcade. What the fuck? Wild. So, I wonder if my stream just fucking died.
Well, back then, VHS tapes were, the main method. It was a massive pain in the ass to get people to send VHS tapes that were judges at the time. And I know Patrick Patterson had a whole palette of submissions and he just kind of destroyed them instead of sending them over. I would have went out there with Richie with like a U-Haul truck, drove down to Texas, and we would have picked them up. But then, you know, people were so petty and naive that it's like, whatever.
It's not
Like,
surprising.
it really disappointed me that everybody was so against Walter Day losing control of Twin Galaxies, even though Billy was still a big part of Twin Galaxies in 2012 when our group had it. But, you know, some part of me thinks that this whole shit show was even started if I never would have said, oh, well, I'm going to go after, you know, some of the illegitimate tours and debunk how I know they're not legitimate, that this may never have happened, and hell, I could still have Twin Galaxies. Jace Hall wouldn't even be a thing, or work together with Jace Hall instead of the group of I forget the company that was originally involving themselves, but they took the Twin Galaxies, basically that database that I took about 7 months with a bunch of interns to actually restore, and that in itself was a giant shit show. The broken mess that was the Twin Galaxies database was just oh, what a mess.
Yeah, VB woke up and realized, as a result of that video that Karl did about the red stick joystick of destiny, about Walter and Billy being frauds.
Well, I could have told you that 15 years ago. So what? Like, Walter Day was trying to, you know, put Twin Galaxies on the map and tried to, you know, replicate pro wrestling at the time. Billy Mitchell was his Hulk Hogan, as it were. And a couple others, you know, were also involved with Walter and were trying to, you know, legitimize the whole thing. And I think that was truly their downfall, because I don't think many of them were A, very good, B, legitimate. But, you know, you try 100 times, it's the one time that you do good, you get the quote-unquote record. It took George Lutz 5 different tries to play Qbert for 4.5 days to finally break the record. And I think at least 5 different fights between Richie and I, because Richie don't know how to marathon games, and I do. And let's just say Richie was giving horrid advice to George. And the one time where Richie just says, all right, you know, you take control of everything. He goes and breaks the record. So, you know, that was a big I told you so. And of course, Richie, in his infinite wisdom, doesn't look through any of the tape. And yes, I know there are questionable moments that I wanted to look at. George walked away from the console for about an hour and 25 minutes, which means he would have abandoned the run if he left for more than an hour. And does anybody care? No.
No.
Am I going to push the issue even though I was there? No. Why would I?
You could.
What does it do for me? Put my name out there for what? Nothing.
It's a 15-minute video I did. That is incredible.
But, you know, I think it started... Actually, I know it started Valentine's Day because I remember the quip that I'm like, oh, George, it looks like we're going to be each other's Valentine's date for the day. Because the only other person that was in the arcade for the better part of 2 days was the other employee of the arcade. Richie showed up on Friday night, and I had to go get a bunch of stanchions, and I'm like, all right, this is our zone, and, you know, piss off, stay out, but the stupid thing of it all, and what makes no sense to me, is how can you review 4 days of footage in about 10 hours and confirm that George was the world record holder before I ever got a chance to look at it, because I was writing notes the whole damn time. And it was around the second into the third day where George walked away from... Well, he didn't walk away. He was in the bathroom. He took a nap, and then he was in the bathroom. He took about 45 minutes to a nap, and then he was in the bathroom for about 30 minutes. That was about an hour and 15 minutes, but, you know, oh well. Walk away from the cabinet for over an hour, and no big deal, I guess. If somebody can play Life Force when it says specifically, you know, you can't bump back on the final boss, and even the modern Twin Galaxies allows that blatant rules violation, then who gives a shit? You know, if the rules just don't matter, then okay.
I think the craziest thing is not even most... I don't think there's anything about me on Kiwi Farms right now.
I'd almost wonder if there's a bunch of shit on me, but, you know, whatever. I don't think I'm, you know, a big, you know, internet celebrity to even warrant a passage in there. And if there was, you know, whatever. Good on them. they definitely care about it way more than I do.
I mean, like, in all seriousness, I'm gonna still stand by. Why the fuck did Mutahara even make a video about him at all? Just
Who?
some ordinary gamer, Mutahara. I don't know why the fuck he made a video about Karl. I really don't. Or even the
Clout
lawsuit.
chasing, maybe?
Yeah, that's all I could think. But like, why? Like, he never said anything or had anything to do with it before.
Well, it's all these piss-low commentators, you know, have to commentate on something. Otherwise, you know, they become really irrelevant to, well, any topic, but I don't know. Personally, I don't get it, but you know, it's like, oh, let's watch this video and you want to listen to what I have to say. It's like, no, I'd rather just fucking watch the video and form my own opinion. But then I actually have something hiding in my head called a brain, which a lot of people
can't find.
Don't have. And it's like, oh, what's this space, you know, in my fucking head? Because it's only there to properly space my ears, right?
Wild. I think Karl might go under 1 million subs. Maybe. Let me see.
I don't know. I don't get it, but you know, that's just
In the race
me.
for governor, there's only
Continue. Just reading.
Oh, I'm just shitting on everybody. It's like, don't mind me. Because at the end of the day, it's like, if Karl disappeared off of YouTube, does YouTube, you know, continue to exist? Yes. Does anybody care? Not really.
Dude, these comments are fucking vicious. It's only 200K. Like, it's not even close to usually what he gets. Fucking.
Well, Mary, unfortunately, George's run happened 2012? No, we had Twin Galaxies, so yeah, it would have had to have been February 2012. Because I remember the first day saying that, oh, yep, you're my Valentine's date this year, because we were basically stuck in the arcade for what I figured to be about 4 days. I had got off of work that whole week. I had finished my day at work on, I think, Tuesday. So I know... I'm so sorry, I can't remember what the other kid's name was. I could pick him out of a crowd no matter what, because, you know, I worked with him for years. But give me 15 years of not giving a shit about something and trying to remember tertiary details is, it's a little rough. But, oh well. but you'd think there would be interesting things that happen during an 88 some odd hour marathon. But I made sure that almost nothing happened that was, you know, just, oh look, more deaths, more of everything. Oh look, yep, you're 8 hours in, go take a nap for half an hour. Well, things like that. What was it? Oh, it was Ed. That's who it was. Ed the Kill Screen. That's his name. Because I remember him fucking up and unplugging the Qbert on one of George's runs back when we were at the older location, the original arcade location. Oh, believe me, I got tired of watching the game being played about 20 minutes in. That's why I relied on the fact that I had a camera streaming directly to Twitch and a secondary camera that was George's camera. So, to be perfectly clear, I was not like super watching his Qbert game the whole time. Nor was I there from the start, because when I finally got there, it was about 2:30, 2:45, maybe 3 o'clock, and he had started at noon. So Ed and George started things off, because I said, all right, well, I'll get there, but I'll, get there whenever, because I had, work engagements. And then I had the next couple days off. And every once in a while, I just went home because, well, I could go and sleep where it's not like, George could really do anything. So I wasn't watching him 24/7. But then there were times where I literally just crawled into the Star Wars cockpit cabinet that we had, and I just slept for an hour and a half. So, for all I know, George was unsupervised past the two cameras for multiple hours of that run.
Frico, since I have you here, not to cut you off, to requote what I said in my recent previous video, I showed off the Porsche Steelbook model of hard drive. Since you were running Twin Galaxies with Web Insignia at the time, you're able to verify that is the same kind of hard drive they use, the model-wise, right? I wanted to ask this because I had Van Buren at one point question the fact that if it was even legitimate, and I'd
need to see the hard drive, because there were the old pieces of shit that we recovered from Twin Galaxies, and then there were the drives that we used to recreate. And also, Mary, I do agree with you, but at the same time, there was some guy who said he played Counter-Strike for hundreds of hours, and I'd love to see that video, because how long was he queuing in lobbies? How long was he taking breaks? I mean, I could probably play Counter-Strike at a very rudimentary level, or, insert any online game, like League of Legends, let's say. As long as I'm queuing for the games, who really, am I playing the game?
Hard drive.
you have any side view of it, or is that the only picture you
That's
have?
just like the top of it. The sides are just black.
At first glance, it looks like it could be legitimate.
It has an LED on the front that just goes vertical down. Let me get another screen cap of it. It's like weird looking the back of it too. Let me get a picture of the back of it. It might look more familiar too. Hang on. Pull up a picture of the back, although this is not as close as I'm gonna get it. What about that? That's of the back of it.
That actually looks about right, because it's got this stupid
Little fucking button on the side to turn it on.
Yeah.
Yeah. That was a data loss prevention button too, in case it was unplugged. Which honestly makes no fucking sense. I feel like if you plug it the fuck in, it should just automatically be on. Why have an on and off switch when it's going to be powered? I feel like that would cause a power flux issue. They're prone to failure, badly. These lacies. That's what they are.
Well, what we got, I would say, was about 1% recoverable, and I'm probably overestimating the 1%.
They'd be lucky to get one. I almost didn't get any.
Because it was a lot of trying to just find older versions of the website and building off of that. And I remember when we put the scoreboard or the recreated scoreboard back up, everybody has a hissy fit because the interns didn't fucking listen. And I'm like, well, if it's a golf game, the lowest score is the highest score. And if it's a racing game, the lowest time is the best time.
No, highest
People-
number wins.
You know, it was just, they just sorted everything from high to low, thinking, oh, well, everything's just, you know, oh, you get 50 points for stomping the Goomba, so, you know, whoever stomped the Goomba more, you know, they were the record holder. And it's like, no, this is not correct at all. And I remember, you know, a lot of like golf games as a prime example. You know, people with plus 50 were the technical record holders at the time because they had the highest score, not because they had the best score.
I have a score of 1 can of ravioli. It's Chef Isaiah Boyardee. Because boy is he fucked.
Well,
what's the expiration date on this can of ravioli? I've had it for a while. 2022. Oh, somebody will eat it.
Actually, Mary, it doesn't level 9 over and over. It actually repeats 6, 7, 8, and 9. Even though it says it's level 9, it uses the patterns from level 6, 7, 8, and 9 over and over and over and over for Qbert.
It's crazy. I recently bought the Oblivion remaster, and that's probably when I'm gonna be streaming tomorrow. So like,
I was thinking about getting that and just
stream it now.
trying to do all the stupid stuff that I used to do back in the day.
So
and
you know
just
what
like
the one thing
one
they
shot
took away?
thing.
The one thing they took away that made me really upset. The paintbrush glitch is gone.
As long as you can still mess with your fatigue, then
I don't think
you can just crush everything.
I don't think you can. There's also sprinting now, which is kind of weird.
Eh.
Your character runs around like it's fucking Sonic now. It's kind of weird playing the Oblivion remaster. I gotta set my stream up to do that. That's what I gotta do next, because that's like one of the things on my my list to do now. Like, if anyone ever had a question for, like, I guess I got the hard drive up on screen, like, to go over specifically what's on the hard drive that I got from Ferretti, which I don't even know how the fuck he got it. I really don't. Probably got it from fucking PSP or someone else that fucking hated PSP that was with Web Insignia. Who the fuck knows how he got this shit? I really don't fucking know. But it has the staff board, the staff admin threads that Hector and Mr.
If I
Chicken went over.
could venture a guess, but I'm almost certain I'm wrong, in that it was Richie that leaked it out, but that's the only person I can think of other than myself.
I don't
that
think
would have
Richie would have
known.
given anything to fucking Ferretti, though. I really don't.
You'd be surprised, because I did a lot to smooth over their relationship near the end of the arcade run that we had.
So give Ferretti a whole copy of Twin Galaxies.
Out of spite, to prove that, you know, we weren't targeting him, so to say.
He did.
Because honestly, I was basically Ferretti's biggest champion. I'm like, if everybody's gonna, you know, ride Billy's nuts as, you know, this great hero, then why not position Ferretti as the villain? That was my thought process, is that if you're going to have a hero, you also have to have a villain.
I really want to fuck around on Oblivion Remaster now. That's all I fucking want to do.
And that was my logic. I mean, hell, not that it matters anymore, but I had Ferretti's number, I have, you know, Billy's number, I have a lot of people's number, but, you know, does it mean anything right now? No.
Not a goddamn
Should I probably have deleted them? Yeah. I mean, I could call Robbie Lakeman, I could call Billy Mitchell, I could call Richie.
You have
I could
RTM's
call
number?
Murchak? No.
According to Ferretti, the reason why he didn't want to speak to me is because he was having like emotional fits. The guy goes
Murchak's
like
someone I never had the pleasure or displeasure. I'm not really sure what it may end up being. I never had a conversation with him.
Well, there you go. I think he only
For
backs
better
the
or
corner.
worse.
I think he only backs the corner of people like Ursat and Cat Despera. He wouldn't talk to me
But,
after
you know,
I stopped fucking being pals with Despera. He didn't even want to communicate with me. He'll communicate with Ferretti, which was fucking bizarre, but not with me. I never knew why. I asked to talk to him because I wanted some clarification on a few things, and he never got back to me. And that was like back in 2019, so that was like fucking 6 years ago, and he never messaged me back.
I mean, I still have the Websignia guys' direct office line numbers. But, you know, what good is that?
Well, Patrick Scott Patterson trying to steal the website back then through the Gamer Life, whatever the fuck that 365.
Yeah, Gamer Life 365.
Yeah.
That wasn't Patrick Patterson. That was Websignia trying to
repurpose it, but you know what they did? PSP redirected the website to his website.
And then I really think that Websignia realized that what they had done was just patently illegal. By taking the Twin Galaxies restored database and the new database
as seizure.
of new users and then saying, oh, well, we'll take this whole list of people and invite them to this new website wholesale and just, instead of it being Twin Galaxies, it's Gamer Life 365.
I'm not actually sure why the Gamer Life 365 existed. I'd have to talk to
I do. It was the Websignia people who never got paid,
Yeah.
according to them. And that was their attempt at, taking the assets that they had at the time and trying to monetize it.
I would
That's
probably
exactly
look into,
what it was.
I'd probably look into calling one of their office numbers and asking them directly, like, what the fuck was that even? Because I feel like somebody set them up to do that.
Well, I could call the CEO directly. I have his line. We've talked a bunch, but, again, that was 2011, because I had to educate him on the, gaming 101, essentially.
You should give him a call up in the morning and be like, yo, who the fuck came up with the Gamer Life 365 and what the fuck was that?
He wouldn't actually be the one I call. It would be the tech guy that I call, honestly.
Because, like, I could understand being upset not getting fucking paid for a job. Because they were contracted by you and Richie, and they just never fucking...
Oh, they were contracted by Richie, not me.
Oh.
Jordan was the money.
Jordan was the money, you were the sorter,
brains,
and fucking Richie was the contract.
the face of the franchise, shall we say.
Oh, God. That sounds like a clusterfuck of the Three Musketeers getting fucked in the ass.
Yeah, well.
It's what happened!
Exactly. Because Richie only knew about arcades. He knew fuck all about consoles. And he actually stole my Super Nintendo and Genesis and all the games, which, well...
Super Nintendo games are still worth a good chunk of money.
Well, especially after COVID, the games that I had, he probably, stole about $8,000 to $10,000 from me. If I were to price out each game individually.
Shitty person.
Well,
what was the most expensive game you had?
Probably one of the Final Fantasies or Suikoden 2 for the PlayStation 2. I know I kept that with my Genesis games. But even right now, that disc goes for like $500 on the secondary market.
Dude, the price of some of these fucking video games are getting more and more insane. I have a,
What?
in my storage, I got an N64 test cartridge. And that thing is worth, like, several thousand, easily. Fucking insane. I got it for
Let's see.
I got it for $600.
Just off the top of my head, I had Link to the Past, Final Fantasy 3, Final Fantasy 2. I'm using the American names, not the Japanese, so it would have been 4 and 6. But fuck you, it said 2 and 3 on the cartridge, so, if anybody has a problem with it, they can contact my buddy Ligma.
Who's Ligma? Come on, you can follow it up. Who's Ligma?
No, too easy. Low-hanging fruit.
Come on.
No.
Finish it.
Another fun game, Pilot Wings, ActRaiser. Let's see, what else did I have? I said it was 15 years since that shit's been stolen, almost, so it's kind of hard to remember what I had. I had Super Tennis. Aerobiz. That was a fun one. That game was a guilty pleasure of mine. So good.
Yep.
Oh, the original Street Fighter 2. Because that was a big thing when it came out on the Super Nintendo as a cartridge.
What game do you think horrified you the most as a kid?
Horrified me.
Yeah.
Hexen on the PC.
Really?
Yeah.
Why so?
With how graphic the deaths were in that game. Like, even the player's death was blood and guts everywhere.
You know, I used to think the loading screens for Postal 1, like the loud sounds and like the horrifying images.
See, I never played that game. So there's... I've seen a couple friends play like Postal 3 and Postal 2.
Postal 2 is good.
No, I've never played any of the Postal series, so I couldn't tell you one way or the other, good, bad, or otherwise.
I'm gonna post the one game I thought.
There was some shooting game that I can't remember the name of that was pretty graphic and gruesome at the arcade.
I always thought, as a kid,
It had like a shotgun to shoot with, or it... I'd have to look it up, but it was pretty graphic.
as a kid, I always thought this video game horrified the shit out of me. Probably don't look familiar at all. Can you recognize what this game is? It's just the main character.
Asterix?
Like, what was that?
No, that's not Asterix, is it?
No. So, I always thought the box art is what horrified me as a kid. I used to look in the dark and I would see that fucking face approaching me with a bunch of fucking demonic ghosts and shit behind it. That's a creepy red rat face. It looks like something on a fucking, like Chuck E. Cheese or something. Like, I don't know what it was. Just, it didn't click with me. I'd look in the dark, I'd see that thing fucking approaching you. It should be like, imagine, right? You're just sitting in the dark and suddenly it's like, woo, it's in your face. Woo! You know. It's like out of nowhere.
I
It's a speck in the dark. And then suddenly, it just comes running up at you like what do you do? It's...
Run.
Yeah, as a kid. I mean, that's worse than the blood and guts and shit, because it's like, what the fuck is that thing?
You see, I never played...
So that's Arrow the Acrobat from Super Nintendo. Or
Okay.
Arrow the Wombat, whatever the fuck it was, but... you know.
Looks like a Sunsoft game.
It is. I didn't mind the game. The game was fun. It's just, you know, that character horrified the shit out of me. Just weird. It was like trying to rip off the Jersey Devil or something. Like, I don't know what the fuck it was trying to be. Like, you know, it's one of those weird things. Hanging scene from Stern's 1983. You know what I should do? I should end the stream, restart it, and do nothing but fucking Postal 1. That's what I should do. Or play something really offensive. I really want to play an offensive game right now. What do you think? Should I end the stream or play an offensive game? What do you think I should do, Frico?
I know nothing.
Should I play Zelda 2 Randomizer and insult Tresco the entire time? And call him a fucking tool? Should I do that? I mean, that's a long time coming.
Oh, he is a tool bag, so, you know.
Fuck him.
Whatever.
I mean, dude, he marketed us on fucking ZSR without even fucking asking. And then took the money he earned from ad revenue and fucking donated to, what was that, Pirate Girl, whatever the fuck her name was?
Sounds about right.
Because what, she was hot and sent him fucking nudes or something? Or they lived together? Like, what the fuck was it? Because they were roommates and banging? Like what? A bunch of fucking horseshit to me. Absolute fucking nonsense. Let me see if I went over everything. Yeah, good enough for me. Only a sucker does a 9 to 5, right? But I have this math here from this. Remember this video? For Contra 3? At this point, the boss should already be dead. Should have been dead 2 minutes ago.
Oh, showing that
The Contra 3
Trifarce was leeching for like hours when never mind he didn't need to, but you know, whatever, I guess.
I could work IT jobs. I'm too intelligent. I don't have to do YouTube videos. I do this for fun. So, roughly 600k to a mil going into the boss. 4.4 mil on the final boss on normal to get the hard 9 mil. Divided by 5,000 points per eye orb. 888 would take 800 orbs. Average 8 to 10 orbs drop per cycle. Each cycle takes roughly, say, 10 to 15 seconds. All 8 orbs have different times. We'll assume 12 seconds. 88 times 12 equals 1,056 seconds. Divided by 60 seconds equals 17 to 22 minutes of leeching. After already killing the final boss. Or getting it down to 1 HP. And to see people getting attacked,
you'd have to hit it.
Right. But this is the calculation after 20 minutes. So, like, here's Drifter fighting it as soon as it spawns. Now, Drifter stated it takes 8 iterations after he becomes just a brain. So when this boss drops down and it becomes brain...
Okay.
Right
so
here
as
is
soon
what
as
it
the brain
actually says.
spawns in...
Well, yeah, this is the actual end of level boss. Once you toast that guy and then he turns into his brain, and you have to kill the brain.
Now make a save. So now I can load from this spot.
But see,
beginning of the fight.
What Drifter didn't do here was show
8 orbs
like
in a row.
The information of like how much life the
I can get it every time.
boss had.
That's the easiest one to not die on.
Because depending on things like getting this cycle or other quote-unquote whammy cycles where you don't score anything. You need to hit the eyeball, or you need to hit... I think there's one other that you can shoot
Wondering why I'm surviving is
the
because
crap that's on the screen for points, but I believe the eyeball is the most profitable.
3.
I think he was doing this just to show how many
times you can hit a
cycles
fucking
you
orb.
could get with just hitting it one time.
No, what he was showing in this was how many times could he hit a part of the boss, the orbs that are spinning around it, to where it would actually kill the boss. But in 44 iteration cycles, not once did the boss die. Because you have to hit the main fucking eye. The eye that's on the brain.
5.
After 8, it should already be dead. 8 with a regular rifle that he's using.
Well, assuming you actually hit the eye. Because one thing he's not doing while he's crouching down is actually hitting the brain.
Yeah.
I mean, you can fast forward through this because it's pretty fucking pointless.
It's less than 10, then this means that Square Johns is lying, or he doesn't know anything about the game's code that would, indicate a 1% towards the boss's HP. So, with this all in mind, I'm now going to play the audio and video clip that Drifter gave me.
It's like, hey, look, somebody's cheating.
That, on actual hardware,
Oh, we don't care because
so we're gonna play that
you can
back,
leech in that
so that
game,
way it'll go
but,
through every
you
cycle
know,
and you can count them on screen. I'm going to speed it up as quick as possible, so that way you guys understand. And when he goes to shoot, after as many iterations and cycles as he's done,
but every rules lawyer, which, Lance was, it's like, oh, let me put in vague terms.
then Isaiah's theory is completely
So my buddy, Isaiah, my back pocket, referee can...
So now, we loaded up the save from the beginning of this fight again. Okay? So now I'm gonna do
he needs to set a score. Oh, bitch boy, Lance, come over here.
Timer.
Time to, be a referee.
Okay? I'll start the timer from the beginning of the cycle.
And I've known that since the New Year's party from...
Damn, okay. Well, they gotta do this all over again. Fuck me. Alright.
2011 into 2012.
So close, too.
At that point, I knew we were getting... We were gonna be buying Twin Galaxies.
1.
And at that point, I had a conversation in confidence with Isaiah and Lance because I wanted to know about some of his scores.
3.
And he told me... Now again, I will deny that this conversation ever happened, as will he, even though I know it happened because we were there and the audio guy from Ohio, I can't remember his name because it never fucking mattered. Another Richie wannabe, cock blocker rider, whatever. No, it wasn't McAllister, it was something else. I just don't care. I can't remember his fucking name, but hoo-hoo.
He almost mixed the pixel right there.
Well, you can take a death on these because you get free guys like they're nothing. Like, if he actually wanted to go for score and hit, like, the white eyeball, he could get, 20 free guys, no problem. But he's just letting the cycles go through, and the red one's pretty safe, the stone ball's pretty safe.
The rest of them are a little bit more trickier.
The blue one's a pain in the ass.
That's true.
Oh, Mary, 10,000% this is
Oh,
leaching.
it is. And TG
But
allowed this.
The rules in Twin Galaxies said no excessive leaching, but it never defined the point at which leaching or, like some games will say, okay, like Double Dragon 2, for example, says that you can't do something more than 3 times. At that point, it becomes illegal. Then you're leeching, and it's illegal leeching. The rules of Contra 3 don't have a definition for what is leeching compared to excessive leeching.
They never defined that. What is excessive? It's never been defined.
12.
Bunch of horse
Like if you go on Twin Galaxies and you look up Double Dragon 2 for the NES, there's rules on what you can and cannot do. If you look up Contra 3 on the Super Nintendo, it just says, oh, no excessive leeching. Or another one I like to bring up is Life Force on the Nintendo, which Ryan Geno, well, it was always selectively enforced. It was, if you ride the nuts of the referee or not, you could get away with a lot more. If I sent this exact video to Lance, he would tell me I'm leeching and fuck off. But since it was, his roommate at the time, Cry Fraud Johnson or whatever his name is,
16.
oh, it's perfectly legal.
Live-in referee.
You'd think that the scores would be
Hey, Rico,
disqualified.
you want to come over and be my referee and say that I totally did my Oblivion record?
Sure.
Just upload it on the scoreboard for me under referee verified. Just say I did it in under an hour. Totally did it.
Yeah, a
Didn't
little
even play the
late
game.
on
Don't
that
worry
one,
about it. I
though.
don't know anything about the game. What's the ending? Sorry, I don't know. Didn't play the game.
Yeah.
I remember Isaiah. He said he never did a video for Streets of Rage 2, yet he's got a video upload and a referee verification. So he's got 2, and all he said was, "Oh, I never did a video." The guy doesn't even know what he did. He doesn't even know what lie he's believing in. So to explain this out, every cycle of hitting an orb piece halves the boss's health. The idea concept is this. It takes more than one hit at the end, in Isaiah's mind. But in reality, as soon as you get to 8 cycles of hitting an orb piece each time, if you shoot the eye once, that's it, the boss instantly dies. So he does this almost 40 sometimes, and then decides the count. Does the amount of times change? After 40 some cycles, does the health change on the boss at all from the amount of times required to hit? And it doesn't. Because Isaiah was saying it does.
What do you want? Alright, here we go. 1, 2.
Oh, he's full of shit.
3, 4.
I remember
5,
watching
6, 7, 8, 9.
Drifter do this with
10 times.
an
Same amount of
emulator, and it was showing the
Well, there's the
HP
proof that he should be
value
banned from
of
Twin
the
Galaxies for
brain
full well
as
knowing
it
that this is
went.
excessive leeching by using his best friend who was biased and the only one to see him do this record with no video at all to review.
And you could
Lance
delay
and
it
Square
and
both knew
shoot
that this record was in fact fake and against the
eyeballs
rules,
for
and they didn't put it
hours
in
if you
anyway.
wanted to.
Basically inputting false information into Twin
And I
Galaxies
think
database
that's what
on
Cry
purpose,
Fraud
which
did
is a bannable offense.
in his
Lastly,
submission.
before I end the
Because it
video,
was something,
Square
it
broke
was
2
like
more rules
7
on Twin
hours long
Galaxies.
or
He
something
admitted
like
to
that.
paying a referee thanks to the information from Patrick Patterson, and finally, silencing people outside of Twin Galaxies that are trying to help adjudicate, as he threatened my life and filed a false DMCA against my video and even gloated about it. I'm not even sure why you would gloat about breaking copyright law. I really don't, dude. Thanks for watching, and be sure to...
Yeah. But that wasn't good enough for Jace.
No, clear evidence like this is not good enough. But what I used and what I knew for 12 years for Rodrigo Lopez was that he showed a video of his supposed Legend of Zelda run, and I walked everybody through it on the wall, and I'm like, well, one, in a legit speed run, you don't go through this particular area more than once. And in his video, he goes through this particular room, and the enemy layout is the layout of going through that room for a second time. Because it changes the more times you go into and out of that room. So a circumstantial piece of evidence like that will get Rodrigo Lopes tossed from the record book. But when it comes to, exposing legitimate cheating, we can't have that.
God forbid.
What?
What? I don't know if that was, Oh, I found a clip of Rodrigo playing. One of his, runs that got caught with the cheats. I got that. Where he was manipulating his RNG to get stopwatches. That's what he did.
Well, he came into a room in the run, and I'm like, wait a second. There's no way you would come in from that direction, and no way to get that particular grouping without already having been in the room. So it's like, if he just did the run, A, it wouldn't have come from that way, and B, he would have been minutes faster.
It's Enos XX, right? That's... I think this is him. Personal world records, speedrun records.
Never mind that you could do all kinds of nonsense with, like, screen wrapping, and if you watch a modern TAS of The Legend of Zelda, it just destroys the game in ways which are hilarious to watch.
Wait, what is this? Tony Stanton. Who the fuck is Tony Stanton?
I have spoken.
What the fuck?
Oh, now I remember what the name of that shooting game was. Chiller. That's what it was. That was disturbing.
Why does that sound familiar?
Chiller sounds very familiar for some reason.
Well, it was a cabinet shooting game, and that's all I got about
It
that.
was an NES like aimer. What the? That scared the shit out of me just now. That was my end time, believe it or not. I was supposed to end my stream an hour ago. Whoops.
Oh well.
I guess it is about time I do end it. Because, you know, at this point I'm just going over and retracking things that I've already stated though, but I'm pretty sure this is not going to be the last time I unfortunately talk about Karl Jobst, because like I'm going to be dead ass honest. In the beginning, I wanted to trust the guy, I wanted to talk to him about all this stuff, but the moment I went into his Discord for the first time, after many people tried to push me in there, I saw people I didn't like that fucked over me and Apollo, and I was just like, cut it. I'm not doing it. I'm not having a repeat here. Like, I want you to picture this, right? I start hanging out with Apollo. We play Zelda together, fucking chilling. We're exposing video game cheating. And all of a sudden I find out this very same people that fucked him over, the new person is getting fucked over by the same people. And I'm trying to stop it. I'm trying to stop it from getting worse. At that point, it's already spiraled out of control. It is, it's like giving COVID to a family member and it just doesn't go away, and it keeps spreading around the house in a circle. It's just like, you can't win. You can't win on that. Like, unfortunately, I was too late. Had I met and talked to Karl before any of this shit, and if he just came into Apollo Legends Discord at a sooner point and reached out to family more, I mean, that definitely would have made maybe a slight difference, I think. No one on the current site thought to think, why are the sounds all wrong?
When I busted Ryan Geno playing NTSC games on a PAL system or something like that.
The sound sounded fucked up, like it was if it was running
Well,
on 50
yeah,
frames.
it's a 60 hertz game being played at 50 hertz.
So there exists, and I don't know why people would do this, but I guess it'd be choice, because if you were to play a 60 FPS game using a converter that converts it to PAL for 50 FPS instead of 60, I don't know if you're necessarily playing it on the PAL version of that game anymore, but you're using a converter to convert the feedback to 50, which I could see as being kind of a cheat, because you're manipulating the video through a converter that is manipulating the frame rate of the capture itself.
Well, when you mismatch NTSC and PAL, one of them plays super fast, one of them plays super slow. I went through all of this years ago when I made the video, and nowadays it's like, oh, well, they just, did nothing about it. They took away his scores that were no good. He's obviously cheating and making bad submissions. But no, he's a valued member of the community, so no was basically, I'm like, all right, this guy's got to get banned for at least 2 years for what he's done. But they do nothing.
It sounds like Twin Galaxies. Alright.
But, if you're Rudy Ferretti or, somebody else who ends up being toxic on the website, oh, lifetime ban, goodbye.
Yep. Or if you're just not liked, favoritism, all that type of shit. Because, that's Twin Galaxies for you in a nutshell. I mean, the past of it was just fucked up, but it's like, unfortunately...
The future's no better.
The future's no better.
But I guess the main point with the combination be drama channels, and I don't like to label Apollo Legend as a drama channel. I don't want to label Karl Jobst as a drama channel, but like over time they became it. And I'm about like the video game analysis part of it all, but unfortunately a lot of the stuff they started getting, facts from were drama creators. So like you got fucking them getting information from fucking Cat the Spira and fucking Ursat Cats, who Ursat Cats is posting long tirades attacking the fucking judge on Perfect Pac-Man on his own little fucking website he probably made in 5 minutes in MS Paint. Like, I'm sorry to say, but Karl kind of shot himself in the foot bringing Ursat Cats along. I've said it before. I've said it multiple times to multiple people. I shared it on this stream early on in the beginning. I've said it before. As early as 2021. And as early as 2020. I've never trusted that kid. I've never trusted Cat. I've never trusted Ursat. And look what happened. They fucked over Karl.
He had it coming to him anyway, but, oh well.
That should help Karl. What would help Karl?
If he shut the fuck up.
Oh, yeah. Unfortunately, it's too late. But there's always a chance of shutting the fuck up now and just waiting it out. But
look, I'm an engineer, and, the whole running joke is that you can fix a lot of things. But there's one thing you can't fix as an engineer. And you can't fix stupid. You just can't fix stupid. Even though, I'd love to, but it just isn't going to happen.
I think I said this in my stream. I think the judge did hold a bias, but I think that's because Karl's lawyer botched the closing argument that would have changed his view a little bit. Greatly. Just greatly. But what Ursat Cats is doing, attacking the judge, is not going to get Karl an appeal, ever.
Well, I don't know why he's even running his mouth, because who the fuck is he?
Exactly. He's fucking around. I honestly wouldn't be surprised if Karl tries to sue Ursat. Dead ass.
I say just put him on one of those, like, Morty Povich, and, he's not the father, or some bullshit like that.
He's not the moron!
Give him an IQ test and see which one's the fucking idiot or something.
I still think it's funny. I have my Twin Galaxy certificate here. Like, many people don't think I'm an actual record holder. That's the funny thing. Like, I can say what I want. I own a couple of records. That's more than enough. It's not like several.
I still have one or two, but I don't give a shit. It's like, if I wanted to set records, I would have set them when I had control of Twin Galaxies. Because Richie set records on, like, Stalker. He set them on Space Invaders, the Taito version, I think. Space Fury, Phoenix.
I've always wanted to make an arcade cabinet of a game like Castle Crashers or some other games, and have a lot of fun making custom arcade cabinets that like don't exist, that are like console games but like ported to an arcade just for shits and giggles, because why the fuck not? Or like even something as simple as like an Undertale. We
actually did that, and Richie, of course, stole the idea and sold it out from under me without giving me any of the credit for even coming up with the idea.
Like, if anything, I'd like to see, like, an Undertale cabinet or something, like a Deltarune, since that's coming out, or, like, do, like, PC games on, like, a fucking cabinet, because why not?
Well, that's essentially what Fix-It Felix is. It's just,
Yeah.
you know, I thought Richie was the first one to come up with that idea, because that was the first place I saw a cabinet. And then I guess everybody figured out, oh, well, what the fuck? We can do this too, so why not?
Ruh-roh, too late. Sounds about right. I can't think of many other games that I would like to see ported to, like, a cabinet.
Because the other one we did was we did Mike Tyson's Punch-Out, where we turned that into a machine, and he fucked it up because he never took the select button and mapped it to a button on the arcade layout, so you couldn't throw an uppercut.
Ingenious. So he didn't even add a select button? Or like a custom button in the actual...
No, because he's like, oh, well, I didn't think that button did anything. And I'm like, well, guess what? You're wrong.
The Star Punch uppercut.
Yeah. Or it was, recovering between the rounds is what you would hit select for. But either way, he didn't have that button there, because if you're like trying to speed run, there's some of them that you actually hit select at the first round, and it'll drain your character's HP down to half. So like against Mr. Sandman, you get knocked down faster, because between the second and third knockdown, you have to get knocked down to have him restart his Dreamland Express and able to TKO him in the first round.
I'm wondering if I should let my stream run to like 6 hours straight or cut it off right now. At 9 minutes, it'll officially be 6 hours. I don't know which one I should just let it go for another. Just shoot the shit for fucking 8 minutes, and then cut the stream with like a funny quote. Just end it on me saying "fuck the world" and just hit the end button, and that's it. Like that's the last thing anyone hears for like a week or a few days or whatever.
Well,
I mean,
what do you want to talk about for a couple minutes then?
a couple minutes. I mean, we shit on Isaiah. I mean,
low-hanging fruit, but yes,
is
we
Rudy
did.
still here? Like, I don't know.
Chavez?
Is he still here? Like,
I know. Well, he's in the Discord, but for all I know, he, went to bed or
passed out.
Who knows?
He's like, I didn't expect this stream to last 6 hours. Oh fuck. He may have legit passed out. Be dead ass.
I mean, this is usually the end of my normal work shift at 4 in the morning, so I'm good to go. I ain't scared.
You look at setting up fucking... What is this? I'm gonna see if I can run... Do I want to play my Oblivion file and fuck around? Whatever. I wonder how fast this is gonna crash my fucking shit. Alright, I boot it remaster. I have no idea what the fuck it's doing. Oh god. What did I do? What did I do? Oh no.
No, you fucked up.
Probably. And all I hear is Oblivion in the background. All I hear is Oblivion at full blast. Nope. That's not the right window. That's too meta. Stop. We can't do that. It's breaking the fourth wall. Why did TG let Walter off the hook with that lawsuit? Honestly, Jace Hall's a fucking idiot for settling.
Well, Walter probably doesn't have more than $10 to his name to begin with. He's been a fraud ever since 1986? 1980, whenever the fuck he started his video game team. And he's propped up all the wrong people. You know, there was a point in EmpireArcadia's existence where they listed Walter Day, Silly Bitchel, and Todd Rogers as members of EmpireArcadia. If that wasn't, you know, an improper, you know, thing, then I don't know what is. Like, oh, look, you know, the person who's adjudicating my scores
I
is,
accidentally
you know,
made this look really cool, and I hate it. I hate the fact that I like this.
oh no.
I wasn't intending on making the stream look like this. Fuck. Hold on a second. I got two musics playing at the same time. I didn't realize it. Oh my fuck.
But, you know, a lot of it boils down to, you know, it's the Good Old Boys Club, and how dare anybody else, you know, open admission to the Good Old Boys Club and see all of the dirty, you know, things that they had done over the years. Because I would say there's, you know, the ugly side of Twin Galaxies, and then there's the public-facing side of Twin Galaxies that had, you know, maybe legitimate judges and, well, they let their own scoreboard go to shit, basically. You know, the broken mess that was their scoreboard database was barely recoverable.
Where the fuck is, like, the first moment I got out? Have you seen gameplay of this yet? Like, since it just came out and all.
Yeah.
Like,
oh, yeah.
graphically,
I made my One Punch Man, and, you know,
ran around and punched shit in one hit.
Yep. If you make a high elf,
Which I did. Most superior class in the game. And race.
and then you put your fatigue so that you have one fatigue, and then you use spells to buff your fatigue, when you swing the sword, it gives you such a power boost that if you stay level 1, you'll pretty much dumpster everything.
It's all choppy because I'm streaming 3 different things at once.
Well, don't stream 3 different things at once, then.
But I wanted to test the game.
Evening. What do you want?
You're ugly.
Well, Mary, that's Walter's...
Good day.
You know, that's his narrative. He's got to have his guy, you know, be the you know, super... I've always said that Walter was the real problem and that Billy et al. Were just, you know, puppets in that narrative. It's like trying to say, in a WWE standpoint, it's like saying you're trying to blame a wrestler for what Vince McMahon was doing. Now, don't get me wrong, Billy can play some of the games that he has records with. I've seen him play Donkey Kong at the Kong Off. Do I think he's capable of 1,000,000 points? Maybe. But at the time I saw him play, no. Like, he was far and away the worst invited competitor in the field of the first Kong Off. The wild cards that got to qualify the night before were probably worse than he was, or, you know, they'd peak at about his level.
I'm just more irked that, you know...
But then again, you get a game. It's like I could play fighting games from the mid-90s and whoop somebody's ass really bad in the mid and early 2000s. But you ask me to play those same games now when I'm, 45 as opposed to 25, and I just don't have it anymore. Could I get good again if I practiced? Maybe. Do I care? Absolutely not.
Me to everything else. How I've not gotten canceled yet, I'll never know. And then we got canceled. Gotta deal with Adult Swim, you know?
Oh, well.
And just like
It's
Sam
fun.
Hyde, we got canceled.
Oh.
Poor minimum wage fuck. We got canceled. Poor me. But
It's like
yeah,
I was playing MAME a couple hours ago when I saw that you were streaming just for the lulz. And I was just getting crushed at games that I was way better at 10, 15, 20 years ago. Much less, almost 30 when the games came out in the early 90s.
careful, you're making me sound old.
Ah, well. Eventually you'll get there, Junior.
Oh, I'm only in my 30s. I'm not old yet.
I wish I could say that still.
I'm only in my 60s.
I'm about
I'm only in my 90s. I'm still fucking irked that, like, these drama channels like Mudahara, Keemstar, fucking Review Tech USA, like, all these fucking weirdos are coming out of the woodworks. Charlie, Moist Critical, like, putting their 2 fucking cents in as a content creator because they want to be heard in the court of public opinion, or they just, clout chase video content. Oh, I want to upload some video content, so here's some, and they don't know fucking jack shit about the case except what's being explained in like a news article and just repeating it like a tool or a drone.
Well, if I was getting sued for something, let's just say, the first thing I do is just shut the hell up about it. It's okay, it's an ongoing matter, the end. we're done talking about it. But if Karl was truthful and said what
I want to know if you'll agree with me on this.
Problem was.
I want to know if you'll agree with me on this. Do you think with every single fucking new video that he was posting, the fucking both lawyers from both sides would have to stop and watch every fucking video, including the judge? Do you think they want to actually waste their fucking time just because you can't shut the fuck up? Do you think they're gonna take you serious?
Not
if you
much of it was really relevant, honestly.
But still, like, to make videos about...
I mean, would you have to have an intern go watch the video? Probably.
Do you think the judge wants to overview literally every individual video, though? Like, he makes a new one, each one during the suit, and even though they're saying, oh, it's not relevant, it shouldn't matter, like... Would it?
It could. I mean, if you go and say the wrong thing, then you're just, you know, throwing everything away, but that's a you problem, not anything else.
I want to fall to my death. This is not realism. Break the rope. I want to fall. I want to fall.
Yeah, yeah. No, you'll get a couple, you know, timbers from the planks, but that's about it. That's some sturdy stuff in Oblivion.
Jump off to the great beyond.
Oh, you managed to find the suicide button. Good job.
Suicide button. I go commit mass murder. I must say when I went to the Oblivion realm,
Nothing I'd like to talk about.
it looked pretty good though. But some of these characters look fucking creepy. Like this looks like an angry feminist.
Morning.
Look at that.
What's going on?
You're an angry feminist lady. Die, please. I'm gonna get canceled for that.
You probably are.
I'll live. I've been canceled how many times now?
Not enough.
Not enough.
Well, you're past 6 hours now, so...
Yippee! I made my mark. Fucking...
I think.
Yes, the interest of desire fade. I say 20 years ago. Oh, 25 years ago.
Well, we were talking about, you know, Silly Bitchel and, you know, Donkey Kong. But then, now that he has, you know, pretty much piss all to do aside from getting his kid in and out of college or whatever he plans on doing with him. Actually, I think I have Junior's number too, but, you know, whatever.
No, I got clarification. I'm starting to wonder though. Karl said there was a third lawsuit coming. I'm wondering what that third one was. I have a copy of the first one. And the second one's public. So I'm wondering what the fuck the third one was supposed to be.
Being accused of oxygen thievery?
How do you say that in a court case? How do you sue for stealing air?
Like, sir, stop breathing. Just, you know, do everybody a favor. Ask
Sir,
nicely.
stop existing and jump into the lava. Okay.
Yeah,
Be sure to hold your friend Billy's hand and walk him into the lava. Still though, this game looks amazing. 10 out of 10.
10 out of 10. I wanted a bath.
No, you did it.
Oh, God.
Well, at least you floated up to the top.
Not really.
All right, it's 4 o'clock. My work shift's done. I'm done. You should be done.
I should be done?
Yeah.
Yeah.
End it.
End it?
Yep.
I want to end it on a funny quote.
You do that.
I'm trying to think of the quote. Child rape dungeons. No, that's not good context. Let me think.